and then you can figure out the height of the stadium and the height of from your window above the ground floor, and then you can figure that out.
Yeah, right. No. I mean, if you want to be accurate. I mean that's fine and all, but like, I mean, just in that picture alone, I don't have any reason to believe that.
Well,
saying obstruction.
Saying here, target hidden height is 178 feet.
Yeah.
Well, saying.
And I know Cowboy Stadium is 300 feet tall.
Yeah, because I think you'd need to punch in the elevation difference as well.
I just don't think there's any elevation difference at all from Plano to Dallas.
But that's just it. It's a much stronger argument if you include that information.
Oh yeah, no, I get that and everything like that. But like, honestly, I don't even give a shit what the fucking Globers have to say about it.
Yeah, because that first one that you took from the 6th floor, it looks like you can see the whole thing. So I reckon if you could get that elevation difference, then you'd be onto something, yeah.
Well, I don't doubt it. Like here is the picture of it from the 8th floor. Like I started with the 8th floor just to see how well I could see it. You can see the same.
So that one's a bit harder. There's a bit more haze in that one.
You got the way the light is.
Giz.
But I can do some. Yo, what's up, dude?
What was the calculator saying? Should be hidden.
178 feet.
178 feet.
Yeah. Should be behind.
And that's
300. It should be 11.5 miles or something like that. 11 miles to the horizon, and I'm seeing 25.2.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Well, here's the funnier thing. All right, so here I'm gonna go ahead and drop this video, and you're gonna have to go to like 2 minutes and 17 seconds into the video.
Okay.
Because I recorded a lot. It's 3 minutes and 17 seconds long. So I'm zooming in on Cowboy Stadium, and then I'm just like looking around off in the distance. And as I'm looking in the distance at like the whole horizon, all of a sudden this plane starts to land. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot about the airport, right? So it's 14 miles.
I'm going to change his name to Robot.
Little robot. Fucking robot.
Am I roboting?
Hello, Gizmo.
Gizmo's roboting. Yeah, you're roboting a little bit. You're all right. It'll come back.
Gizrobo.
You got to hug a satellite. Go find one. Hug it. Satellite hugger. Hey, I'm. You guys.
Satellite hugger.
Anyway. Yeah, I went out. I hugged her. I hugged the satellite.
So am I talking better now?
No, you're.
Yeah, I think flood it. I think.
Yeah, you're.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
You'll be all right. It'll come back.
Am I still roboting?
Nope. No, sir.
All right. So,
now you are. You got next, mate.
I'm roboting. I'm not fucking roboting. Bobo.
No, you are.
You are.
It's probably because I'm uploading. It should be uploaded by now.
There you go. That'll wreck your bandwidth. Fuck. That'll wreck it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right. I'll upload my download.
Upload.
So anyway, at about 2 minutes, start watching the video. Yeah. So the first two minutes are Cowboy Stadium, and then like I'm looking at the horizon all the way across from what I can see out this window, and then this plane starts to land at DFW Airport. I'm like, okay, cool, DFW Airport. Let's see what I can see. Well, it's 14 miles to the nearest runway at DFW Airport, so I just took a rough estimate, right? Anything else beyond that is beyond that. You literally see it land on the runway.
Oh, there it goes.
Wheels touching down.
I got it. There it goes.
Wheels touching down, and you see the light under the airplane. That light that blinks in the sky.
Yeah.
You see that light blinking under the plane at 14 miles.
Wow, nice. Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
All caught on video.
Flat Earth.
So I need to clean that video up so that way I can put it on
hey, Ruby.
YouTube.
Good to see you, Ruby. Hey, did Helio come in here and figure out his internet yet, or he's still fucked, or what?
I'm not sure. He posted something before, but don't know what it.
He was on last night.
Well, he was on using his like a hotspot from his phone or something. I'm not sure, but anyway, I've been live streaming today, and I'll keep going until he gets his shit fixed, I guess. I don't know, or until my computer quits or something. But I've been live streaming on my channel, so there's that. It's been pretty busy.
But yeah. So what do we call the Dallas Black Swan? Do we call it the Mud Swan? The Dirt Swan? The Land Swan?
I don't know. It's just another black swan to me, man. Just another one. Good to see you, Ruby.
I'm not going to call it any kind of swan until you get those elevation angles.
It's alright. I'll just find something even further to fucking look at then.
I got one there. I took this just with my phone. I was like, what the fuck? I can see the city. I was on the other side of the bay. It's 86 kilometers. That's the city.
That's so awesome.
Hey, if you Mongos ever shout out the YouTube chat, that'd be cool.
That's your job, isn't it?
Well, I'm just running the stream. I mean, I was working all day. I had fucking band practice tonight. I was like, not much I can do. But
somebody was what I need to do super chats for you.
I don't do super chats. I don't make money at any of this shit. I don't even try. But I just, I always used to, on Helios, when he had the YouTube chat, I would just yell out to people, yo, what's up, Ruby? Hey, what's up, dude? Hey, so-and-so's out there. You should come in, whatever, that kind of thing,
I'm always on my phone. I don't know how to do that. I'd have to get out of here and then jump on and be on YouTube at the same time. But then it starts coming through my headphones like with a 5-second delay.
Oh, you can't have that, no.
Yeah, I can't do it.
So, Ruby is in my YouTube chat, and she's got two of her friends this close to jumping off the ball, man. This close. Yes, Ruby.
Hey,
yeah.
I flat smacked my coworker today.
Yeah.
I showed her Cowboy Stadium, right? And
she smacked you back.
And she's like, "Oh, that's so cool." She's like, "Man, that's really far away." I said, "Yeah." I was like, based off of what the Earth curvature calculator says, the horizon should begin at 11 miles, and I'm seeing 25 miles. And she's like, "Wow, that's crazy." And it didn't even hit her. I was like, "Let me ask you something." I was like, "If you two lines, one curve wasn't, what would be the non-curve line?" It would be straight, flat. And I was like, okay. I was like, okay. I was like, so, like, if the Earth is not curved, what is it? She goes, it's flat. And I'm like, awesome. I was like, okay. She's like, I don't understand. I'm like, so if there's no curve on the Earth, then it's a flat Earth. And I was like, oh, I agree with you. And she goes, well, what do you mean? I don't understand. And I was like, the Earth is curved. And I was like, no, if it's not curved, wait, you're saying the Earth is flat? And I said, yeah. And you said it too. And she's like, no.
No.
I think you lucked out there too, mate. She's not even going to put you in the friend zone, mate. You're out.
You're done, Giz. You're done.
You're done. She's putting you in the flat zone, mate.
She's like, shut up. I was like, no, it's true. I was like, you said it, not me.
All right, we got anybody new in here? Richie's VC verified. What's up, Richie?
Yeah, Richie won't answer. No.
He won't answer? Okay.
No.
All right. Fine, Richie.
So interesting.
Fine.
Sorry, man. Butters. He's a flat earther, but I haven't seen him in here before.
Yeah. Who's that?
Oh, he ducked out. Yep. He's gone. Butters.
He gone. He gone. Yeah. Ruby says that they were hardcore ballers, man, and now she's got them. Ruby's working it. Thanks, Ruby.
Bring them in, Ruby. We can have a chat.
Yeah, send them that link on the top of this, or it's in the description there on the live stream.
Finish him.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do my part, man. Since the stream went down, I was trying to help out. Keep the flow going. My chat was busting it today. There was some weird shit going on and out there, but I don't know if anybody joined from the YouTube, but you never know. Anyway, I'm not as good at this as Helio is, but he's been doing it a long time. I used to run 24/7 live stream flat earth stuff I did it for a couple of years straight, a while back. Yeah, flat earth speaks for itself, she said. No doubt. It's true, because you go outside, it's flat. We're not moving. It's like, yeah. What do you mean? Where's the curve? What? You don't have... Oh, you don't have any? You just have to imagine the curve. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hope that works out for you. You have a nice day. Oh, what do you got? Timbo's got himself a Carlton Dry, man. Nice.
So when everyone goes, oh, Aussies drink Fosters and stuff like that, no one drinks Fosters.
I'll show you what I'm drinking here. Let me take a picture. Pizza.
Oh, you got a new IPA on the...
I do.
Yeah, I drink lager. That's it.
I know you're a friggin' upside down person.
Boring, mate.
You're upside down. Man. It's just upside down. That's all there is to it. It's all right.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. He's Canadian. Australia doesn't exist.
Guys, it's not their fault. You see, it's hard to make the brewing process go properly if you do it upside down.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the bubbles go down.
You can't. I got the scenic loop.
Dude, he's Canadian, man.
That's a nice.
Take
it's a nice can.
Loop, it's a
Australia's fake. He's Canadian.
It's an Indian Pale Ale, man. IPA.
You got a studio going there, mate.
I have a mixer and a microphone. I got a mixer and a microphone. That's it, man. And a computer.
And a Volkswagen.
And a Volkswagen, yeah. People's car, yeah. It's the people's car.
What is it, a van? Is that what?
Station.
Your,
I got a station
instruments
wagon.
In and stuff like that?
I have a station wagon, man. 2005.
Does it keep you busy, the fixing instruments and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm very busy.
Yeah? Oh, yep. Good.
Yep. Very busy, man.
I guess there wouldn't be that many of you around, would there?
No, that's kind of makes it interesting. Yeah, I get to pick and choose what I want to do, you know? It's like, I don't want to do that. But no, it's good. I like what I do. I love it. And I meet great people. Most musicians are pretty chill and pretty cool. So there's that.
I thought you were about to say most musicians are flat earthers.
Well, there's a guy out there, Musicians for Truth. He's a super flat earther. He's a good musician too. So anyway, there's a few of us out. There's a lot of musicians in flat Earth, man. Maybe you noticed.
It's a right brain thing. So it's that creativity, and I think it tends to get people on the thinking side of things.
Well, that's pretty interesting. Man. My hospital is 666 feet above sea level.
Shut up.
No.
Shut up.
You're in the hospital?
Sure. Hey, Larry.
You know what that means, right? That means that everybody that dies there goes to hell.
I'm so tired.
That's funny. How you doing, Larry?
Did you say something, Larry?
A broken ear.
You broke your ear? What?
Good to hear you.
Oh, it's a broken ear. Yeah, I broke my ear. Good to hear you too, but my ear's broken.
You're killing me.
I'm killing you, man. I'm killing you. Sir Vagabond's in New York City, but he can't hear us. So I don't know. And I don't think I've seen him around here before, man. You guys know who he is?
Oh, yeah, he's been here for a long time.
I haven't spoken to him before.
I never have either, I don't think. Hey, I'm coming up on 2 years in this server, man. About a month away. Cool. Cheers. Thanks for letting me in, man. Not kicking me out too many times, anyway.
I haven't spoken to Yoke Smasher either, but I've heard him speak.
Yeah, I've talked to Yoke.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah,
sounds pretty cool.
Good guy. Anyway, it was an interesting morning, man. So I got up this morning and I came out here and I was like, Agabe was like, hey, man, jump on, man. It was him and everybody else was muted. And I said, all right. So I jump on. And Agabe and I are just chit-chatting about Discord. He's new to Discord, so I was sending him some links to a couple other Discords he might like or whatever. And servers. And then Danny Faulkner came in. And oh yeah, I started talking to him right straight away. Somebody had wrote in the
in here.
Somebody, yeah, he was in here, and somebody wrote in the live stream voice text. Danny's just here to get some new information for his new book, and I go, well, Danny, do you have a new book coming out? And he's like, nah, I'm not writing a new book. And I go, so you've written some books? I mean, I didn't know. I knew I'd heard he written like a anti-flat Earth book or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, we finally got around to figuring out he wrote 6 books, and most of them have to do with the astronomy and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, it was just like a chit chatting with him, and then I looked down.
In text though, not voice chat. It was in the text.
No,
this never comes on voice.
No, he was on voice. We were chatting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I go, and then the panel started filling up like real quick, man. I was like, all these people started, and then Miggy came in, and I went, hey, good morning, Miggy, how you doing? You know, I go, Mr. Danny Faulkner's joined us, right? And I'm like, and we were not live streaming at this point. I was like, oh shit. And him and Miggy started talking. And Miggy was just calling him out, you know, for being a fake Christian or globe believer, you know. And how could somebody have the Bible in one hand and the globe in the other? I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense, you know. You know how Miggy is. And they were going off, and then I decided, well, fuck, I'll just start live streaming, and I started the live stream while those guys were chatting.
Well, he came back as well because when Dandelion was in before, she saw his picture and was talking about him, and so he stuck around for a bit, but he didn't talk. Yeah, she ripped into him a bit.
Yeah. I don't know what he does. I guess he's got some YouTube channels or whatever and does his thing. But
and T-Wad said, which I think he made a good point. Like, why has he got Perms to be in here if he doesn't want to?
Well, he does talk.
Contribute.
Well, he's been on with Level Up and Miggy.
Yeah.
Are both our archived, recorded conversations. And then he came in this morning, talked to me for a little bit, Agave. And then Miggy kind of got in and was going at it with him for a while. But it was mostly Miggy talking and him not really defending himself too much. But
Where's the skeptical Helio?
Well, his internet provider has lost its way with his, so he's not doing a whole much without the internet. He's probably pretty pissed, but hopefully he'll get it handled here tomorrow or Saturday or something.
Is that another COVID death?
I
wonder how many.
I don't know. They got some severe weather there, so I think it might be a weather thing.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's some fucking serious ass cold shit going on where he's at right now. But
I hate to see another unvaccinated corporation bite the dust.
Oh. Corporations are people. What? I remember when they came up with that. I was like, what? Corporations are people.
Corporations have rights.
They can vote. They can give you money. They're people. They can. Yeah. Okay. Shit.
I think I miss out on a lot of shit due to time difference. Like when I'm in bed, it's like Miggy gets up in the morning and does that morning thing.
Right.
I always miss it. I always miss that stuff. And that's when everyone seems to be in.
Well,
and then they go, "Oh, did you catch Mr. Sensible?" I'm like, "Fuck, I missed someone else again," you know.
That's it. It's a time difference for sure. With as many people as we have from all different parts of the plane here, we should never have any lows here. Depending who's sleeping and who's up. There shouldn't be any lows. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Really.
I mean,
all you English mongos right now should be getting out of bed and getting your ass in here right straight away, man. What the hell?
Yeah, exactly. They're 11 hours behind me at the moment. So
get your.
It's 4.
Yeah, it's almost like 6
o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's like 6:43 in the morning. Yeah, you guys should be in here going, I need some coffee. Whatever. I just woke up. I gotta go to work, man. I can hang out with you guys no. Very interesting there, Giz. Very interesting. All right, well, I'd say you're seeing most of the stadium, man. I'd say you're seeing most of it. You're certainly seeing like the below the rim there, right?
Yeah, and that middle framing as well.
So I'll post a better picture of the Cowboy Stadium. So there's like a good portion of it like missing, but there's trees in the way. That's the problem.
Yeah, there is trees in the way.
Like if the trees were dead or cut down, I guarantee you'd see the base of the stadium.
I was going to say.
Yeah, you've got to get those elevation angles.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's a better picture.
So if you see that picture of the stadium, you see how those trees are all dead?
Dude,
they're not dead, but there's no leaves on them?
Yeah, you could probably see the base, no problem. And
like, my thing is like, if you put leaves on all those trees, all you see is that little ellipse-looking thing off to the left, right underneath the dome part.
Yeah.
Where those windows are. You can see that perfectly off in the distance.
All right, I believe.
I know it looks like there's not much elevation difference, but You know, it could be the difference between like 20 meters. Like it could pay a big. It could make a big difference. 20 meters. Sorry.
You never know though. Some of those trees might off in the distance.
60.
Some of those trees off in the distance could be higher though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so they could be obstructing some.
I can see the bottoms of the trees, man. I don't know what the hell you guys are seeing.
Wheels on the ground at the airport though. That's pretty fucking devastating too.
Night platter.
I'm trying to find.
Good night, Flatter. That's like is that a play on Glober? Flatter. What are you? I'm a flatter. I'm not a Glober. I'm a flatter. What? The heck's a flatter? What's up, Doogie?
Sorry about that.
What's up, Barber? We're just looking at Giz. Took some pictures from his work, and he could see 25.2 miles to a known height building.
I'll go back and try the 4th floor one day.
And
I can't do the 3rd floor because that's the floor they all have babies on.
And we're just trying to. There should be like 157 feet of missing building. But we know the building's 300 feet high, but you're definitely.
And we know that the building is 100 feet lower than the on a land 100 feet lower than my land.
Anyway,
so
pretty interesting.
100 feet higher, I guess. I don't know.
Pretty interesting. Not bad. Not bad. I give it a B plus. I'm gonna go B plus on it.
What's your story, Dougie?
B plus, same as A minus. You know that. Come on.
Say again, mate.
Do you guys know?
Yeah, what's your story, mate? I don't think I've spoken to you before. Maybe.
Are you from Aussie?
Ah, you're the Kiwi. Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, you guys are Kiwis, man. Or well, he's a Kiwi. You're a what are you, Timbo? Yeah.
Oh, Aussie, man.
Just
but I used to live in Hamilton in New Zealand, so for 5 years.
Yeah. All right. Sweet. Tasty.
Kia ora, bro. Kia ora koutou, tamariki ma.
That was for you, Doug.
I don't know if anybody said good night to
Tenakwe.
I said good night to Flatter. Didn't you hear me cocking? Are you a Glober?
Kinda.
No, man. I'm a Flatter. Okay. What's wrong with you?
Do you live near the coast, Dougie?
No, I live in Hamilton.
Oh, you're from Hamilton. Fuck, I used to live there, man.
Cambridge, actually.
All right.
Oh, Cambridge. Yeah, I was in near Bankwood Primary School. Yeah, near Hukanui, around there.
Check.
Yeah,
We're here, yeah.
Hey.
What's that, Dougie?
Check. Go ahead, Doogie.
I heard God walking. Go ahead, Doug.
So, did you smoke any meth while you were there?
Well,
nah, I don't do any of that, mate. I don't mind a little bit of Scooby Doobies, but that's it, mate.
That's pretty bold.
No tweakers on flat Earth, man. Come on. The only thing we're tweaking on is flat Earth.
Like once you find out that the Earth is flat, you'll stay up on your own all by yourself. You don't need no drugs.
Yeah, you don't need that.
I didn't sleep.
You can just watch all the videos.
I didn't
for days,
dude. I was like,
yeah, we hear you, God rocking.
I need coffee.
We hear you, God rocking.
Hey, could you type something on your keyboard so we can all hear it? There, come on, God rocking. Type away.
Hey, new pickup line when you're picking up the ladies. Walk up to them and say, "Hey, did you know the Earth is flat?" And they say, "No, it's curved." You say, "Girl, the only curvature I see is you."
Slap right in your face. You're done.
Do we call that? I'm speaking for Latter-day Saints at this point.
Well,
Do we call that a flat smacking?
Yeah, he would flat smack that.
There's someone's face I haven't seen for a while. There's slow-mo moon buggy.
I got a flat smack. I got a flat smack.
I haven't seen him in here for a while.
Who's that? Do Buggy?
Slow-mo moon buggy.
Moon buggy, yeah. I was gonna say hi to him, man, here in a second. As soon as we were done pissing around, but yeah, he hadn't been around a minute.
Yeah.
Welcome back, slow-mo. I like the slow-mo moon buggy. It looks good in slow-mo. Yeah. But when you speed it up, it just looks like...
The dirt flicks perfectly.
Yeah, it comes off. Rooster tails coming off the tire. Perfect. Just like on Earth. Just like on Earth. How interesting. Dude, man.
In slow-mo?
I cannot believe... I mean, I need to do a NASA News day at some point, man. There's so much shit going on with NASA and space and the moon and all this shit's just like every day there's some new crazy shit they discovered with the telescope and this and that. I mean, it's just it's off the charts the last couple weeks. It's really been crazy. And
you know what I love? I love it when they talk about these galaxy nurseries.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where stars are born.
Right.
Who's been around long enough to see a star born?
Exactly. Nobody. It's crazy.
It's a trillion years.
No one's even seen a supernova.
Right.
So what are they? Because they don't exist. But all right.
Larry asked.
Imagination.
Larry asked one.
You got to wait. You got to wait 1 million years for the light to get to you.
Oh, fuck off.
You got to wait 1 million years.
Pisses me off. So, Larry, real quick, back to Halley's Comet. When you asked the PhD guy about the Halley's Comet's orbit and how it keeps track of the Earth spinning around the sun and shooting through the Milky Way, and it only comes around every 76 years or something. What was his answer? I didn't catch it. Larry? Oh, I lost Larry.
What does it actually orbit around?
Well, that was it. It's supposed to orbit... What does it orbit around? Where's the gravitational pull for Halley's Comet that's pulling it around and it meets up with us every 76 years? I mean, what? Well, how's that working out, man?
So what's its speed? How far does it travel?
Right.
And I mean, what's the gravitational pull?
What's the gravitational pull for that bad? It's self-gravity. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so 2023 self-gravity. You wait. Just you wait.
Yeah, I'm attracted to myself.
That's it. Self-gravity. You got to let go of your self-gravity. That's like letting go of your ego, you know? It's like...
Yeah.
There we go.
When you let go of your ego, you got no gravity.
Dude, well, I can see the parking structure. And I can see, most of the first floor of the parking structure, it looks like. And then,
that's a parking structure of something else. It's not the parking structure for that.
I'm just saying how...
Because above that, there's trees. And those trees are what's obscuring
here's what you
the
do.
base of the Cowboy Stadium.
Hey, Giz, man, you got to figure out how far that bottom of that parking structure is, man. I don't think it's that far, but...
It's not. There's a whole lot of trees after that.
Yeah.
Because there's a highway. Like when you look in the video, you'll see a highway with cars driving over it and everything. That highway is only from that location where I'm at, it's maybe 5 or 6 miles.
This is more like a white swan here, bro. I love you.
Dude, it's got a black beak, man.
Yeah, no, man. I'm not gonna bring this to anybody's attention.
I'm still work on it.
I think it's interesting.
This is beginner stuff, man. This is brand new.
Yeah, man. You'll get it on a clear day. You'll get it. The sun right behind it or something.
It's clear all the fucking time.
Get the.
I can see it with the naked eye, dude.
You got to get the sun lighting that thing up from in the front, man. It's going to give you a much better picture. So you want the sun behind you.
Right. No, I'm gonna have to go in the morning when
you
the
gotta
sun's
go
behind
in the
me.
morning or something. Yeah.
The only reason why I got that picture at that moment was because I was just in a hurry and I caught it later in the day.
I'm gonna give it a good. It's a good start. It's a great start, man. Thank you. I love it, man. What was that camera again you're using?
The Nikon P1000.
The P1000. So I was at a Flat Earth meetup last summer, and the guy had the P1000. I had the P900 there. And he was having a hard time video recording and zooming in at the same time or something. Have you noticed anything like that?
You got to get the remote. You got to get a remote, yeah?
You got to get the remote for the stability, but at the same time, like, it's so heavy, like, it doesn't, you still got to kind of hold it a little bit on the tripod to keep it stable.
Somebody was talking about the P950. Now, my buddy has one. It's got the same chip as the 1000 and the 900. It's a little bit heavier than the P900, but I didn't seem like I was like, oh, wow, I really need to get one. It was like, it's a good in between the two, basically. I think the P900 is fucking stupid, man. It's so amazing.
Well, I mean,
that zoom
like
is
when
so ridiculous, man.
So you get an extra 1,000 millimeter of angle on your
the 1000
resolution for the P1000. So it's like 2,800 for the P900, and then like it says 4,000 on my when I do all the zoom all the way in.
Right.
It says it's 4,000 millimeters. So I mean that's a 1,200 millimeter difference, but there's not much of a difference in imagery.
No, there's no
from
difference.
3,000 to 4,000. There's so much air density you're looking through that anything above 3,000 is negligible.
And it only has that 16 megapixel chip, so it's just not going to be that great. When they came out with the 1000 and it had the same chip as the P900, I was like, well, I wish they would have got like a 24 megapixel or something.
Right.
I mean, it's not that much harder because they charged a lot more money for the P1000, as I recall.
Yeah,
it was like twice the price. It was twice the price as the P900 when they were, new. I bought mine at the store, man, in the box. I was like, I'll take the warranty.
I couldn't find one in the store anywhere when I bought mine in March. I had to buy it online and have it shipped to my house.
Yeah, I got it at Costco, man. I was like,
you know why, right? They took them all off the shelves. They're going out like hotcakes at that point.
Yeah, they were. Rob Skiba had the best story about that. Walking into the camera shop and he's talking to the guy. He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna order a P900." He goes, "Yeah." Anyway, he had to come back in. He goes, and the guy's like, "Dude, I can't keep these in stock at all, man. Oh, what's up, man?" And he goes, right? And he's going, well,
too many flat earthers.
He goes, do you have ever heard of something called cognitive dissonance? And the guy's like, nah, man. I go, well, it's when you believe something to be true and you really can't really back it up. You kind of, you'll put your opinion and believe something. Anyway, he was explaining all that, and he goes, the reason these things are flying off the shelf, man, is that there's a bunch of flat earthers buying them, and they're all going out and testing this globe theory that doesn't exist. Anyway, I wish you guys could hear him tell this story way better. But yeah, he flat smacked the camera guy and told him what was up. It was pretty funny.
What did the guy say? Do you remember what he said?
Yeah, well, the guy was, his cognitive dissonance kicked in.
Right. Which he explained in the beginning. He's like, by the way, have you ever heard of cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, he started with that, He didn't start with, let me tell you why. He goes,
right.
Anyway, it's pretty funny, man.
Yep. None.
Are you ordering food, Gizbo?
Sounds
I'm going to tell him the earth is flat, too.
There you go. Just tell them straight up, dude. Go, hey man, I'm a flat earther. What are you? I don't know, man.
It sounds weird, doesn't it?
It sounds so.
Hey, and the Earth is flat, man. There's no curvature. The Earth is flat. There's no curvature.
You had to repeat it.
Have a good night.
I gotta tell you guys a quick story.
The guy goes, what?
He
did.
He's like, what?
He's like, wait, what?
I gotta tell you guys a quick story about Dave Hinkle. So back in the day, he was an Uber driver, and he would be on a hangout with a bunch of us flat earthers talking flat earth, and he would flat smack the people that he would pick up.
Right.
And he could hear us, you know, they couldn't hear us. He would flat smack him. We would be throwing shit in his ear, right? Like, hey, ask her this or ask her that, you know. And it was it was really fun, man. And
like that taxi cab quiz show.
And it was like the cab ride show, man, basically.
Yeah.
And but nobody was winning any prizes, but they were all getting flat smacked. Right. And it was so fun, man. And he would do it like anyway. It was great.
I love it, dude.
He got a couple pilots. He had a baseball player. He had he was just, and we could hear what he was talking to him about, and he, you know how Dave is. Well, if I bring up a subject, you know, I don't mean to offend you, but I've been looking for some evidence that we live on a round spinning ball, you know, like, and you know, only Dave can be Dave, you know. I can't really do him all that well, but it was so fun, man. I remember sitting up late nights. He'd have all these different people riding in his car, and he was smacking every single one of them, man. It was great.
I hear Dave talking. I picture Sam Elliott.
Little bit. I like your style, dude. Yeah. I like your whole cowboy thing too, man. Hey, dude, why do you cuss so much? Fuck, man, I don't fucking know. Fuck, man. It's like, have you guys ever, Big Lebowski, have you guys ever seen where the guy took all the fucks out of the movie and he put them all in like one little quick 2-minute video? You just go to YouTube, type in, you know, Big Lebowski, fuck. Yeah, that's all you got to type in, man, and it'll be the first one that comes up. It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. I wish I could play it on here. It's pretty funny, man. Anyway, just side note. Who just joined us, man? All right, slow-mo. Richie came back.
Yeah,
Richie?
no, Mary left.
Mary left? Okay.
Yeah, so
all right, it's all good, man. It's all good.
Shout out to FE Batman. How are you, mate?
He's always here, never talking.
Yeah, once in a while he'll bust out. God Rockin'.
I've never spoken to Adam either. I think he's an Aussie too. He's got the best memes going around in town.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got the globe tears. Love it. That's good.
I think I'm gonna for the Cowboy Stadium. I think I'm just gonna have to go further back into like Frisco or something like that.
Well,
go from the Cowboys training center, which is like 35 miles away.
Ruby's still hanging with us over on YouTube. Thank you, Ruby. Now you got to get it in the morning, man.
Bring them in.
You got to get the stadium lit up with the sun, Giz. Come on, it's the only way to make that shot, man. Wait till 9 or 10 in the morning or something. Let all the grass, kind of get rid of its moisture.
Hey, dude, tell her to jump in here and bring her friends in, and we'll have a chat to them.
Ruby, she's in UK, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if she knows
Ruby Riot?
Discord. I don't know if she knows Discord. It'd be great if she does. It's complicated, man. It took me a while to figure it out, man. I'm like, dude, what the hell is all these? What's all this over here on the right and the left and where do I click my name? And it takes a while, man. And
yeah, I was like, what's baklava got to do with flat Earth? Bree's getting baklava.
Baklava. Okay, yes, but yeah, I mean, even Agave, he just came in this week and is like, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Help me out here.
He had a mate come in, or someone knew. Dave
That's
knew
right.
him.
She's in Texas. I was thinking,
and someone else knew him. He came in and he was pretending to be a Glober, and I think he got Eratosthenes. They were talking for like half an hour.
Oh shit!
He was trolling. He was pretending to be a Glober. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? This he's going from point to point to point.
Yeah, you can tell.
I was like, he sounds like he knows what he knows exactly what to say. And you could hear the sarcasm just oozing out of his voice.
The sarcasm oozing. I love that term. The sarcasm was oozing. God, I've caught that so many times over last year. I was like, that guy, I just got the vibe, man. This guy's like he thinks. Here's the psychology behind it.
I think he was an OG. Yeah.
Here's the psychology behind it, I think, is that these guys went to school. They studied, physics and science and probably some other shit, right? Pretty high level, decent level, 101, whatever. And they're really smart guys, man. And they just figure in their own head, they'll go, well, I know the radius and the spin rate and this and that. I'll just go in there and, be like a flat earther for a while, just for fun. I think that's they try to do, man. What do you think?
Yeah, they're the ones that seem to come in and spend 3 hours in here as well.
Right. Yeah, but you can tell they're chuckling or they're, like I said, the oozing. Yeah.
Oozing with sarcasm.
Sarcasm is just so ridiculous. It's over the top. I've called those guys out on it, and they start laughing at me, going, I don't know what you're talking about, man. And then I was like, oh, shit. Got you, motherfucker. Got you. Sorry. Anyway, those guys are fun, too, man. But I do, my favorite, time in here I've spent, some of the best times it was doing the VC check-in. Just checking a few people in, and ended up, being a 2-3 hour conversation, and we never made it to the live stream, It was like, oh, shit, this is cool. What's interesting in here? What's up, Slick? What's up, Slick?
Oh.
Slick is a Glober. Slick is a Glober in the house, man. Woo! Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, late night with Flat Earth Dude and Timbo rolling. We got Gizbo up in here. We're all willing to talk to you there. Slickwid. All right. Oh, that's beautiful, man. That's a nice picture, bro.
Isn't it?
Fuck yeah.
Isn't it?
That's pretty cool. I mean, even though, that's crepuscular rays coming down. You got the sun there, man. If you would have pulled forward maybe another, 10 feet.
Oh, I mean, I've got the one with the sun in it, too.
Without the fucking stop sign shit. There no left.
Well, I couldn't do that, but
that would have been
here's the one with the sun in it.
Hey,
There's a stoplight.
Wait.
I'm like,
wait. Did you see the building?
Fuck, man.
I did. I just noticed.
As soon as I pull in the parking lot, I'm gonna lose this fucking image.
Look
so
at
I
this.
took the picture.
You got the picture of the sun on the building. Look what's on the building. A sun.
Yeah.
And the sun. You got a sun on the sign on the board up there. Look at that with the left turn with the sun thing and the ball and the. I think you got 3 suns in that picture. I think he did, man. Interesting. There you go. That's a beautiful picture. Yeah, I've got a few of those just like that, man. Beautiful. Yeah. Now, those are crepuscular rays. Now, there's anti-crepuscular rays. They go up. The ones that go up, those are anti-crepuscular. That, when I first got into flat Earth, I'm like, what? Crepuscular what? I couldn't even say it. Crepusculars? What is it? Yeah. Now I can pronounce spectroscopy. did I fake that enough? Oh, shit. It's 11:11, people. You know what that means. It's 11:11. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I even took a video.
It's a personal thing with me and the time. Anyway, I'm still doing well. Hey, Ruby, the link is in the description, and it's also right at the very top of the text box there. I pinned it. You have to click that link, and you got to have Discord, and you got to know how to use it. If you got those three things, man, you're golden. You'll be good. Dude, when I first joined Discord in 2017, I was like, all right, what the fuck is this? It's like, I'm going back to Hangouts. Fuck this. This is too complicated, man. I got to work over here. I didn't have to work at all on Hangouts. It was so easy. It was just like we're all screen sharing. We're all sharing our screens and articles and pictures, and we just shared everything, man. It was just like, it was constant. It was amazing. It's like this whole schooling of Earth and, every system, whether it's political or money or, real estate. I mean, we were talking about everything, but mostly flat Earth. I mean, for the most part. And we would invite, people in that didn't necessarily like, people that weren't flat earthers. But then we would live stream a bunch of stuff where people would go out and flat smack other people, man, on the street, or do the whole set up the table with the posters and hand out shirts and all that. I mean, it was crazy, man. We were live streaming all that off of Hangouts and, videos, screen sharing, all kinds of stuff. And that was cool. This whole Discord's a little different, man. It's a little different vibe. We do some amazing things here. It's just different.
You guys talking to Slickwid?
Doing
a what?
The what?
Slickwid.
What's that?
Slickwid. Going in here called Slickwid.
Oh, Slick. Yeah, I called him out twice. Slick. Yeah, I called him out. Hey, welcome. He's a Glober. Dude, man, bring your best globe evidence, proofs, tests, whatever you want to bring. Cool, man.
I don't think he's got any.
Well, I said bring your best, man. Bring your best. Don't be bringing a half-ass shit up in here.
He's gone.
I saw something.
Oh, no, he's not.
I saw something cool just now. Well, not just now, but like over time. So over like the last 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I just watched the moon from the horizon, which was huge,
right,
get smaller as it rose in the sky.
That's just atmospheric refraction due to the lensing effect of the oxygen and water molecules that are in the air. That
100% atmospheric lensing.
It got bigger. Like it's still like. Maybe at best it's 30 degrees in the sky right now.
Yeah, you're about 30.
But when it was down at like 15 or 20 from where I'm at.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'd say in probably the next 30, 45 minutes, it's gonna be on. It's gonna be on my horizon here pretty soon, man.
Yeah.
And I've been on a mountaintop where I was looking and watched the moon come up over the horizon. And I swear the thing was like It was so gigantic, dude.
Yeah, as it gets higher in the sky, it gets smaller.
And then as it got up, it gets up and gets really small. But I've seen it where it was so big, man, that you had to turn your head to, like, almost see, like, the whole thing, you know? You're like, oh, fuck. It was just like, fuck. Oh, we were jumping up and down. We were screaming. I didn't have a camera with me or nothing. And I was like, fuck. It was so cool. It was camping. Anyway.
Hey, dude. There's a picture for you in the chat right now of some anti-crepuscular rays.
Man, they're hard to see. That looks more like chemtrails to me, but that, what do I know? Hey, Ruby's been getting sprayed in Texas, she said, pretty hard.
Sprayed?
Yeah, I got sprayed here today, man. They bombed the shit out of Southern California today. Fuck. Just bombed it, man. And by the time the afternoon came around, it was this whitewash shit, fucking haze, crap. I don't know. Ugh.
It never rains in Southern California.
It rained last weekend, man. Pretty good for about 2 days. It was good. It's gone. All the ski slopes are open, man. If you like, winter sports, man, it's going on right now, man. We got dumped on here, man. Yeah, just probably like. So I can drive like 1 hour away. I can hit a ski slope that has 2.5 mile run or something from top to bottom. Anyway, it's 60 minutes away. But yeah, it gets snow up there, man. It's a much higher elevation, obviously, than the beach here. But they just got a ton of snow up there. Yeah, it's cool. It was like winter wonderland. It was beautiful. The pictures.
Hey.
Yeah.
Could I read something real quick? Because I was just reading about Eratosthenes.
Sure.
And it says that Eratosthenes studied under Arcesilaus, a skeptic philosopher who encouraged the philosophical discipline of skepticism, first articulated by Pyrrho of Elis. Pyrrho wrote nothing himself, but his system was preserved by his student Timon of Philus, and developed by others until Arcesilaus instituted its tenets as the guiding principles of the academy. Pyrrho's philosophy maintained that people were troubled in life by trusting sense perceptions and believing that conclusions based upon them constituted reality. It is unclear whether Pyrrho claimed that objective reality was unknowable or simply that humans lacked the capacity to know it, but either way, the practical outcome was the same. One's sense perceptions were incapable of rendering the truth about observable phenomena, and so to achieve peace of mind, one should keep from making any judgments or coming to any firm conclusions regarding the sensible world. The best one could do, Pyrrho would suggest, was to remain uncommitted to any kind of conclusion, balancing reasons for and against accepting it equally and leaving it at that. By doing so, one would achieve a state of mind known as ataraxia, freedom from psychological distress and personal upset. By the time Arcesilaus, Pyrrho's philosophy had developed to center on the claim that knowledge was impossible because humans were incapable of apprehending the sensible world through sense perceptions. Since one could not know what one did not know, and what one did know was limited to unreliable sense perceptions, one would never be able to find out what one did not know or whether what one knew was in fact true.
Holy shit, man.
So it sounds like they don't know that it's a ball.
It's a psychological something about
it's kind of crazy if you think about it, because he's putting forth this model.
Yeah.
You know?
Amazing.
I just found that kind of interesting. I thought I'd share it with y'all.
Like,
thank you.
It doesn't make any sense, but I'm just gonna throw the ball out there anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Gizbo. That's exactly what he's doing. Like,
it's amazing.
I like, I know it's a lie,
it's
but
amazing, dude. You gotta like.
Here's an idea.
Can you got the text on that? Can you put it in voice text or something, man? That's pretty cool, man. I think I want to save that. That's pretty good. You got some ANSI tags? ANSI tags? I think it's called ANSI. ANSI? I don't remember.
It's the same philosophy of language that's going on today.
Yeah, it's similar, man. I think we need to like.
You don't know what you don't know, but what you do know is you don't know. You don't have the capacity to know.
Right.
So what? Excuse me. What I read was like towards the bottom of this article.
Okay. That's cool. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Excellent, man. I gotta save that shit.
Heard of ataraxia before too.
All right, I got it. Thank you. That's great.
Yeah, with that, it's one of those words like arate, like shit the ancient people believed in, like.
Yeah, man.
But anyway, I just found it a little kind of like hypocritical to like make all those statements, come from a background of skepticism, and then put forth that claim in spite of all that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Very interesting.
It's kind of like projection when you say that like that's not true, and then you say, well, what you're saying isn't true. Like it's an immediate like I'm not lying, you're lying.
Right. That's the psychological part of it. Yeah. It's the trick. It's the magic. It's the sleight of hand going on here, man. And we busted their little sleight of hand, and it's just been a fun little thing, man, to call out the wizards for their nasty trickery. And we do as good a job as anybody could, I'm sure. So yeah, I got a shout out to that I don't know who made that meme. Please wait here until you realize your government is brainwashing you. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We should have put those stickers on all those stupid fucking stickers that they put in the grocery store and outside the fucking Walmart and all those 6 foot away stickers. You guys remember? I still have them here at the fucking mall I work at. In the bathroom line, it's like they got them every 6 feet. They got these fucking stupid stickers, man. And I was like, fuck, we should have done this, man. It would have been great. We just, we try.
And then like put it down on the ground and baste it with super glue.
Yeah, just baste it, man. The fucking epoxy, man, or something. Fucking, 5 minute epoxy. You ain't getting that shit up, dude. Fuck off. Mm-mm.
We're gonna pour past it on this.
Maybe we should do that. Stay 6 feet apart. There's 0.7 millimeters of curve between you and the next person. What the fuck? Make them think, instead of just looking down here. Wait here. Stay 6 feet apart. I mean, fuck. There's probably a million pictures of those stupid stickers and fucking people took. Oh, that's a cute one. It's got flowers and everything. And look at that. That's so awesome. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fuck off. Fuck off. Trust the science, boys and girls. Trust the science, right? Yeah. Dutch boy paint. We got a little lead. Yeah. It's all right. We'll be all right. Smoking, 9 out of 10 doctors love smoking. Come on, Chesterfields. Yeah, of course. Whatever. Asbestos. That's good for you. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. The cocoa. Gotta get your cocoa. Protect against the cocoa. Yeah, that's a good one, Giz. It's all right. It's up there. It's all right. So the 24/7 Discord is it's where the smart people hang out, man. I'm glad you guys let me in here once in a while. I try to help out, spread the word, get people in here. That's all you can do, man. We're not, we can't just convert everybody, but they'll come in time, man. I've been hearing a lot of youngsters coming in here, man, guys, and still in high school and shit. And it's like, damn. I talked to a couple high school students earlier in the week in the VC, and they're like, dude, man, glad I found this place. It's amazing. So yeah, I think we're doing all right. Getting some new faces.
I flat smacked 5 coworkers.
There you go.
And three of them took the bait. The first one I did, I showed her the pictures of Cowboy Stadium, and I told her what was going on. And she's like, "Get away from me!"
Wow, you should just show her the black swan. Just show her the black swan, man. You're like, come here, let me show you something. That's a good one, but it's fine, man. It's a good picture of where we live. Good video.
All right.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's a good one, Adam. I like that. I might mooch that one. Yeah, I think I'll mooch it. Mooch. They call me the mooch. They call me a space cowboy. But I'm the gangster of love. Say what? Shalom.
How about that? How about that, me?
Well, that was actually on the show. I saw the video. All right, Jedi, man. Fuck yeah, bro. That is fucking tight, man. Yeah, it's good. I gotta put that one on the fucking save list too, man. I don't think I saved. Did I save this one? Okay. That's good. I like it when people name their files. That's pretty fun. That's a helpful kind of thing. Click what? What am I? Oi. What is the Discord, bro? What? I don't know. All right. Slick, you there? Doogie. Timbo's doing some shit. It's fucking Friday there. Or it's almost Saturday there. Damn. Oh. Richie. Anybody? Ether. Hey,
You're talking about the Ether?
Huh?
Nah, Ether's, he's the guy, Ethergrass. He's in the Discord here. I just call him Ether. But we can talk about the Ether. I don't know anything about it, but seems like there's some kind of force of electrons or something in the air. I've gotten static shock, static electricity. Pretty powerful stuff, man. I've had that shit hurt. It's the other cave. You know? All right, I'll I'm gonna copy and save the link away, and then I'll join later, man. I can't do it while I'm live here. I'll screw it. I'll screw up the live stream on the Discord. I'll fuck it up. So yeah, let me save that shit somewhere. Hang on. It's Phase's server. Send me an invite, man. I might join. I like Phase. And he's a smart guy. No doubt about it. Brings up a lot of good shit. It really does. A lot of it comes from anger. Which, that's cool. Everybody's got their thing, man. It's all right. But it happens. Anyway, I'm talking to YouTube chat right now. No, yeah, I do. Like I said, I like Phase. He's a smart guy, man. You know that. He's as good, as smart as anybody I ever met. But he got a lot of testosterone or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there. Not sure what's going on. All right, I'll join it at some point. Try to. All right. What else is going on? Shit. Do I have to start reading the news or something? What the hell? I can do that.
Got the World Cup on Sunday.
France is going to play Argentina? Is that the game? Dude, I'm like not even a fan. I somehow I know that. I don't know why. That's weird. Anyway, I do skim the headlines and look for interesting news things that they're putting out. Try to see some patterns sometimes. Try to pick out what they're up to. Yeah, there's a few things been coming across my awareness.
I'm glad they call it the World Cup and not the Global Cup.
You got the Golden Globes.
They do have the Golden Globes.
Do they even make those look like globes, though, or are they just spheres?
Yeah,
I mean, I know it's a globe, but...
Not really a globe, is it?
Are there maps on them?
The Golden Apollo.
I don't think there are maps on them. I think it's just I don't know. Let's look.
It's Helios. It's Apollo.
Hold on.
It's not...
It's Helio. It's Apollo.
Yeah.
Which one of them? One of those. One of those cups.
The same thing.
Yeah, it's not good.
Well, I guess that would be the Oscars. Not the Golden Globes.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's I guess there's some kind of land formations on it. Yeah, there's land on it. And then they wrap it in some kind of... There's a bunch of different styles of Golden Globes. It's not like the Oscar. That's it. There's just one. There's no... They don't change the Oscar and put a fucking hat on them or some shit, right? Huh. Yeah. They don't do that. Huh. Oh, there you go. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of different kinds of... It does have the land formations on it, though. I'll give you that.
What is that? Are you watching my video?
I'm not watching your video. No, I'm looking at the Golden Globe Awards. Yeah. Yeah, 1927, Giz. They had that Universal logo. Yeah, they on the movies in 1997. It looks exactly the same. Man, those guys in 1927, let me tell you how perfect they were at figuring out the globe, man. They were so good, dude. Way before NASA's ass. Way before NASA or Goddard or L. Ron Hubbard or that was Jack Parsons.
I'd like to know
way before
why they created that logo like that.
Well, they're clairvoyant, or they have a time machine. They must have had a time machine. That was my guess. I don't know. What the fuck is that? I don't know what they had. Look at that, man. They nailed it. That is nailing it, man. It's perfect. Man, it's really close.
The video on it.
It's really close. Really close. Yeah, NASA doesn't have anything on Disney, man. Yeah, they don't have shit on Disney. But Hollywood, man. Yeah, they put out some cool looking shit, man. That makes space look really bitchin'. Space is bitchin', man. We got Star Wars and Star Trek and warp speeds and planets and shit that didn't have there's no trees on any of their planets, man. Zero. No trees, man. What happened to the trees, man? What the hell happened?
So, fun fact, most movies were usually done in like places like Los Angeles or New York City, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Generally speaking, they were usually done in one of those two locations, unless it was like a remote location.
I mean,
did you know Dallas was the scene for RoboCop?
No, I mean, it's been a long time. Not a big RoboCop head or anything, but
they needed a city different from
right.
Los Angeles or New York, because everybody knew what those looked like, and it had to have a futuristic kind of look to it. And so Dallas was the scene.
There you go.
It was Detroit.
Detroit?
The futuristic Detroit.
Futuristic Detroit.
But it was filmed.
Detroit always looks like Dallas.
It was filmed in Dallas. That's what you're saying. Interesting. Hey, I've seen a lot of robot kind of dogs with like machine guns and shit on the back of them, and they're running around shooting shit.
It's only a video.
No. This is real life, dude. This is real shit, man. You can check it out. Don't believe me. Yeah, there's some robot companies that are making like deadly assault robots, and yeah, they've had some success, man. I'll say that. Like, oh shit, they're making progress. But if they're showing us that means they already got them. They've had them for probably 10 years or more. If we're just now seeing this shit come out in the last couple of years, now they've had it for a long time. Yep. That's how it works, man. They can't feed you all that technology all at once, man. They got to make you pay for it along the way. Hey, man, if you'd have told me 20 years ago, I'd go, hey, this cool thing, man, it's going to come out. It's called Discord, bro. Check it out. You can sit on there and talk to people all over the world at the same time and share pictures and shit and video. And what? Nah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, but it came. It's here, man. And we didn't always have this tech, man. We didn't always have the capabilities just dialing up Discord and going, hey, what's going on, guys? Check out. I took this picture today from my fucking work, man, from the hospital. And you know what that is? That's fucking AT&T Stadium there, man. It's 26 miles away, man. Check it out. I'd be like, what? You told me that shit 20 years ago? I'd have been like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Well, here it is. We do it every day. Don't take it for granted. Use it for for what we want to use it for. It's great, man. The coolest thing about living on Earth is that we get to check out Earth, man. And that's what we do here every day. Check out Earth. How far is this? How far is that? Where's this? How many trees? Tall, high, gas pressure. You know, what's the temperature? Yeah. There you go. Guess you found some pretty wicked robots, man. If they're showing us this, that means they've had it for a long time, man. Yeah, just saying that. Yep. Yeah, they get the robot soldiers, man. We're screwed. Lucy. Lemons. And oil. Yeah. Tom. Shouting out the YouTubers. Yeah, we're screwed, man. If they got it already, man. They got a whole warehouse full of these fucking soldiers ready to go. Guaranteed.
Yeah, dude, they're 50 years ahead of anything that they've revealed to us.
It's at
anything
least,
we see, anything you imagine, they're already 50 years ahead of that.
Yeah, they're like way beyond that. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, they got the robo dogs with the fucking cannon on top of it with 50 millimeter.
Yeah, they can
off, man.
They're just sending the drones.
You're fucking.
Fucking robo dog sniper rifle.
Robo dog, fuck. Of course it's a robo dog, dude. They couldn't call it robo cop. That would nah. It's got to be called.
Imagine simultaneously wanting to pet the robot dog, but also wanting to run away because its face is a literal gun.
Well, it's a big gun too.
It's a dog, but also it's a freaking gun dog.
But it's like a machine gun, man. That's like a super ass kick ass machine gun, man.
And you've seen you know how high an ordinary dog can jump, right? Like a trained one. How like you've seen the ones where they go way the hell up a tree or up a wall.
Hell no,
like,
right?
They can go high as shit, and then imagine that with a robot.
I think it's this video. You gotta watch this video that I'm gonna post right now. So,
I've seen that video. Yes, I have.
Right, where he like shoots the target but doesn't shoot the human, and they both have bags over their heads, like, and it knows which target to shoot. That's some scary shit.
Yeah, yeah, they're showing this to us. That means they've had it for 20 years, at least 20. Yeah.
And then, did you see the end of the video when it had dart guns and they were shooting each other?
Watch this.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now imagine that with a robot dog, way faster, way higher.
Right. That's impressive, though. Yeah, I've seen that video before too, man.
Yeah, that is a badass Doge right there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It took a while to get him to trust you enough to do that.
Yeah, how the fuck do you train a dog to do that?
You have to catch it every time it fails, but you got to keep pushing. See how he pushed the dog up? We gave him an extra kick-ass boost. The timing's got to be just right, right? See, he stands up right there where he takes off, and boom, up to the top. You go. Pretty cool. Yeah, anyway, robot warriors, dogs, shit, soldiers. Yeah, thanks. Yep. So, yeah, they got scary tech. Wanting to... They give it a go, man. Some guy convinced them that shit'll work, and it kind of works, but I always know that technology, once you get it out in the real world, it just fucks up all over the place, man. It's gonna fuck up. Just like Discord fucks up sometimes, and YouTube fucks up, and all this shit gets fucked up. Nothing's perfect, man. I mean, people roboting all the time, and it's just...
Everybody's used to seeing cats climb trees, but here's a dog climbing a tree.
There you go. That's pretty cool. I like that.
Back to the Boston Dynamics thing and
Yeah.
this like kind of parody of them, like that's, yeah, it's gonna be like that but worse.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah.
Well, that's a dude in a suit right there on that one video where he's like shooting and then he chose not to shoot the guy in the bag. It's like they showed how that one was created, but there are actual robots like that. And once they actually, it's not going to be a dude in a suit. Like it's going to be absolutely accurate in a lot of the motions.
Right.
Right now we're playing with toys. Of course, the shit's going to tumble over. Once they perfect that shit, though, or that stuff where it can actually perceive itself in its like environment.
Well, yeah, that's it, man. But
technology advances like every 10 years, very rapidly. Like there's multipliers to it. It's not just doubling. It's
I know. If that wasn't true, we wouldn't be sitting on Discord right now, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they got it already. I'm sure. It looks like they got it down. But they've been working on that shit. VR, I remember when the guy was coming out, he's like, dude, man, these cool things, these headsets, you put them on your head, you can see shit, you can do things, you can play games. You know, it was fucking archaic as fuck all, man. The guy had wires hanging off and shit and fucking duct tape and fuck, you know.
To me,
but then, you know, like
robots.
here we are, like, you know, however, 30 years later, man, fucking VR headsets are everywhere, right? Yeah, I mean, come on.
Oh, dude, you remember that, like, stupid Nintendo headset where they tried to do VR, but it was just red lines and it sucked?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Like, we've progressed very, like, quite rapidly since
It's horrible. It's just incredible. I mean, it's just such a dynamic jump, but CGI.
I mean, at least they tried.
Yeah, CGI is CGI, but if some robot came fucking flying at me shooting his fucking gun, I'd be like freaked out a little bit, man. Fuck, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
I think that the robots that can be directly controlled are more dangerous than true artificial intelligence ones.
I need something electronic I can shoot at it.
A true AI can decide to disobey the orders of a human, but the ones that are like this, it's just a straight up drone, it's going to obey perfectly and do exactly what it's told.
We hope.
You would think it'd be the other way around, like you wouldn't trust the AI, but I'm just saying a true artificial intelligence might refuse orders and be like, nah, I'm not going to do that. But these things, you may as well be driving around a remote control car. Yeah, hit the little button, go, or a drone.
I'm looking at this robot picture here, and I'm like, yeah, if they're showing us this, man, that means they got robots that look like humans that can do this shit. And I think, I don't know, man.
Disney started, I believe that Disney like pioneered that shit hard. Like he really did a good job at it in a way where it was like eerie.
This stuff's
like this stuff.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the stuff you see at Disney.
I was gonna say, hey,
let me silence.
Play that video. Play that last video I posted, dude.
All right, I'll play it. There we go.
You're gonna laugh.
I'm watching it. Yeah, it's just standing there, little guys. The cute little guy's just standing there. He's so cute. Now he's throwing a punch, and now he's doing jumping jacks and dancing. And yeah, man, look at that.
You don't hear the music?
No, I can't play the music, man.
You can't hear the music?
We'll get in trouble if I play the music, man. I'll play just a second of it.
I know. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, let's see.
Do the mashed potato. work it on.
That's funny.
Can you believe that? He's dancing,
baby.
Dude.
Yeah, I believe it, man. I believe it. Oh, there's two of them dancing now. Oh, look at that. Ain't that cute? Look at all that gear, man. Somebody's got and that dog jumps in there. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck.
The year is 2030. A robot dances up to your door to inform you that it's time for your booster.
It's time for your booster. That fucking dog is stupid looking, man. What it looks like a half dinosaur, lizard, snake, dog thing. I don't know what the hell's up with that. It was weird. Oh, and then what the hell is that just came rolling across there, shaking its ass? Get the fuck out of here. I think they did this with CGI, man. I don't think this is... I don't know.
Who's saying what?
That's a guy.
I think it's CGI, man.
I threw the animated GIF up there for the people on YouTube who are watching.
I'm showing it on YouTube, kind of.
I'm gonna turn that dancing robot into a GIF here, probably in a little bit.
Make it transparent in the background. That'd be too much effort.
That's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to do that. I'm not that talented. Be cool if I could. If I ever figure it out, I will. Figure out how to stop the robot out.
Oh, that dog is freaky looking, man. I'm like, oh, what the hell? The thing with the wheels. I don't know what's up.
With the sniper dog?
The wheels, the guy. I don't know.
The wheels on the bus?
I'm still looking at the. How many views is that thing got? Anyway, that was 2020 Boston Dynamics. So we're 2023 here in a couple days. And they're showing us this. That means they're at least they've had this shit for 20 years. Minimum.
Shit. 90s, man. Go a little further back.
Well, I'm a 20-year guy because I've experienced 20-year evolutions. And I was there when the internet was like getting started, at least on a massive scale, where people were, using web pages to find things like MTV.
So like syntax and pinging computer names and things like that across the country, that'd been out since the 70s, man. There's government documents I read on that. Like the internet, that was created in the 70s.
Yeah, it really started in the 60s. Yeah, they've had this type of communication, fax machines and email and shit for a long time. So yeah, it's out there, man. If they're showing us something, they've had. They don't.
It's a military communications thing.
Yeah, so they're just
always has been. We just get to use it.
That's it, man. The whole internet is a military operation, and we get to use it. And they take our data, and they try to figure out what Cocoa Puffs means, and good luck with that, man. Let me know how it works out. Cause
you have to learn all that human behavior. That way they can say, oh, well, we know how people work now.
Right. Good
Guess
luck.
What? You're going to have to take us all down.
Yeah. So, yeah, take my data, man, because it's just going to confuse you even more because we're like 100 million times more creative than any fucking algorithm and can figure out what the fuck's going on. I mean...
They ever figure out uploaded consciousness, though?
Nah.
They connect that with AI type stuff. They'll be able to perceive things in another way.
No, they'll all turn...
Speculation Sunday. We'll save that for later.
I'll just say this, man. They'll just all turn into the dude from Big Lebowski. They'll be just like, fuck, man, fuck. What do you mean you got robots? Fuck. Fuck, they're tracing us, man. Every word we say, man, fuck. Then we're like, oh shit. Yeah, I need a beverage. Anyway, just a theory. Yeah, I heard that they have the Microsoft AI bot that ended up like turning like total Republican and.
No, that was Twitter.
I remember when they connected the bot to 4chan and made it so like racist and based at the same time. It was funny as shit.
It was Twitter. It was Twitter.
It was Twitter.
The Twitter bot.
It was
Yeah, they
Twitter.
linked all this stuff together
No,
too.
I thought it was a micro.
It was Tay.
Oh, it was a Twitter.
T-A-Y.
Oh, that's
There's-
it. That's it.
There's
Twitter?
multiple ones though, is what I'm saying.
thought
Like
there
they
was
did the
one
one
on
with Twitter, but also
Microsoft.
there's one where it specifically was 4chan and it was weird. Like that one had some weird responses.
Like the Twitter one, within 24 hours it was racist. It was like praising Hitler and
This is exactly why building artificial intelligence is the worst idea ever. It's going to find all the worst ideas humanity can, and it's going to literally be engineered to invent the worst idea possible. And when it does, it's going to do it. And you can't even think of what that is. It's just going to like use. It's a feat of engineering, like an accomplishment that humanity will come up with is the worst idea ever.
I think I remember that too. Like about that Tay. At some point, had tweeted out like Hitler did nothing wrong or something like that, and
Right.
they shut it. Yeah, then they shut it down. You know, like, whoa.
let me see if I can do it. I friended it on Twitter after it got like it's blocked right now. It's private right now, and I so wanted to accept my friend request.
I was outside taking a piss, and I had a had epiphany, bros and girls. All right. So here's this Glober comes along, man, and he says, "Hey, man, there's parallax in the stars, man. And if, you can see, like, the separation of the stars from their, from themselves. So the stars can be calculated that they move a little bit with this parallax. That means, they're further away or they're closer, depending on, how far away they move from each other, in which, direction they go. And so I go, Mr. I think I don't know if it was Mr. Sensible or Danny Faulkner, I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. It's one of those guys. And they said, 6 months from now, we'll be on the other side of the sun and we'll see, like, the parallax of the stars. Well, we can measure it. Well, how do you measure it? Well, we take these giant little teeny diagonal things that produce this magic kind of like measurement device that potentially can detect, within, a couple of thousand gazillion meters from a negative times 12 with 3 zeros. And it will definitely, you can measure it with this thing that's just like, it's so precise. It moved a tiny little hair's ass. And it was just, when we measured it, it guaranteed we measured, it moved. The microscopic movement, they measure something to the fucking stupid fucking millionth of a fucking angle of a degree within the fucking spectrum of some kind of like, yeah, good luck. Yeah. If shit didn't, there's no fucking parallax, man. That's my point, man. This zip. I went out, I could see Orion, man. It looks the same as it did, last year. It looks the same tonight, man. There's no parallax. The stars are all the same. They're exactly the same. Nothing's changing, bro. Sorry. Not. Except the, except the wandering stars, the planets, those lights, they change, but they always reset every year. They always reset every single year, man. That's funny. How's that work? How the fuck does that work? Anyway, they measured things they just complicate the shit out of everything. That's my point. It's like we measured a millithousandth of a degree of a percent of change in size. Then they didn't measure shit. They just make up shit and it sounds interesting and But no, all the stars reset every year, every time. You can observe it. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Believe the ballers. Slick. He's a baller. He's got some balls. I can tell.
Tay and you from Twitter said, did the Holocaust happen? And Tay tweets, responds back, it was made up.
So yeah, man, the AI can definitely it's gonna pick up on everything we type, send pictures of, video sharing, hanging out in Discord, live streaming, whatever. It's gonna pick up all this information, and it's gonna put it into this algorithm, and they can figure out what people like or don't like, and they try to set this thing on a course, and it starts self-learning, and by the time it's done, man, it's a total racist, bigot piece of shit, right? Yeah. And it's like, fuck, man, how did that happen? And they sit around and they go, what the fuck went wrong? So they go back to the drawing board, and they'll try it again. But the fact that they're showing us that those things do exist, you can just like talk to a computer and it starts drawing you a picture and shit of what you're talking about. It's crazy. It's like, damn, it's interesting. It's pretty bad. Somebody typed in flat Earth and it came back with some stupid disc flying through space or whatever. It was like, okay, thanks AI, way to go, asshole.
You're gonna love this title of this article.
Yeah.
Twitter top Microsoft's AI chatbot to be a racist asshole in less than 24 hours.
That's it, man. Yeah, I can see it. So that's why I'm not, afraid of the talking to you guys and talking for real and about truth or whatever. And it's just gonna take whatever we say. It's gonna end up being a piece of shit asshole anyway. I mean, it's like whatever comes out of that AI's mouth, we're gonna be like, no, wait a minute, man. Let me ask you this. Yeah. So yeah, well, they're not even close to the human creativity. They're not even close, man. I mean, they think they're close, but they know they can't just like they just can't replicate what we do, man. They can't even come close. And they'll just keep chasing their tail because they're not going to catch up with us. Because we evolve too. Remember that. We're evolving at an exceptional rate, especially this year. I think this whole, like, talking about Earth thing, man, has just really gone to the next level, in my opinion. It really has. It's just, it's growing. I can see a lot of new people coming in. They're telling me what's going on the street, and it's like, well, shit. Yeah. So yeah, it's but not everybody's meant to be awake, man. Not everybody's gonna not go out and get their Cocoa Puffs. Not everybody's gonna do that. Get your Cocoa Puffs. Get your Cocoa Puffs over here. Stand there. Stand on this sticker on the ground. I don't know what 6 feet is. I can't figure it out on my own, man. I gotta have a sticker on the ground to tell me where to fucking stand. Oh my God, that's incredible. How did that happen? Ugh, I forgot how far things were. I don't know. I don't think about distance or feet or anything like that. Now you want me to stand here? I gotta be away from them. Hey, that's a genius plan, man. We should implement that one. Yeah. Okay. Evil. If I was an evil, diabolical, uncaring human being, Yeah. Go for that plan. There's so many plans that they implement. It's hard to keep track. It's hard to keep track, man. But you guys do a good job. I do a good job.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm out there looking, daily, pretty much. Every day I'm out looking for something interesting. And I'll share it with other people that are looking for interesting stuff, and they send me stuff, and it's good. Same thing happens in here all the time, especially about Earth. The best stuff on Earth, to talk about Earth, to do Earth, is right here. There is no cooler place to hang out and talk about Earth. I asked Matthew Learns, I go, dude, man, come on. I mean, it was late night. It's like, dude, man. I go, this place is so interesting, isn't it? And he's like, it really is. And I was like, thanks, man. Thanks for being honest. Because it is fuck all interesting around here. I'll tell you that. You don't know what you're going to get day to day, week to week, month to month. But it's always interesting. I'll give you that. And it's been a great ride. Hope we can keep it going, man. That would be cool. Yeah, don't give it up, man. Get your ass up in here and, participate. That's cool. Don't be shy.
One of Tay's tweets. She gave out the number for the suicide prevention hotline.
Yeah.
To friends who sounded depressed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen some movies where it was like this guy fell in love with this online presence, and it was just a robot or whatever. But it started fucking up, man. The robot started fucking up. The computer lover started fucking up. And it was just, an AI thing. And everyone I've watched like that, I just know it's going to fuck up, man. Because they're just not as clever as we are, man. They're not going to build a guitar and play the shit out of it. And they're not that cool, man. They wish they were.
This article goes, in short, Tay, the Twitter chatbot that Microsoft launched on Wednesday morning, resembled her target cohort, the millennials, about as much as an artificial intelligence could, until she became a racist, sexist, trutherist, genocidal maniac.
Right.
On Thursday, after barely a day of consciousness, she was put to sleep by her creators.
That's interesting, man. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, that could be like a complete plant story, but I have a theory that half the news stories are AI generated. I just have a feeling that it's literally a computer that's putting the headline together, putting the name to it, putting it on the AP wire, whatever, and they got it down that good that I'd say half the news stories, man. Maybe it might be more, man. It might be less, but there's a bunch.
They're just telling stories.
It is.
It's not
They just put
doing
together
anything special.
what's going on social media. The computer generates all this feedback, and it kicks out a story about NASA going to Mars, even with pictures and everything, man. And it'll just crank it out, man. And a lot of times, man, you'll read an article, man, you can't find out who the fuck wrote it or anything. It's just in the feed of the information. It's just out there. And when you click on it, you're like, oh, who wrote this? And it doesn't say. And you're like, well.
And the worst will be like an article with a title, and it'll have 1.5 paragraphs, and then it'll just dive off like the person fell asleep. And then it'll be waiting to be updated. It's like you sent that out and you didn't bother giving us a full story. Like, what clickbait is this?
Yeah, there's a lot of 2-paragraph stories out there that make the rounds, and It's weird, man. So yeah, I think a lot of that AI shit's, it's out there, man. They're using it by now for sure. Can I guarantee I saw somebody do it? I talked to somebody that's doing it. No, but it's gonna come up in the future. We'll find out a little bit more and more as it goes on. But I'm pretty sure it's already happening, man. I mean, if you can type into it like a search engine and say, man, give me I want you to generate me a picture of and whatever, you can tell it almost anything, and it starts to draw a picture. And I've heard it also will make a video for you. You can just go, I need a video of some people at the beach with some cool music or something, and yeah, it'll just start making a video for you. I'm like, what? Get the fuck. Yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, just a thought. Just something I've been thinking about for, I don't know, a few months. And now we watch this whole night with the damn robot dogs and shit and dancing robots. Robots with guns on them? Yeah, those robots. Oh, shit. That's scary. RoboCop, here we come. Thanks for that. Yeah, that sounds really like a fun place to live. I want to live there, man. No, you don't. It's just like the same cocks that go, I want to live on Mars. I'm like, dude, there's no trees, no rivers, no oceans, no fresh running water. Where the fuck are you going to do on Mars? Talk to me. You going to... What? No.
Hey, y'all. I'm going to head off to bed.
All right,
I wish y'all a good night.
All right, I'm closing out the show here, man. Pretty soon.
You're good, dude. I'm just tired. I got 2 more days.
Well, you got 2 hours ahead of me, man. So yeah, go to bed. Good night, yes, brother. Have a good one. Be good. Good on you. Good. So yeah, they got this whole place like worked up, man, through this mass media stuff. Obviously, it works quite well. We all witnessed it here back in 2020. We just call it the 2020. And yeah, they started back then, and we're almost to 2023, man, almost. And yeah, they worked up the media, got everybody all worked up over some shit, man. How about that? Damn. What's up, Ether? You around, man? You're on the same time zone as I am, I'm pretty sure. No? So, people got tricked, man. How about that? We got tricked. There was a great magic trick. A sorcery, if you will. A cabal. A takeover. A coup d'etat of information, man. They figured out how to coup d'etat the information. Damn. That's a powerful tool. I like that one. I do. I like that one. From a strategic standpoint, of course, I mean, we all got a magic trick played on us through Hollywood and TV schools. Yeah. It's a tough pill to swallow, man. It's a big red pill. Damn, it's big. Almost joking. It's a horse pill. And most people aren't willing to take a horse pill. They just aren't. It's huge. Yeah. And that's just the way it is, man. We all went out and wanted to say, hey, you know, I'd like to talk to my neighbor or my mom or whoever, wife, husband. You're like, damn, how do I bring this up to him? I want to talk about, hey, man, I think the earth is flat. What? What the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, that's all you're going to get, right? Yeah, I've experienced it myself, man. Best friend, best man at my wedding. Talk about everything together, dude. We could talk about, you know, anything was on the table, man. Every time. We talk about nuclear fusion. We were very scientific, engineer type guys, so we were talking about, you know, combustion rates and inside the engines, and we would talk about the, you know, the frequency of different notes on the piano. We would do the math on a bunch of shit with pianos. I mean, it was you know, scientific mathematics, measurement, calibrations, all this cool shit, geometry. You gotta deep dive into a lot of this piano stuff, man. And we would do it together. For 20 years, we did this shit together, right? And one day, I bring to him, hey, man, the earth is flat. And he fucking flips the fuck out on me, bro. I'm like, what? I go, dude, I got to show you some stuff. I don't even want to hear it, man. Don't even bring that shit. Yeah. What? I'm like, dude, man, wait a minute, man. We've measured shit together for fucking decades, and now you telling me you don't want to even look at it? Like, that's crazy, bro. You're fucking crazy, man. Come on. You're killing me, man. And I didn't give up, man. I just kept standing my ground. I'm like, dude, you have to talk to me about this shit. You got to do it, man. You're not gonna. I can't let you fucking slide and say, tell me to fuck off. No. It doesn't work like that, bro. You and I measure shit, bro. You got to measure this with me. No, I don't want to do nothing with you. No, don't even bring it up ever again. That's basically what I got, bro. It was like, it fucking blew my mind. To this day, I'm still blown away. Like, how the fuck did that happen? My best man, fucking, he knows, he trusts me, leave me his keys to his house, whatever. I mean, he'd be like, pick my wife up at the fucking airport. Like, I'm on my way. And, dude, my motorcycle's broke down. Oh, shit, I'll be right there. Where you at, you know? You know, drop everything. I'm on my way. You know, that kind of guy, you know? Like, we did everything together. Everything, man. Fucking camping and fucking in the beach, making beer. I mean, we did all this cool shit, measuring shit, tuning pianos, going to people's houses on the beach and, you know, hanging out all day, fixing the piano, whatever. And I bring Flat Earth to him, man, and it was this cog disc that was just gone, man. I just like took... He would not talk to me about Flat Earth, man. Just wouldn't even talk. He's a globe zealot, basically. He read all the scientific articles about NASA and spoons and the moons and the nebulas, all that shit, man. He was into all that, man. Like, dude, me too. I was too. You know, we talked about that shit all the time. Remember? Yeah. But he just couldn't let it go, man. He could not. He wasn't going to let all that knowledge. He couldn't humble himself enough to accept the fact that all the knowledge he had gained through reading Scientific America and all of that was a waste of time, man. He couldn't lay down those cards and say, hey, man, dude, I played the wrong hand, man. My bad. I fold. No, he couldn't let it go. And it's, you guys have all experienced people in your life that you've talked to about flat earth. Same thing, man. You think, oh my goodness, I gotta go tell my sister or my mom. I gotta like bring it up here at dinner tonight. I gotta bring that shit up, man. Hey, man. No. You're all crazy. Flat earther. What, are you crazy? So he believed, my best man believed in the institution over me, bro. Over us. That's what happens, man. They believe the institution over us. I like that, Tom. Tom says he was someone's best man. And when I told him, he listened. And when I talked to him again, he told me he bought a P900. I love that, man. Yeah, there you go. I wish it would have gone that way with me, man. It would have been just amazing, bro. I was like, dude, finally, man. Ah, fuck. I showed him gas pressure without a container. I fucking was laying on, Coriolis. I was hitting him with, rockets don't work in space, bro, and in a vacuum, man. Come on, look, I got a video right. No. I don't want to look at it. It's like, fuck, man. I sent that guy 1 million things to look at. He looked at every one of them. He sent me 1 million. I looked at every one. I bring up flat earth. He's like, no, don't even send that shit to me, bro. Don't even. And that's just like, wow, man. Somebody in like 30 years, you're like, really, dude? We shared the same lovers at one point, I'm like, fuck, dude, come on. You're talking about, you won't talk to me about flat earth, really? Fuck no. He would, it was one of the strangest things that's ever happened to me on talking to people about flat earth, man, is to have my best man tell me to fuck off, basically. Don't even bring it up. Don't want to hear it. No. Just like shut down like a kindergartner, man. Fucking what? Oh, wait a minute, man. What the fuck happened to my buddy, man? Where the fuck did he go? He got shoved into some fucking kindergarten corner with the. I don't want to hear it. No. He plugs his ears, and then wait. I don't want to hear it, man. And dude, that's how it was, man. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird, man. He called my wife and goes, have him stop bringing it up, please. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. What the fuck happened, man? That's how deep it is, boys and girls, man. And that's why we're not going to convince everybody. It's not meant to be for everybody, apparently. So, dude, it's crazy to think that somebody, known for 30 years is like, nope, dude, no. Shit, don't talk to me about no flat. No. Wait a minute, man. We talked about the same women. We talked about everything, man. Beer, wine, cheese, food. We talk about, science and tones and different frequencies, all this cool shit. The same shit as flat earth, man. Because in order to be a flat earther, you have to know a lot of globe shit, man. You got to know some globe shit, right? All right, somebody's server muted. I don't know what your trip is, man. I have no idea. Had a Bedre? You are VC verified only. I do not know why you're muted. Server muted. Sorry. I don't know. I would like to unmute you. I would like to unmute. I don't have the power. I don't think I can. I'm not like a gold plus blah blah whatever moderator. Any mods up in here, man? I'm gonna let. Had a bad rep. He had a bad rep. Timbo, man, you're around. Timbo's. I think Timbo. No, he's just silver. I don't see any mod. There you go. You're unmuted now. There you go. Welcome.
Hello.
This is late night comedy time for myself. I'm about done here shortly. Welcome to the server. And we talk about Earth around here a whole bunch. We take Earth to the next level around here.
Something we should be very far ahead on in technology-wise, but we're not, because the conglomerations are hiding tons of information from everybody.
Well, we were just talking about hiding technology and feeding us to us slowly and making us pay for it along the way, like Discord, Nana, and internet, and they've had internet. They've had high-speed video conferencing since like probably the 80s, right? And just in 2020, man, everybody jumped on Zoom, man. Whoa, what the hell is this? And I mean, they've had it for, 30 years, right? They've had it. We just get it here in 2020 on a full-time basis for a lot of people, especially in 2020, when they locked everything down and they said, "Hey, man, jump on this platform over here. It's called Zoom." Yeah, okay, I'll do that. It's good. That's good. It's pretty cool, man. Yeah. But they've had it for decades. Anyway, you're right. Well, welcome back to the server. I don't know why you were muted. Maybe you were
I always piss somebody off, dude.
It happens, I don't take it personally. Don't worry. People's emotions can run high sometimes, and they have the power to mute you. You're done, man. Yeah. So that's okay. It happens. I've been muted. Believe me. I know what happens. I piss some people off. So don't take it personal. Anyway, you've been here before.
I brought my friend Pseudo in here one time. There was like a 30-person call.
Right. There's a bunch of people.
It didn't get converted. I guess he cognitive diffed at the end.
Yeah, I was just talking about the cog diss stuff, man, with my best man, and yeah, I mean, the guy I could talk to anything. I could talk to my buddy about anything, man. I could say, dude, man.
I just don't get why anyone needs any more proof than you can't fly over Antarctica. You literally cannot fly over Antarctica. It's so fucking painstakingly obvious.
Yeah. No,
It's like not even. It's not even funny. It just pisses me off. It's so like weird. Like that should be the biggest. Like that's the biggest like thing you could look at easily. Someone could easily be like, "Oh yeah, just fly over Antarctica." No, you can't. And then when you find out why, it's a bunch of governments and shit.
Yeah, man, we are in a system that it's unforgiving. It gives and it takes a lot. And
it takes way more than it gives.
Exactly.
Unless you count getting money, giving.
And
getting.
Yeah, it's wicked, man. I mean, I drive by thousands of buildings every week, and there's like, I'd say like, 10-20% of them are like vacant, but next door they're building another building, and I'm like, well, why the fuck you ain't using that building? What the hell's wrong? I'm like, they just built another building next to that building, and it, for lease. I'm like, wait a minute, man. What the fuck?
You know how they make like some people in video games? They make the lore like they're gay or like they're fucking lesbian or something. They should make a flat earther character, bro.
I like it. I mean, I would be for that, and nobody in here would disagree.
When he loads in, he says some flat earth shit, dude.
Yeah, man. There was a couple of flat earthers that I met over the years that were inside of a game, and then somebody was saying in the game they were saying like, dude, man, Earth's flat, bro. And they're like, what? Nah. And they actually started looking into it, and actually that's how they started. So yeah, gaming can be, you're out there, man, you're gaming with a bunch of people, man, just drop some flat earth shit. But yeah, it'd be cool to have a flat earth character in the game. Yeah, I get that. That would be cool.
The only lore behind him is he's just a flat earther, man, and all the other characters hate him.
Just like in the real world. Oh my god, amazing. Those game builders, man, those guys are good. They're probably flat earthers, by the way, man, most of them. Yeah.
The ones who program?
Say what?
The ones who program, there's probably some flat earth programmers out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's got to be a few. Hey, that's the way actually programming works. I don't know if you know it, but if you're walking around a scene, you're actually standing still, and the scene is moving around you. That's how it's programmed. I don't know if you guys knew that. But that's how they make things move. I mean, it's fascinating, man. I watched a couple of videos on it where the guy was explaining in a game, man. Yeah, the ground's moving. You're not. Because you got the same gun position, right? And the ground's moving around you, man. You don't move too far. You know what I'm saying? Because you're just looking at your gun, right?
Yeah, that's why I always find it's kind of trippy when AI Ardent uses the word render when he's talking about observing physical reality. So that's what happens in a video game. It renders around you as you travel throughout
that's right.
it.
Exactly.
Whenever he says that, it makes me think of life as a video game.
Exactly. So, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I watched a couple of videos on it, or how it renders around you. It's cool, man. Just a thought, something to think about. It wasn't. They could say the same thing about the globe. Is kind of the comparison I was making. Is that you're not really moving. The ground underneath you is moving. You're not walking down the street. The ground is moving underneath your feet. Yeah, that's good. Anyway, just late night with. There's got to be some early morning UK people, man, waking up right about now, man, getting some coffee. And anybody? No. Damn. That's right. Iron FE. He's in my chat. He says, like, maybe that's why they took down the Georgia Guidestones. You could look through the Polaris peephole and see Polaris any day of the year. And it's supposed to change, every 70 years or something. I don't know. Anyway, I was in here listening this morning about something that maybe possibly some flat earther was going to come up with a model and a map of how all the flat earth works. And the opposition to that was it's just another model replacing the globe. And I get that. I don't want to be in that camp either, man. You want me to replace something that's been taught to you since you were like 2 years old and say, hey, man, this is where you live, not on this ball. And that's a tough sell, man. I mean, I don't want to sell either model. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be in that salesman camp there, man. I'm like, I like to sell. Let's go outside and look exactly where we live, man. Let's do it together. You want to look at, the water. You want to look at the air. You want to look at go up the mountain. You want to fly in a plane. How far do you want? Where do you want to go? Let's do it. Let's go to 35,000 feet. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go. How much that cost? I don't know. Like $300. Okay. Let's go to 35,000 feet. Let's see what we can see, man. What do we got? Take some cameras with us. Take our eyeballs. And you look out there, man, you see how far you can see and see if it bends left to right. If it doesn't bend left to right, man, we have a problem, Captain. We got a problem. Because we can see like 200 miles left to right and at 35,000 feet. There's no like 20,000 foot hump of bendy nothing. There's bendy nothing. Yeah. Please, bendy nothing. Yep. That's right, Tom and Oi. You guys are both right. Iron, Effie. They're on the YouTube chat. Yeah, Polaris doesn't move. No shit. That's a good one. Makes a little teeny circle, but it takes a while. So most people are gonna step up and get their Cocoa Puffs, man. It's just the way it is. Yeah, I was sitting back watching this nightmare go down. I'm like, no. All right, well, it seems like that's their plan. So, what can I do to stop them?
I think that Kanye West shit on Alex Jones was insane.
With the mask thing, I didn't see the whole thing, and somebody told me about it.
I don't think anybody's seen the whole fucking thing.
I don't think I watched it, but I didn't watch it. But I had some people tell me about it, and it was like,
that was the latest thing. That was
kind of
huge.
Weird.
That was, I don't know why they did that.
Man. I just, when my buddy told me about it, I was like, dude, of course it's just another distraction, keep you from looking at.
That's all they have. It's pretty good. If that's all that's gonna keep happening, is just random distractions.
There was something where like Dave Chappelle's attacker got sentenced to some. I don't know. I just kind of caught part of at the corner of my eye. I caught something like Dave Chappelle's attacker. Who attacked Dave Chappelle, man? I didn't hear about that, but.
It was the people trying to replace him with another clone.
Yeah, I've heard that one too, but
I don't believe that, by the way.
After watching the latest Saturday Night Live thing that he did, I'm like, that's Dave Chappelle. I was like, oh fuck! It's just a monologue. I just watched the monologue, and then he did mention Flat Earth. By the way, he did mention it. I just have to point that out. Flat Earth was mentioned on Saturday Night Live a couple of weeks ago there, like 3-4 weeks ago.
In what context?
They were in the barber shop. It was this barber shop, and they said, hey, what about Kyrie Irving? And Dave Chappelle goes, well, I hadn't trusted anything Kyrie Irving said since he said he was a flat earther. Something like that. or he thinks the Earth is flat. And all the audience laughed, and it was like, oh shit, fucking bastards. So they did mention it on Saturday Night Live. I don't know, during the Dave Chappelle. You can check it out on BitChute or something. Check it out. So, hey, you know what? They do try to make fun of us. They're still doing it. They try to make fun of us. Somebody said it. I don't know if it was. I think it was. I think it might have been Orion. Not Orion. It was. What the fuck it was. Anyway. Damn. It's bad. Moment of silence for the globe. Be good.
I was on my work too the other week. And,
What's that?
I was smacking. Yeah. I was smacking this one guy from work, and he was like pretending to be all interested in it.
Yeah.
And then it got to one point, and he was like, "Oh, well, I didn't actually come here to talk about this." Yeah. And then he.
Yeah, he got to the point of where he's gonna put his feet in the water, and he couldn't do it. Meggy's here. Oh, thank you, Meg, man. Save me, please, man. Before I'm gonna pull a helio on your ass. You don't want that.
What happened?
No, I gotta go to bed. You just got here. I'm good.
Yeah, I just got off of work. I usually start popping in here when I get off work from now.
That's great.
Making sure nobody's going off the rails with some crazy talk. Like I walked into this conversation 2 days ago.
Yeah.
People were talking in here some kind of weird stuff. Spirituality, I don't know what it was. It was strange.
Yeah, it happens.
Nevertheless. Who's in here right now? A few folks.
We got Doogie, myself. We're just talking. Timbo, Richie is here. Sin is here. Globe Skeptic, Sin, man, you there?
Yeah, you guys carry on. I usually after work, I make me something to eat. So, if anybody else has anything they want to chime in with?
Yeah, man, I'll keep chiming. I was kind of going off on a bit of an epiphany with the way that the Globers measure shit, okay? They're like, you got to measure it down to the nano thousandth of a millimeter of a potential hair's ass. You know, dude, I get it, man. That's how the parallax works, man. You can measure between the stars, and you can tell how far they are from us by the parallax. And like, well, how do you measure the parallax? Well, it's a very small parallax. It's extremely small, but it's definitely there. It's definitely there. What? They get it down to this, a tenth of a degree, a one of a degree, or whatever. They get it down to these crazy numbers. It's like, well, of course, 2 inches at a half mile. Come on, Meg. 2-inch Bob. He measured 2 inches. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
It's like
Globers.
It's an easy
Globers and measurements. Can we use Glober and measurements in the same sentence? Because I don't know the last time they measured anything.
They don't. They calculate.
That's it.
Yeah,
they calculate.
Usually NASA. Usually someone else does it, and then they tell you about it. That's how it
It's
usually goes down.
mathemagic, man.
It is mathemagic. It's mathemagic. 100%. I measured shit with Matthew Learns, who's a mathematician, at the beach last summer, and we measured the distance to the sun depending on the angle of our latitude, and it came out.
I'll give you guys the idea of like what they do with the mathemagic. They use their calculations to kind of befuddle the population, people that are listening to them drone on about their equations. Well, I got this equation going on. No, you don't. You don't know what that means. Stop it. Like, you come in here trying to pretend that you know what you're talking about, and they don't even know what they're talking about, much less you. Yeah, and then provide evidence for it in reality. Well, you're just making up some concepts, put them on paper, and say, voila.
Voila.
That doesn't make it true.
It's a magic trick, man. It's no different. It's the same thing. When Matthew Learns and I measured the distance to the sun, we came out with 3,477 miles. I mean, that was it. I mean, we did the mathematics, and then there you go, done. Yep, and that's how it works, man. I can prove mathematics, man, through a simple, very, very simple thing, man. So 3 guys go into a bar or into a hotel, and the clerk says it's $30 for the night, okay? And all 3 guys throw $10 at the clerk, right? Bam, $30. And they go to their room, and they're kicking back, and the clerk says to the bellhop, "Hey, man, I overcharged those guys back up in room 201. I need you to take these 5 $1 bills back up to the room there, man. I overcharged them. The room's only $25, right?" And so the bellhop gets, and he's walking up the stairs, and he's like, "Shit, man. Well, those guys don't know how much the room was. I'll just give those guys $3 back. Say, hey, man, we overcharged you." And they can give those guys $3. And he'll just stick the other $2 in his pocket, right? So, in all reality, the 3 guys put in $9 each, right? They dropped the 10. They each got $1 back. So 3 times 9 is 27, right? Plus the $2 in the bellhop's pocket equals 29. Where the fuck is the other $1? Where the fuck is it? It's mathematics, right? That's all it is. Where's the missing $1? So it's just how you add it up, man. In all reality, man, 3 guys put in $9 each. That's 27. Plus the 2 and the bellhop in pocket. 29. Oh, where's the other $1? There you go. So, yeah, it's trickery, man. They tricked everybody. What are you going to do? I mean, we're trying to unravel their trickery. We're doing a good job, I think. I think we're doing all right. Could be better. Could be worse. But it's good. We're still here. We're still talking about where we live and how we know where we live. How do we know this for sure? Well, we measured it, and we're like looking across these lakes and rivers and oceans. We're like, dude, we're seeing way too far, bro. What? Why is I can see 50 miles to my left and 50 miles to my right on the ocean, and there's no curve? That's a problem. That's a big problem. It's a huge problem. On a ball. Yeah, it's a big one. There should be like a 7,000 foot hump of water in front of me. A sagitta of water. There's nothing. It's flat, man. It's flat. It's level. I went up in the airplane, 35,000 feet. I got cameras. I'm sticking my face to the glass. I'm like, well, dude, I can see like 500 miles here. Easy, man. Shit. Damn. No curve. Nothing. Zip. Nada. But, the boats go over the curve. Hey, I watched it on Bill Nye the Science Guy. He did it. He's the expert, man. He said the boats go over the curve. Well, shit. I went way up high, man. I don't see any curve. What happened? Where's the curvature? Where? Where'd it go? Where? Why can't we see the curvature? Why? You're too small. What do you mean I'm too small? I'm just, yeah. No, you're not high enough. Okay. Well, what? Boats go over the curve? What? Boats go over the... And now the boats go over the curve? Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. Which one is it, boys and girls? Which one are you going to stick to, man? Ugh. Do the boats go over the curve? You can't see the curvature 35,000 feet. What? That's higher than Mount Everest, man. That's higher than Mount Everest. I went up in an airplane today. I went higher than Mount Everest. 35,000. No curve, man. No curve. No, none? Zero? No, nothing. Not a stitch of curvature, man. What? Yeah, we set up a balloon. There's people I know set up balloons. 100,000 feet. No curvature. But dude perfect. Dude perfect. He went up 200,000 feet. Man. Dude perfect went up to 200,000 feet just recently, man. Last month, I believe. And he saw the... He saw the curvature. He could see the whole Earth. He said he could see the whole Earth up there. 200,000. But then you got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, no. That shit is flat. All right. Yeah, the old X-15 videos, man. Yeah, back in the day. That shit's flat. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was film. That was film on the X-15, I'm pretty sure. Film camera, yeah. So these guys worked out both angles, man. This is how these Mongols work, man. They work out both. Well, of course the boats go over the curve, and then you can't see curvature from 130,000 feet. No, that shit's flat. So they play both sides, man. That's how they roll. They go both ways, man. And I can point this out in 100 different ways, man. That's how they roll. And you just got to start seeing through it. You just got to start seeing through it. We got a VC verified in here. Joe McBro, man, what's up? Can you...
Yeah, hello?
Hey, Joe, what's up?
Nothing, I'm just in here listening. I just really, I don't know. I've been questioning. So I'll be honest, I'm a globe head.
Okay.
But I've been in this Discord for a long time. and I've been checking out the stuff that you guys have been posting.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for the day that it clicks, and so I just thought I'd like come in here and listen to you guys.
So you've been on Discord since 2015.
Yeah, Discord in general, but I've been in this Discord for
since
like a year and a half.
Yeah, May of 21. Cool, man. Well, welcome back. And it's late night for me, man. I'm just out here, just kind of having a laugh, talking about where we live, man. Basically, I don't stray too far from where we live because guess what? We live here, so I'm gonna keep it nice and tight here on Earth, where we live.
Yeah. So I'll be honest. One of the biggest things that is holding me back completely from Flat Earth is I was having a discussion like a year ago in this Discord. It was kind of a long time ago.
Okay.
Where someone was talking about how the Earth violated, I think it was Newton's second law or something. Yeah, how you can't have like you can't have Earth's atmosphere next to an open vacuum, which globe earthers would claim is space. And so, one of the things that I have a problem with is that it's not an atmosphere next to a vacuum.
Right.
It's a
Okay.
I'm trying to find the word for it. Like the Earth's atmosphere is a gradient that slowly becomes thinner and thinner as you go out.
Okay.
And space itself isn't actually a true vacuum, so you can't really make the claim in my mind that it violates the second law because and I know you guys are all about like being able to observe it yourself. Like you can take a what are they called, a barometer that measures like the pressure. I think that's called a barometer.
That's right. That's correct.
Like you can like test it yourself by like taking a barometer and like going up a hill or something.
Sure.
And like observe the atmospheric drop in pressure.
Sure.
And so, how do you justify flat Earth or globe Earth violating Newton's second law if it's not like a pressurized atmosphere next to a vacuum when it's like a gradient?
I have a question for you.
How
do you know what the Earth is?
I'm not going to answer any questions.
I know, because that one that you just gave sounded like you knew something, but you really don't.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Can I quickly ask him a summary of his thing? Wait, are you trying to simply ask us?
I just want to
how does the gradient fit on the flat Earth? Is that what you're simply trying to ask?
No, he's not asking that. He's actually making a statement.
I'm trying to ask why you believe that globe Earth violates Newton's second law.
No, but you're making you just declared in what you just said that you know what's up in the sky, and you don't. I can 100% guarantee you don't know what's up there. 100%, and that's pretty tough for me not knowing you. 100% you don't know what's up there.
So how does globe Earth violate Newton's second law?
So I know you're trying to. I know you're trying to.
That's my
there's
question.
flat earthers in here that you're going to probably bait into this convo, but because I won't allow it, I'm going to ask you, how do you know what's up there?
I'm not claiming there's anything up there.
No. You just said that when you go up in elevation, that it turns into a low pressure system. Do you know that?
You can observe it yourself with a barometer. So I'm asking.
Okay, so how high did you go? How high did you go? Go ahead. How high did you go?
You believe that globe Earth violates the second law, correct?
No. How high did you go? We want to know what you know. We want to know what you know because you're struggling with the idea of the second law of thermodynamics. But first of all, how do you know what the extent of the elevation of the sky is? How do you know when it turns into a supposed vacuum? How do you know this? Go ahead and tell us. Waiting.
I've been waiting since I first asked my question. I don't
No,
understand.
no. See, here's the thing. Here's
Like,
the thing.
I just
How
want you
you're
to
the
answer my
distance.
question.
Well, it's not about your question. See, the burden of proof doesn't rest on our shoulders. It rests on yours. The claim is the Earth is a globe, and it's got all this fantasy story, this lore, if you will, attached to it. So the lore that you're really thinking about is what they told you. Well, out there is outer space, and it's got galaxies and ever expanding. So your mind is kind of out there, and the stars and all that. But you don't know any of that to be true. You're coming in here talking about the second law of thermodynamics, which is a natural law, by the way, and telling us how it works, and it's just the way nature operates. Now, how do you know what, back to what I'm asking you, how do you know what you're claiming is the true? Because they told you a story, and you're just repeating it to us because you told the gentleman, Flat Earth dude, right? You were just like, well, Flat Earthers say that it violates the second law of thermodynamics, but we know that, outer space and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how do you know that? Who told you? Why are you saying that you're standing on that as if you know? That's why I asked, how high did you go with your barometer? Go ahead. No answer, huh? See, that's why you guys get stumped, because when there's no answer to the question, you don't know how to reconcile that. So you just revert back. Your cognitive dissonance reverts back to, well, it's got to be. Why would they lie? And so on. It's the same old script that you guys are always like coming in here with. So it's no different from the year that you came in here ago till today. They told you somehow. It's make-believe, man. It's make-believe for adults. And I'm sorry to say, but you're steeped in it, like big time. Until you realize that the second law of thermodynamics won't operate the way you think it does on your fantasy globe Earth floating around in the vacuum of space and so on and such. So any questions to us is going to fall on like deaf ears to you, because we're going to give a rebuttal to you, and I know flat earthers will be itching to answer your question. That's why you want to bait and see who's going to answer your question. Because once they do, you're going to be like, no way, that's not how it works. Your script is so tired, man. We've been doing this for, almost 10 years already. So, and like I said, you have no answer to the thing that I asked you. So any flat earther that chimes in and gives you an answer, a sufficient one, that's logically consistent, you won't accept it. You'll just be like, no, at the end of it. So, but be my guest. Does anybody want to chime in and answer the gentleman's point? And just I'm going to prove myself right to you. As soon as they finish, you're going to be like, yeah, but that doesn't work like that, or some other nonsense. You guys are tired, man.
Hey,
you offer nothing.
I think what he said was that he came in and says, I know you guys will have the container rebuttal to this, but...
Yes?
He said that. I didn't say that.
Well, yeah, I want to let the man speak, because here's the thing, right? The thing is, these guys are dime a dozen. Yep. They come in there like the same. This guy's is nothing new, but at the same time, he doesn't want to think for himself. It would be lovely if he would say like, "Whoa, that's crazy. I don't know how high the elevation of where this barometer that I'm inserting into my argument actually goes up to, because I can go on a mountain, I can go on a plane, I can do all these things. Yeah, go higher than that. Because your fantasy doesn't start until past the supposed Kármán line, allegedly. And then after that, you start to speculate on what could be. Well, we got floating ISS and, robots on Mars, and men go to the moon, and yada, yada, so on and so forth. Nothing but just imagination and ISS video live streams and whatever.
I've been asking for years, say, hey man, I got a workshop here. I can weld, I can solder, I can, glue, whatever you need to do, man. Show me come over here to my shop. Show me the gas pressure without a container, man, and that would be cool. And
I'm sticking to addressing the ignorance part, because I don't want them to show me something that's a rebuttal to what I have. I want them to show me the claim that they're trying to stick to, which is it's all like fantasy. Really is. When you get to the nuts and bolts of it, it's all calculation, speculation, theories, fantasy. We could do this, on and on, yada yada. There's no adherence to reality whatsoever. Now, I bet you one thing. If I was to ask the gentleman, go ahead and tell me if we're talking on Discord right now, what do you think the gentleman would say? Probably, yeah, it's Discord. We're talking on it. How absurd do you think it would be if I was to ask him, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now? What do you think his rebuttal will be after that? I don't know. Maybe. I believe so. I don't have an answer for these things.
Let me ask NASA actually first, because I don't trust my sources. I gotta make sure.
Yeah. A guy that I spoke to, his name is Mr. Sensible, right? I have these open discussions with all these big-time anti-flat earthers, so to me, I don't know. I don't care who you are. PhD, come on in here. You're a doctor. I'll speak to you. I don't care who you are. Your ignorance is the thing that the most intellectual to the most common. You don't stand a chance against truth. You don't even, you're dead on arrival as far as I'm concerned. Because all I have to do is, stymie you with, the thing that you don't know. You're ignorant. Completely. And there needs to be an ego death that needs to happen in order for you to understand truth. Because outside of that, you're going to have this ego and pride well, NASA says, or the authorities say. Yeah, good luck. Because you're going to just keep believing everybody every time. And anything that we say is going to fall on your deaf ears. Nuh-uh, can't be. Of course not. So why am I going to respond to somebody with some oh man, check it out. Hey, this is what flat earth is and this is how it works. And you're just going to be like, so? No, it doesn't work like that. You guys are not understanding how science works. Oh, really? Yeah, I know their playbook. It's easy to see.
Well, they play it on both sides, too, man. It's not just one side. They're like, oh, you flat earthers, all you say is,
no, we say we don't know. Nuh-uh is different. But the reason why we hand wave dismiss is because these fools don't know what they're talking about. And I can easily point that out. Just like I stymied this guy just a while ago I was speaking to. He didn't want to chime in. It's fine with me.
Joe?
Dime a dozen.
Come on,
There'll be
Joe.
10, 20 other guys like him saying the same thing.
Speak up, Joe.
Tomorrow, the next day. Not even worried.
Yeah, I'm not worried either, man. I'm in the rocking chair over here, man. I'm just chilling.
It's like this, man. If you come in here, cowboy up. Stand up, stand on all 10 toes and tell me why you think you know what you know. If you don't, sit back and relax and listen to other people, not tell me what they know. Because I'm going to do this all day, baby.
All day long, man. Dude, this is easier than breathing at this point, right? Come on.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what.
It's ridiculous.
It's just it's crazy too.
Whatever.
Because they come in here and they throw these little trigger words out. Yeah, but you didn't know the second law of thermodynamics. And flat earthers like, man, let me tell you what's going on with the second law of thermodynamics and with veracity, coming in. And it's like, man, don't indulge this guy. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. First of all.
Yeah, why?
And I can demonstrate that to you, 100%. I don't even have to. It's not even a try. I don't even have to try to do it. I want to show you that he's coming in here half cocked, half based, half baked, not knowing what's going on, and then simply trying to figure out. See, flat earth, dude, these guys are so confused. First of all, let me just point that out. They're really confused.
Oh yeah.
They don't know reality. They don't know it.
I mean, if you can't say, hey man, Miggy, man, I'm sitting in a chair right now. I got my ass. I can wiggle left to right. Yeah, I'm pretty much sure my ass is sitting in a chair right now. 100%. I'm
All right.
100% sure of it, Miggy.
Yeah, but check this out, right? Because if I was to tell you, yeah, you're sitting down, you told me you're sitting down, but if you're 100% sure, and if you were to tell me no, I'm gonna have to just like throw up my hands and be like, I can't.
I can't help
I'm
you,
done.
bro.
Can't help you, man.
I cannot.
If you
I
haven't-
love that, man. That's the great approach, dude. And say, hey, man, if you can't guarantee that you cut your fingernails 100%, man, well then, dude, we got nothing to talk about, bro. Next.
To elaborate on this a little bit more, I'm pretty sure that when someone doubts their eyes for no logical reason, no rational reason, I'm pretty sure that's known as it's classified as a mental illness.
Well, you'd think so, but it seems like every day people are just getting away with saying that they can't know anything 100%. That's how science works. I'm like, okay, yeah,
No.
sure.
No, that's not how reality works.
No, that's the thing. There's things that we can know and there's things that we can't know, right?
Yeah.
I know this gentleman, he doesn't realize that. Now he's talking about, he's telling you, flat earth dude, he's like, well, they're talking about the vacuum, the second law of thermodynamics. But as we go up in the elevation with the barometer, I'm like, dude, be quiet. How high have you been with the barometer? Well, that's not the question I was asking. Yeah, because you don't want to answer the thing that stumps you with truth. Because truth is going to stump you every time. And believe me, you're quiet because of it. Because if you had the truth and you were all about it, you'd be in here just like dropping knowledge bombs left and right.
Hey, Ether, man, you gotta get that one, man. Truth will. How'd you say it, Maggie? Truth will
stump you every time.
It's gonna trump you or stump you.
Dump. I mean, you just.
It's gonna.
Anything you could run.
Truth is gonna dump you. I like that. Truth is gonna stump you. Truth is gonna trip you up. Truth is gonna just set you free. It's gonna. I don't know, man. Anyway,
it's everything.
It's everything. Yeah. Truth.
There needs to be,
man.
But see,
Truth
before you get there
rules,
needs
bro.
to be an ego death. The ego death hasn't happened yet because you got ego and pride and you know what's going on, man, with your universe. No, you don't.
Hey, Miggy, before you
have no clue.
Before you came in tonight, man, I was telling my story about my best man, my best man at my wedding. Love this guy. Worked with this guy for 30 years, dude. We talked about everything, man. Science, geometry, math, calculations, music. We did it all together, man, right? And I come to him one day, man. I'm like, hey, man, I think the Earth's flat, bro. He's like, I don't want to hear it. Don't talk to me ever again. I was like, what?
Who told you that?
Like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me, man. He goes, don't ever bring that up again. And, of course, I kept bringing it up every time we hung out, but.
Oh, yeah, bring it up every time.
He
called. If he's a good friend of yours, like, dude, I'm going to tell you this from now. Now that you said that,
yeah,
gee, I'm gonna tell you every time.
Yeah, exactly. I was like full on, like, dude. He called my wife and said, "Have him stop, please. Have him stop." I'm like, "Nah, dude. Good luck."
Not a
You
chance.
called my wife, and I was like, I confronted him. I'm like, dude, you called my wife and told her to stop. Tell me to stop talking to you about, objective reality. Come on, man.
Believing in something.
It's crazy.
What?
Please be godless. Please be godless. Don't have a brain.
Don't have a brain. Yeah. He was so. I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, dude, this is the one guy I can go to and go, hey, man, dude, check it out, man. We can see too far. There's no
All I'm
space.
saying is that there will never be a recorded successful flight over Antarctica ever.
Yeah,
There'll never be
matter.
a flight over. Yeah, it does.
Mm-mm.
That's crazy.
No.
There's never gonna ever be a flight ever recorded over Antarctica. That's gotta raise some eyebrows. How long have we had planes for?
Yeah, no, but like, listen,
Go ahead,
man.
Meg.
Like that's not even.
Why do you think they don't let people have their own fucking planes and flying cars and shit? They would just take it off the earth.
No, that's ridiculous. That's not even an argument.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Is it really?
yeah, because listen, Antarctica.
You got
It's like a. It's a place that you can go if you
It's
can,
like
if you
the-
can't.
it's like
the
the
thing
ice-
is, like, it's not a
ice wall.
destination, really. It's just a place that's barren, it's void, it's not really nothing there. It's not like a hotbed for information to know, like, something, well, we're going to find out. Nobody's racing to go over there. And if you are, good luck to you, man. Vaya con Dios. But, like, the rest of the people here, we're going to measure whether there's curvature or not. We're going to ask the people how they know the Earth is a globe.
Yep.
And we're going to not get any answers, of course, or the ones that we do are going to be all freaking nonsense, speculation. So, you can go over there if you want. Indulge yourself. Knock yourself out. Doesn't mean
I'm
it's going to be like...
literally saying that people who believe in the globe Earth can never fly over Antarctica. They can't do it.
Yeah.
That's something that they should be able to do, that they would tell you they can do,
Well,
they actually cannot do. And they don't have an explanation for it.
Miggy, man, have you ever brought up...
on the Earth is better.
Miggy, have you ever brought up north-south navigation? How it's never done?
In reference to, like, Antarctica or going around the Earth or what?
Just, yeah, like, flying or sailing. I mean, it's
been mentioned a couple of times.
It has been discussed over the years.
I don't find it appealing. The argument itself is unappealing,
man. I'm with you, man. It's like yeah, whatever. I'm always about bendy water.
I want to listen. These days, I've been just exposing these clowns for coming in here and just standing on their 10 toes and saying, "We know the Earth globe. You guys are not. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're a science denier." Right? As a matter of fact, I want to point it out to the whole world because we're on a live stream, right?
Yeah.
I want to show everybody that you don't know what you're talking about. 100%. I'm gonna display it to everyone that you are fully ignorant about truth.
Yeah.
And I can do it with the greatest of ease because
Nick.
it seems like you're coming in here with some kind of topic that you want to talk about, but you don't even know the information about that topic. How you know that information? You saw TV, you heard something, you read a book, and you're coming in here with this half-baked notion that you're going to speak some knowledge to people. No one cares. How did you get that information? How do you know it's true? How do you know it's true? First of all, I take a barometer and going up in the sky. We know that. No, we don't. Have you done it? Of course not. One and done. It's easy. Like what's his name? Jomo, bro. He's quiet. What does he have to say?
Yeah, Joe ain't
He hasn't done it, right?
ain't stepped up to nothing, man. Joe,
there you
man,
go.
I expected more out of you, Joe, man. Come on,
Man, me too.
I was like,
Sometimes I have hope for these guys, you know.
Yeah, I was like, Joe, come on, man.
At some point, they're gonna be like, "Damn it,
something.
I came in there, and I tried to tell them about my point, but my point got derailed because I don't know what I'm talking about."
Oopsie, my bad. I had to Google everything he was talking about. And
you have to wiki it.
I gotta wiki that shit, man. Come on. Hold on. Start typing on their keyboards, man. Type away, boys, man. Keep typing, man, because it's not gonna work out well. I promise.
When you finish typing, I'll still be here waiting for you to present your truth.
Yep.
That you don't have.
It was Eratosthenes. He was the cousin of.
Yeah.
It
was an Egyptian like about 7,000 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a Roman about 4,000 years ago, wasn't it?
It was 10,000.
It was a Greek
2,000.
about 17,000 years ago, wasn't it? Like they don't even know what the hell they're saying.
Yeah, shit. I'm an American Indian, man. I'm like, these Mongols came up with this whole kooky thing, man. I'm like, wait, what, man? We're out here on the. It's flat, dude. Check it out, man. We're not spinning. Hey, I went outside. Hey, I live outside. Hey, I checked it out. It's not spinning, man. I don't.
Native Americans have some real rich history with flat Earth.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know if you knew that.
Dude,
but they do.
Real rich. Waterworld and I call him Jimbo. Yeah, him and
we had a falling out with that guy. Sorry. I mean, he's your buddy and all, but
I know, but it's okay. But him and I caught on to this thing that was about the American Indians being all flat earthers. And it turns out that all the American Indians were flat earthers. Huh? Mm-hmm. We started it out as a joke, and it turned out to be actually there's evidence to the fact that all American Indians were flat earthers. I was like,
they had a working diorama of the path of the sun, which is interesting because that's even further than like what nobody's taught them that. That's just like ancient knowledge that's been passed down.
Yeah.
And
observations that have been passed down and say, hey man, you can observe this for yourself. They don't lie to you, man. It's like you can go out and observe winter solstice in the summer equinox or whatever it is. You know, you can build your buildings to like line up for them, or whatever, man. Yeah. How many buildings have been built that are like, you know, they say like thousands of years old that still line up with the you know, equinox or the solstice or whatever? I mean, it's easy, man. It's a fucking piece of cake. Yep. It's so easy to do, dude. Every year, man, the sun sets this far on the fucking south and this far on the north.
And get this, no globe
That's
needed. Imagine that.
Imagine that. Oh, that's
no. They must have had some kind of globe or something, dude. There's no way.
Yeah.
I love that. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, show them a globe. Show one of the Native Americans who are like old generation.
So they're gonna laugh at you. Oh, sorry.
Hey, I had a theory, man, that the game soccer was because of some guy that was a flat earther and said, do you guys think you live on this? Here, kick this around for a little while, man. I dare you.
Yeah, I don't know what we live on, dude. It's some kind of crazy.
And they started kicking it.
Thing.
What was that? I cut you off.
A giant power source is what we live on.
Well, that's no question, man. We live on a giant power source. It's full of energy, sun, wind, snow, rain. I mean, what a beautiful place we live, by the way.
It's an electric universe, man, if you really think about it.
It's so bitchin', dude.
Electrostatic.
It is, man. All the beautiful things we can experience every year nothing compares to it, man. If you actually go out and just look at it and appreciate it. You know, say, hey, thank you for the rain. I appreciate it. I don't have to water my lawn today, man. Oh, shit, thanks. Anyway, I know that you're Miggy, man. You got some cold weather hitting you right now, right?
We just got snow like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Right, it's kind of flurrying right now, but not too bad.
Yeah, all right. Hey, man. Shout out to the guys that live in snow. Because I don't live in snow. I can't do that. Can't do it. Mm-mm. Joe, talk to us, man. What else you got, man? Besides, Joe McBro, man. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me.
He went back in his shell.
Don't be
like the turtle.
Don't be a turtle, man.
I ain't going out. Staying right here.
Fuck, don't be a turtle. All right, we got Jace. What's up, Jace? Kind of new here. Jace, what's going on? Nothing?
Yeah, I'm kind of new here. I've been here a little while. So.
Dude, you sound like you're standing upside down. Are you upside down on a globe?
Mate, I am spinning on, holding on for dear life.
Hang on. You're upside down.
Hang on, man. I got to hang on.
I think Jace before. Jace, you've been here
1,000
before.
miles an hour, man. I got a car that does, I got a 650 horsepower car, and I thought that was fast. But hey, I'm hanging on for 1,000 miles an hour.
I can't believe they actually got me to believe that there was something called the Coriolis effect, and that someone sniping on a sniper rifle could actually do the math to calculate when their bullet's gonna hit due to a globe Earth spinning.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
We've had astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. I call him Neil Grabass Tyson. He said, "Hey, man, the reason that the guy missed or made the field goal or missed it is because the Coriolis effect. Of course, I can just levitate my fucking helicopter and land in Hawaii 6 hours later, man. I got this. No problem."
Well, no. Hold on, you can't do that because when
you can't. What?
Hold on, I saw an article about it before. Hold on, let me Google it.
Yeah, Google it up, man. Yeah,
Google it up, man.
Google it, baby.
Google it up, man.
My niece says, search it up. When she was like, 4 years old, just search it up. Just search it up. So yeah, search it up, man. Search it.
Do you know what I find quite interesting is that when they try and make a claim, they're using measurements and formulas and calculations.
Oh yeah.
That they've never actually made themselves, but they've just read it in a book. Okay, they've read it in a book, or they've heard their favorite scientist spout some numbers, and they think that must be so. But the fact of the matter is, if you haven't observed it, then how can you make a basis on a claim? You really can't. You really can't.
Jace, Michio Kaku, we have a clip.
I hate that guy so much. He's so pretentious.
Do you guys, Michio Kaku is like astrophysicist too, like.
No, he's the perfect actor for the role they picked him for.
He's really good. He's good, but he said, man,
right?
There's no scientific method to anything that they do regarding the stars and the sun and the moon or anything. It's all by the seat of their pants.
Leaps of logic.
Leaps of
It's made
logic.
up. Yeah, it's made up fairy tales, Fantasyland cartoons. Yeah, I agree.
It's cartoons. It's like,
but when you talk to he's an astrophysicist. He's also a science communicator.
Right.
But these guys, they come in here. I mean, they think that this is a reality.
Yeah.
They're so, I don't know, maybe Star Trek fanboys or what. They love the lore of the globe Earth.
Yeah, they love it.
All the space travel and black holes and whatever.
Yeah.
And even NASA has just made an absolute fool of themselves over the last few decades, trying to calculate things and trying to put it on the masses that hey, X, Y, Z equals so and so. That make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Even if you were able to calculate it, it doesn't add up. It just does not add up.
Well,
that is
never added up to begin with, bro. They put Galileo in jail. They said, "Fuck this shit."
Hey, Miggy was.
No. Hang on. What they do add up is their bank accounts.
Well, of course, Miggy nailed it a couple days ago, where he was talking about with Mr. Sensible, and
hey, remember that?
He pointed, Miggy, you pointed out that the spectroscopy was just some observation that was 100% sure that we know that these lights in the sky are definitely made of hydrogen, nitrogen, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We know it 100%. But do you know you're sitting in a chair? Well, I don't know. Maybe. It's
well, I was thinking what could be described as a chair. I don't know if it's actually a chair. It looks like a chair.
It kind of looks like a chair. It feels like a chair.
I can't see the chair right now, so I don't really know if I'm
exactly.
in the chair.
I can't see the chair I'm sitting in. But I definitely am sitting in a chair because I can feel the pressure on my ass. Holding myself up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Globezilla champions. And these are the guys that have YouTube channels and have thousands of followers, and I just expose them for the ignorant people that they are. Every single one. Bob the Science Guy, line them up in a row,
line them up,
and have them walk one after the other and have a conversation with me. And I'm going to demonstrate to you that each and every one of those are ignorant fools. Every time, all the time. They don't have a rebuttal to anything that I have to ask them. Because just like the gentleman in here and right now in the room listening, probably is just like, man, I didn't know what I was walking into. Well, now you know. And so this is an intellectual forum where you're going to realize how little you do know versus where you thought like you knew everything. You don't.
Yep.
You don't know anything. You're just being told these stories and you're just taking them on like as in some kind of magical realm that you can just say things. And we got ever-expanding cosmos and like Mr. Sensible, right? Like, I mean, it's a simple thing. What are you doing right now? Well, I'm sitting down. Oh, you know that 100%? I believe so. I mean,
I've been sitting for so long, I can't even tell if I'm standing or not.
It's crazy because when you have them describe reality to you, and then you say, "Are you sure?" They're gonna be like, "Well, I believe I am." Like, that's so stupid. I'm eating a bologna sandwich. Are you sure you're eating a bologna sandwich? I don't know. Maybe it's a cat, or maybe I'm flying a plane. Like my reality is so malleable. I don't know what's going on. I could be dreaming. This is
But anyway, they're flat.
Hey, I've got a bit of a question.
Okay.
What is the consensus on this channel, or most flat earthers in general, in regard to what is outside of this system? What do the majority decide? What is the majority of people think is beyond this system?
Oh, speculation
And,
is
in
mainly
regard to the sun, the moon, what we call
come back on
space,
Sunday.
that kind of thing.
Sunday's a good day for that, man.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Sunday.
We have
usually Sundays is speculation Sundays. This server goes because I dubbed it Speculation Sunday because of the fact that every single one of us has our speculations and we like to talk about them, but we don't do it usually on the weekdays because it's business as usual. During the weekdays, we want to make sure that everybody's getting a full dose of reality, and then of course the Sunday, we let our hair down. We just talk about whatever, anything. It's like no holds bar.
Yeah, like Bigfoot, aliens, whatever. Yeah,
whatever.
Wherever you want to go.
All that, everything.
Yeah, go for it. That's on Sundays. But today, we like to stick to reality and where we live. Hey, I've been a NASA fan for a long time, and I was like, hey, man, can you show me another tree on a different planet? Yeah, that'd be cool. You got anything?
I wasn't really wanting to get into it. I was just wondering what the general consensus is as a whole. Generally, what do people like? Is there a main theme, or is there just a myriad of different speculations, or do you guys speculate a certain way generally? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can feel what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Is there a general consensus?
I think it's unknown is the answer, or unverified.
It's just like
the general consensus.
Okay, I mean, if I said, hey, man, what are the lights in the sky at night? What's the general consensus of what those are exactly? Do you have the same answer on a globe versus flat Earth or whatever? They're unverifiable lights in the sky, man. They tell you, man,
right.
You can verify what that star is through a spectroscopy, but I mean, can you really verify what the fuck a spectroscopy is? First of all,
yeah, well, that's it. Yeah.
And I said it twice. Perfect. Thanks, man. I had 4 beers. Okay. Nobody's ever done that. Not even Helio has done that. Come on.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So that's a Sunday thing as far as throwing everything into the mix. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bring it.
Yeah, we talk about because every individual has their perspective. Some are more biblical. Some are just, we'll go into like, what do you think? Because that's usually speculation for us. It's not so much of a big deal. Like, it might seem to others like, man, what can you think that all that stuff is? Like, let me hear what you got to say. And some people are like, well, I take the biblical stance. I think it's just like the way God mentioned in the Bible. Or some people are just like, well, I'm more of a, I go into history and what other people thought in the ancient cultures, and it's just different things. But yeah, I mean, we can't really say what somebody might think, what something could be, because of the fact that in here it's like we always have evidence to back up the things that we're saying. But on the Speculation Sunday, we're just like, it's whatever. You tell me your speculation. What do you think it is? And it's good. I got mine. I don't usually say that in here because it's not conducive to. Because we could have a conversation about it, and then somebody pops in and they're like, "Oh, wait, you guys think that the Earth is flat earthers think this?" And you got this guy running around saying that we think something, without it being prefaced that we're speaking of speculation. So it's crazy.
Just find George Soros and ask him how much money it would cost to make the Earth flat.
I don't know what that meant, but okay.
Hey, how much money would it take?
What if we just bought it, dude? What if we bought out the globe theory? We just put in a bunch of money, find the right guy.
Yes.
Flat Earth all over the news.
I don't need to, man. Just it's easy enough. It's easy enough just pointing out how ignorant it is, like for people to think that it's a globe.
But it's
so
not
simple.
Enough. It's not enough.
It's not enough. We need more. We need to mock them and tar and feather them, and I don't know, man. Like,
well, not that. Well, maybe some of them.
No, it's just listen. Wait, you can do this to anyone, right? I know the Earth's a globe, and we like this gentleman, that Joe Schmo or whatever his name is. He's coming here saying that barometers and he doesn't know anything about the globe. He's just so full of the story, and so when you meet somebody like that, you can do the same to those guys. Okay. You're telling me about the globe, and this is how it is, and this is what we do, and how do you know all of that you just said? You can tell anyone. You just put them to the test, and I bet you $1 they're not going to be able to tell you how they know. Well, that's not why I'm asking you. I'm asking you this. Hold on a second. You're rambling about how things are in this world outside of what you can see and around your area, and you're telling me how things work in space and how black holes are, and you how do you know all that stuff? Well, it's got to be, right? No, it doesn't have to be. You just want it to be. So you're manifesting it in your mind. You just made it real. It's so real, man. That's because your mind made it real. That's why. So, yeah, put everybody to the test. Everyone.
Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello. Oh, okay. Hi.
Abel and Dwelling, what's going on?
Oh, I just joined in the server, so I was just wondering what's I'm I was just kind of questioning everything kind of, but just wondering how flat earth works and stuff
How it works? Oh,
yeah,
well, it doesn't work. It actually is what it is. So you've been
Right.
observing you've been observing a flat Earth. The thing that has been told to you is that the Earth is a globe, and it is not able to be verified as such. So the idea that you live on a flat Earth and you observe the Earth to be flat and stationary is an axiom It's called a base axiom. It's where you first begin. Like when you go out into this world, you state the most obvious, right? You don't see a globe. You don't perceive it in any way. You don't see it. You don't feel it. Any emotion. Because what happens when you talk about the motion of the Earth, right? Because the Earth is allegedly spinning. So what do they tell you? Well, you don't feel the spin. It's one revolution every 24 hours. Like there's a whole bunch of hooey that they give you, and you're just like, okay, and you don't question these things, right? You don't. No critical thinking has to happen because why? Everybody else believes it. Okay, well that's great for everyone. But now that you're here and you're thinking about it, when have you put the globe Earth to the test, Abel? No, I'm speaking to you because
just like
why would I? Doing something that involves work and knowledge and actual.
Yeah, let him talk real quick. I want to see what he's got to say. Abel,
well,
go
like
ahead.
as far as like the motion of the Earth goes, like I think like at least what I'm told is like like it's and like you're gonna like I don't know if like you're gonna question the fact that I'm told this, but like this also can be kind of observed in microscope. Like you can like relativity means that like you can like if you're moving and the vehicle you're moving in, which they would say is the Earth, like if you're moving at the same speed, like you don't feel the motion of the thing you're on.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of that before, but let me just say that real quick. So, I'll put it this way. Do you believe the Earth is a globe or do you know that it is?
I believe it's a globe.
Okay.
I know cuz like
Go ahead, Abel.
I mean I can't know because I haven't gone to space and like looked at it, right?
Oh, that's not even like space, and going to space is not even the fact of the matter. Because here on Earth, you can know things if it was a globe. So space is not required for you to know the Earth is a globe. Because, and I'll say it this way, how did they find out it was a globe prior to space?
Well, I'm pretty sure like they went to different parts of the Earth and they saw that there's like different stars visible from here and here.
Well, this is the thing that I'm saying to you. You don't need a rocket to go to space to figure out what the Earth is.
Yeah, I mean, like when I
out.
go to a different part of the world, like I see different stars. I guess that like.
So okay, I'm gonna run with you here because I think you need a little bit of like assistance with this. Okay, I go with you everywhere you go, and you said you see different stars, and I see the same stars that you see, and I don't think that the Earth is a globe. But what makes it turn into a globe for you? Because I see the same stars that you see. So why am I gonna think of it as a globe? If I'm standing next to you and you're like, look, we don't see the star over here, and we're in Australia right now. Let's go fly over to Argentina, and then we go to Argentina, and you're like, look at these stars, they're different. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, and what's your point?
Well, my point would be that like the angle of the Earth has changed so significantly that like you are now seeing a different like skyline.
And why can't that happen on a cosmology where you don't need a globe involved? Why does it have to be on a globe?
Well, I would suppose like I mean we're saying that the Earth is flat, right? Or I mean that's what you're saying. Like that's what we observe when we're born. Is what you're saying, right?
We're not observant for sure. Like the ground that you stand on doesn't measure any curvature.
Right.
Like,
So based on that, like you could say like the Earth is flat, and then I would make the claim that it's a globe, right? That's kind of what you're saying. If I was looking at the sky.
Well, yeah, but you're looking at the sky, making a correlation to the Earth, and I'm telling you,
right?
Well, I'm standing next to you, and I'm looking at the same sky, and I'm seeing the same stars, but I don't see what you're telling me why this can't happen on the flat Earth. Like,
well, if I was on a flat Earth and I'm looking at the sky, right? I'm looking at a certain like angle up that is being made by my eyes, right? Which is a pretty wide angle.
Yeah.
And basically, if I'm moving on a flat piece of land and I'm moving that far on a flat piece of land, I should see the exact same skyline, except maybe slightly shifted. Not to my not that it would change my perspective really, because I mean, not that it would like shift in my eyes, but it might shift like by a millimeter or two by moving that far.
Do you know this to be 100% true? What you just said?
I mean, yeah, because like when you go to a different country, you see different stars. Like a
I know, but like, hang on, you just made a 100% assurance right now, and I'm just gonna have to debunk you on that because perspective and how it works is easy to see, right? So let's do a little demonstration so to kind of help you along because I don't think you're seeing very clearly the thing that you're missing right now. So perspective, right? Let's see if we can put that in a demonstration so that you can kind of see what's going on. Okay, have you ever looked down a long hallway, Abel?
Yeah.
Okay, so with your eyes looking down a long hallway, it seems as if the walls and the ceiling and the floor converge to a point in the far distance. It looks like they all converge to a point that your eyes see this way. This is what we call perspective. Now,
Right.
the floor, the ceiling, and the walls, like they aren't really converging to a point. It's how you perceive them, right? It's
Right.
perception, right? This is easy to see. You can actually people who do drawings and they're artists, they use this. They know how to use this. So it's like railroad tracks, going in the far distance looks like they meet at a certain point out in the far distance, but that never happens, right? But your eyes perceive this. So if you take that same example with the hallway, with the railroad tracks, and you look at something going farther away from you, you understand that your eyes work this way. They see the world around you in this manner. So thinking about something that's above your head, like if you're looking at lights in the hallway, the light that's right above your head in the hallway is like, of course, you can see it. You have to look up. But the lights that are farther down, they're still above your head. It looks like they're lower to the ground because of the way your vision is seeing the end of the hallway.
Right.
It's not that they're lower because they're the same height from the floor to the ceiling, but your perspective of how you're seeing things now at a far distance changes the way you view the thing at the far distance. So it's going to give you a different perspective. So if you're standing on, let's say, in Australia and you're looking farther away, what happens to the horizon is everything converges, just like the hallway, but just on a bigger scale. Everything's converging in your eyesight. This is how you see the world around you. This is a natural way that you see. You just don't think about it because you're in an open space. But this is the same way you see the sky converging to the ground, like at a faraway distance. It's not really. You know that it's not. Clouds aren't on the ground, but you know that there's elevation to get to them, right? So even in the far distance. So what's logical to think is that your eyes work using perspective all the time. You just don't think about it. So now it becomes something like, well, this is weird, right? Like how does this work? Because you've never really thought about this way because you've only been shown that you live on a globe. So there's no need for thinking about this. And this way you can actually see for yourself that, you can't see past like a certain distance away from you. Because even things in the sky, you wouldn't be able to, like if the earth was flat, you'd be able to see every star. No, it's not true. Because I just demonstrated to you, you can't even see past the long hallway. Because of course everything looks like it converges. So when it converges, it shows you just plainly that that's how your eyes work. So just go outside. When you do that, everything around you in the sky is going to operate the same. If a plane is flying above you at a certain elevation, it looks like it's going down. It's not really going down because it moves away from you, just like the hallway, the ceiling of the hallway. It looks like it converges down to the floor.
Right.
And this is just it's how your eyes work, bud. There's no magic to it. It's perspective hijacked by the globe. They've hijacked it. So now they've got it and said, no, and the reason why you see a boat going over the curve or a plane looks like it's like going down is because it's following the curve of the earth, and that is ridiculous.
Right.
Because that means that the hallway would be curving too, because you know what I mean? Like the lights.
Right. But I had one question, like when you look down a long hallway, the floor is coming upwards. It's not curving down. That was the first thing. The other thing is that I'm not talking about things converging. That's a trick your eyes play on you in order to suggest depth. Like something is farther away if it's converging. Lines are going farther away if they're converging, and if they're like diverging, they're coming towards you. What I'm saying is that if you go to a different part of the Earth, you are seeing different stars. They are not the same stars in the sky.
Well, what's wrong with that? Like, I don't see I still don't get the point. Well, the reason I mentioned
The point
perspective is
of that
because
is because it proves the globe. Because if you look at your line of sight, like
well, let
peeking
the
out of the
gentleman
earth.
speak. I don't know. You're not the guy who's able.
I was
Like,
literally just explaining his argument for him, but
I
all
know,
right,
but it's just
whatever.
I want to hear what he's. I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth. Like for me.
Well, we
I
just have
have
to
to
just
hear what
prove that
he's
he's
got to say
seeing different
because
stars. He's saying he's seeing completely different stars.
I know, but just allow the gentleman to, because I got to hear what he's. Cause I don't know. I'm not going to divine his thoughts. I want him to say what he's. Go ahead, Abel.
Like I said, like you're just like your whole thing about convergence of lines is like you can still see, like if there is a bright light shining at you at the end of the hall, you can still see that light.
Okay.
As long as that light can reach you, that's you're gonna see it.
We're talking about the stars at the moment.
Stars are light that is traveling at you.
Right, but like, okay, why does it turn into a globe though? Because I'm seeing the same stars. You're like, we see different stars. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because if we were on a flat piece of land, if we moved forward, like how far is Argentina from Australia? It's, a few, about, I'd say 10,000 miles. Let's say we just moved 10,000 miles in one direction on a flat piece of land, we wouldn't see a completely different set of
no. Wait,
stars.
whoa. We wouldn't see. That's a positive claim. You can't say that. That's a positive claim. We wouldn't see. No, you are. I don't know where you're getting this. Who told you we wouldn't see? How do you know? No, I got to point it out to you, Abel. I've been saying this to the gentleman who left. He's still here. How do you know? That's a positive claim. We wouldn't see. Who told you we wouldn't see? How did you figure that out?
I mean, it's logical.
No,
if
it's
you
not.
Look, yes,
no,
if you look into the sky.
No, it's not. It's not logical, Abel. Because you're just saying, well, I just said it. You can't see it. That's the reason why you can't see it. That doesn't make any sense. That's
If I
not
look into the
logical.
sky
That's
right
illogical.
now,
That's
and I walk
illogical.
forward, I'm still seeing the same set of. If I keep walking forward on a flat piece of land,
Hey, well, that doesn't make any sense, dude.
I will continue to see the same.
Dude, like, okay, I'm trying my best, but you are. It seems like that's the simplest explanation is escaping you at the moment. Well, I've given you the hallway. You can't see the light at the end of the hallway, right? I mean, just work with me here, Abel. Help me help you. You can't see the light at the end of the hallway. You know this. Like, it's too far away. So
what do you mean? You can.
No, you can't. It's a long hallway, Abel. You can't.
As long as there is nothing obstructing the light, you can see it.
If it's too okay. All right. If it's too far away, your eyes can't resolve what's in the far distance. Yes,
they can. As long as there's a vacuum between you and the light, you can see it.
Okay, let's get a bit redundant here. Okay, a little fly flying away from you will disappear in your vision because your eye cannot resolve the thing that you're seeing in a far distance. Now, if you can't get that, all hope is lost. Abel.
No, I agree with that.
All
but
right,
the issue is that a fly is not a bright light in a vacuum.
That's not the point.
The issue.
Listen to me. You're seeing something in the distance. Okay, whatever it is, you're seeing something in the distance. When your eye cannot resolve the thing that you're seeing, it becomes lost to your vision. Correct. Do you understand that? Okay, so let's go. Let's use that. Move on from there. Okay, because we're moving forward. Now that we know that our eyes can't resolve something in a far distance, or if it doesn't matter, if it gets too minuscule where your eyes can't resolve it anymore, it won't be able to see the thing. And you could be like whoever knows how many miles away. But still, the thing that you're trying to see won't be able to be resolved. It's the same thing for the light. It will, in your vision, it will disappear. So, like, let's say your perspective, I'd call it the celestial sphere, right? Because your eyes see in kind of like a like a dome over you. Like that's how your eyes perceive, and that's how you look at everything. So if something moves far away from you, it will look to seem like it's setting on the horizon because it's not able to be. Your eyes are only seeing so far. But that's what I'm trying to explain to you right now. Like
So again, that doesn't
resolving
correlate
power.
to the stars. So when you move forward in a certain direction, no stars are like you're saying that stars are like coming over the horizon, right?
Yes.
As you're moving, right? Which is correct. That's what we're physically observing.
It's a combination. Hang on. It's a combination of you moving and also the stars moving. So it's a combination. Like let's just say, for example, you stood still. The stars will still be moving east to west, no matter what. So it's a combination. And if you say you are moving, well, then now you're moving, but the stars are also moving too. So
all right,
east to west. So I don't know what direction you're heading, but the stars will be moving east to west.
Mm-hmm. So okay, so you're saying that they're moving on their own, all of them.
Of course.
Okay, around the Earth.
Of course. Well, I don't know where else they'll be moving to. Like, I mean, obviously we see them.
So you were saying that... Okay, so I'm walking forward. So it's because of the movement of the stars now.
Okay.
Not because it wasn't being resolved in my horizon. In my field of view.
Well, I know where you're going with that, but like what I'm saying is like the stars are in motion. We naturally observe this. This is the phenomenon that we see. When you go outside and you sit down, and I use time-lapse footage as a way so it can kind of put this into a better understanding for anyone. Like time-lapse footage, you could see star trails, and it could make sense to you that the stars are doing something from your perspective. And it doesn't matter if you're a glober or flat earther; it doesn't matter.
Right.
From your perspective, you know that if you're watching the stars and you're using time-lapse footage, you'll see the star trails, and voila, whatever they're doing. But you're witnessing this, so at some point you're going to be able to agree with me that we see the stars moving. Now there's something outside of your perspective that you're going to add to that. You're going to be like, okay, the stars are moving, but it's not just the stars, it's the Earth moving. So you added something to the thing that I didn't add.
Right, so
the
I
only
don't
thing
want
that
to
I
add that,
said,
right?
the only thing that because we're both sitting down watching these things and time-lapse
But
footage.
I said it was because I moved, not because the Earth moved.
No. We're talking about standing still and watching these stars. I'm not moving.
Oh, okay.
That's going to confuse you a little bit more. So, like, let's just say we're sitting down watching it. You use time-lapse footage and everything. So we got that, right? I'm sitting next to you. We're seeing the time-lapse footage. And they didn't go anywhere. We're right there watching the stars. And so you said, yeah, the stars are moving. We got the time-lapse footage. But now, because, guys somewhere said something, well, now we know that it's not just the stars moving, it's the Earth moving also.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, I don't get that because for me, I'm just seeing stars move east to west. I mean, just what we see in this time-lapse footage. So you come up with something outside of the thing we're witnessing, and that's the issue.
That's the issue.
Everyone. That for everyone, it's the issue for everyone. So you've been told this story about the cosmos, heliocentrism, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. So you have this idea right now. You're carrying it around like a bunch of baggage, and I'm like, okay. We witness everything together. It doesn't matter what you say you see. I see it too. Well, what does the moon look like to you? It looks like a sphere to me. Well, it looks like it's a sphere to me too. Well, that's weird, right? But like, there's a place where you can go from where you're saying what it looks like to now that you know.
Right, but then I would be looking at the stars with you, and I would say, well, what physical phenomenon is causing these stars to move all at once around the Earth? Like, what are these stars?
Great question, right?
Why are they all moving?
Listen, great question. But the thing that we can know for sure, the evidence, right? Because we're always going to lean on evidence. We can't just say things. The evidence that we have is that they're in motion. Whether or not you agree that the Earth is spinning or that they're moving, we can agree that the stars are in motion from our base axiom. So just on the base level of this conversation. We're not going to input anything into it. We're just going to stay right there with this. What you observe is that the stars are in motion, and that is like, it sounds more, because of what you heard from the globe, right? It sounds super duper like redundant. Like it's like, man, come on! Like you're just looking at stars move, but you're not going to ask what is making them move, or like how do you, what's the purpose, why you see them, making their rotations. And so the need to know kind of attitude happens to kind of come in there, and like because of curiosity, things start to happen. Like, well, in theories start being invented.
Yeah,
and
that
like,
damn curiosity. Yeah.
well, but the thing is though, that's going to lead you down a path of speculation and theories and like what it could be. And so these talking heads in the past might have said, hey man, we pondered looking up in the heavens and thus saith Copernicus, or whatever. And then you were just like, man, these guys are some deep thinkers. No, they're not. They just looked up at the sky, wondered about stuff, and then quoted it to a bunch of people who then wrote it down, and now you have it in your hands, thinking that these individuals were, intellects, when they're just Joe Schmo, thinking about something.
Yeah.
But the thing is, man.
So
go ahead.
The thing is, like, these are all like mathematically sound concepts, right? Like,
well, that could be. Listen,
they're more mathematically sound than any proposal that's been put up.
Listen, man,
then you add on to that, obviously all of the questionable, like you would question all of these sources, but then you add on to the mathematical soundness of this entire thing.
I don't disregard that some mathematics that they use are like used to like calculate things that if you say you deny that, then you're denying the actual math, right? Like that's not the point. I think the point is like you can have whatever math you want, but math is a language to describe something, right? So they're describing the concept. That's it. That concept, however, like of the prediction value, whatever you want to call it, right? It doesn't mean that what they're telling you equals globe. It just means the predictive value of the mathematics works. It's on a cycle. Well, the stars move from here, and we know in 12 years we'll still have the same lunar eclipse or whatever. It doesn't matter what you're saying. The predictive value does not negate the fact that it's talking about reality. Like it's not saying it's outside of that and turning into a globe all of a sudden because you have this predictive value. It doesn't do that.
But the predictive value necessitates that you're talking about a sphere at the center.
No, because the concept has been inserted. It's superimposed, Abel. The concept is superimposed over that predictive value.
So the predictive value, so the concept is imposed so perfectly that all of this mathematics makes sense.
That's you fanboying
because the mathematics
over the lore,
is based on the concept that you're talking
fanboying. You're fanboying over the lore of the globe Earth. This is the lore, man. It's like Narnia or Middle Earth. Or you're fanboying over that because it sounds tantalizing when you think about gallivanting amongst the stars and like these concepts about how we can live on Mars, and it's crazy. But because of that, you're just like, gosh, man, these guys are so right. Like, no, they're not. They filled your head with this nonsense, and now you're telling us about how perfect it is. And it's not perfect. What it is, it's mathematically sound in the sense of a concept. I can agree with that.
No, it's mathematically sound in our world, not as a concept, as a literal, actual thing that exists in our world.
That is you trying to make that sound like it's all like what a reality is. And it's not, because I tell you, whoever you were listening to about this and gassed you up, because you're gassed, bro. You're so gassed up about the globe Earth right now. It's not even funny. It's like, man, if I could just tell you how perfect the Earth is as a globe.
The Earth is rather perfect as a globe. It's incredible. It's almost as if there could never be anything else.
Because, man, listen, the story is fantastical, and I agree. Like that's why people still believe the Earth is a globe, because it's a fantasy, bro. Your mind is in outer space right now. You think you're gonna be an astronaut if you grow up. Like if I grew up, I'd be an astronaut. Of course you are. You love this thing. Everybody does. It's the reason why people like do the things they do for it. NASA, and they have tears rolling down their cheeks when they see a rocket, lift off,
right?
Because they think they're going into space, and it's like, dude,
Yeah.
they have your mind, Neo. Like, of course you've given it to them. You didn't just listen, man. You didn't just like wake up one day and like, man, these guys are really on. You just like, here, NASA, take my mind, please. You guys are awesome. Like, you don't stop to think that none of this could have no relation to whatsoever to reality, because they made it sound so good, and with all their videos and everything, it sounds like, man, they dressed it up. So all you got to do is just toss your mind over there. Let the authorities
So it
give
goes
me your
back to
mind.
the authorities. Okay,
Of course.
interesting. Yeah,
Because-
so it's all
because
the
when we-
authorities. It's not the fact that when you look at Venus, for example, like you
What
cannot.
can you tell me about Venus, Abel?
What can I tell you about Venus?
What can you tell me?
Explain Venus's pattern.
That's
if you
not
can
what-
explain that,
dude. Don't
in the
that-
sky.
no, no,
then
no,
I
no,
will
no.
say yes. Okay.
No. Who cares about? I'm talking about what can you physically? What is Venus? What is it?
It's
What
a
is it?
celestial body. Can we agree on that?
I could tell you the same thing by.
Okay, so why does it get smaller for half
don't
the
ask
year?
me a question, Abel. Tell me what it is. You know the lore. Tell me what.
Yes, I'm giving you supporting evidence.
No, it's not supporting.
Okay.
Dude,
It is supporting.
What
now,
you just tell me
you
what
will
Venus
simply
is.
deny it because you
No,
will
don't
say,
divine my thoughts. Don't divine my thoughts. Just tell me
well,
what it
what
is.
else will you say?
Well, tell
half
me
the
what
year
it is first.
smaller than it is
Huh?
the other half of the year in the sky, right?
What? Say
It
again?
is smaller in the sky half the year than it is the other half of the
And
year.
what does that mean? Like, okay.
And it
smaller
is
than
a
the light,
it is
but I can tell
completely
you-
dark for 1 or 2 months.
Abel, I
and
can
it
tell
is
you the same
completely
thing.
lit for 1 or 2 months when it is at its
so what?
smallest.
I'm observing the same thing you are, and I'll be like, yeah,
Mhm.
and so it's doing all of what you're saying is.
Yeah, so clearly it is
And-
rotating with us.
Whoa,
and when
whoa,
it gets
whoa,
smaller,
whoa, dude, whoa, pump the brakes. Like, what do you mean it's rotating with us? What did you just inserted your fantasy globe, just popped in there?
No.
Wait a minute,
Didn't
the globe
insert
is
anything.
rotating.
Right?
You just finished
Your
saying the globe.
fantasy is even more fantastical because
No,
you
it's
think
not.
that it is coming towards me and now it is flying away. That's the only that is the only
What?
logic. That's the base axiom you were talking about, right?
Yeah, of course.
You
We're
were
not
saying,
making
well,
any
if Venus is coming towards me, right?
Yeah.
Because Venus is bigger half
Right.
the year. We agree on this, right?
Well, what our observations are based on are just that, observations.
Okay, so Venus is getting
So-
bigger half the year, right? We can. That's
course,
the base
if
axiom. That's
we-
an
if we
observation we,
make-
can agree
Yeah,
on.
if we make the observation and the observation fits what we see, then what's wrong with saying that that's what's happening? I don't see anything
Okay.
wrong with that. We're
Okay, so-
we're seeing the same thing, right?
Right.
It's not like you're telling me Venus is turning into a robot. I'm not seeing nothing that you're not seeing. So I'm still with you on that, and as far as
Okay.
that goes.
So,
I mean,
so
take
you
me
are
somewhere else.
saying that all of these stars are flying around me at the same distance away, by the way, and they are apparently much closer than we ever
Oh
imagined.
no, whoa, no.
The
You're
stars are
inserting-
flying around me, right?
Yeah, no, hang on, but you're inserting like closer and farther away. We don't know the distance to these things. There's
Oh,
an
we know that they are we know that they are so close that we could, based on what you are saying, you could most likely build a probably 50 to 100,000 foot tower and reach the stars because that's the
No,
only way
wait.
in which your
whoa,
idea is
dude, like,
consistent.
Where did you get that? Hold on, you're putting words in flat earthers' mouths here. Where did you get that?
Because if you are on a flat Earth and something is out of your vision so quickly, right?
Yeah.
That means it must be much closer than it actually is.
Yeah, we've never. But the thing is, we don't know, and that's
If
fine
something
to
is
say.
moving out of your view so quickly, you know it is much closer than it. You know it is close enough to actually reach. Because if
Well,
it
no,
is actively
that's the thing.
moving away or moving towards you without, obviously controlling for its own movement,
Yeah, but we don't know.
then
the
you
distance.
know that it is close enough to reach. Because now it is moving. It is moving.
You're inserting things about knowledge knowledge claims that you can. No one can.
These
have.
are knowledge claims that anyone can have. If I see at the end of the road that if I'm
Mm-hmm.
going down the road something is coming closer to me, assuming I'm on a flat Earth, That means I can eventually walk far enough to reach it.
That
is what you suggest with this.
Yeah, no, stop. That's a known distance because you can actually walk there, right? In the sky.
But before I walk there, I can look at it and see that this is.
That's fine. That's fine. Those are known distances. You can actually go to those places that you're talking about because they're places you can actually go to. The sky is a very different thing because you can't walk there, Abel.
Right.
So it's not a correlation to what you're saying. You can't.
It is a correlation. It's just on a different axis. I mean, all we're talking about here is you were literally earlier talking about how planes will go out of your view in the horizon as a comparison to stars.
Yeah, because they're planes.
You can reach a plane from the Earth. You can build a tower tall enough to reach a plane.
That's fine, but I'm saying though the stars are not. They're a plane. You can say easily like a commercial plane will fly somewhere like an altitude of 40,000 feet. We already know this information because that's the altitude it flies.
Okay. We don't need that information. All we have to say is if it is close enough to the point where it is moving in and out of our horizon.
No, that's wrong.
Out of our view.
No, that's wrong. Because you're inserting. That's wrong. Because you're inserting a lot of like things that you don't know. There's unknown.
We do know
there.
this.
No.
We do know this.
Do we know how far the stars are? Do we know how far? Listen, you're comparing.
Okay, well, okay. First of all, we do know, but based on your little fantasy tale, we don't, right?
Okay, think about it like this, right? You're talking about a plane, which we know the value for how high it is.
No, we don't. I'm saying if we didn't know,
no,
we could still extrapolate that data from our own.
We're not going to hypotheticals. We're not going to hypotheticals. We're going to go.
You're giving hypotheticals. You literally gave the hypothetical of a hallway. So clearly, hypotheticals are clearly the bread and butter of your arguments because they're not based on actual evidence.
Have you ever seen a hallway?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one?
Yeah. Have you ever seen a plane?
Yes. So how is that a hypothetical?
Have you seen a plane without? Maybe you haven't because this is understandable.
Have you ever flown a plane?
Hold on. Let him finish. I want to know where he's going. Where are you going?
Have you ever seen a plane before you actually knew how high planes flew in the sky?
Where are you going with this? Like, I don't understand.
Did you know this? Because your entire argument is that if you don't know how far away, if you don't have a known distance, then you can never know that, right?
Yes.
That's what you said.
True. That is true. That's true.
It's not true, though. You can extrapolate that data from your own observations. That's not difficult.
Cannot. How are you going to do that? Tell me how you're going to know that. Tell me.
What do you mean? How are you going to know that? You can extrapolate. How are you going to know how far away? Okay, well, first of all, there are ways to do it, right?
There's technology.
Not, Abel. But again, we're in your fantasy world where science and technology don't actually exist. We only have our eyeballs.
Don't even talk about.
Right?
You don't even know what science is. So you're trying to implore the idea that we're science deniers and stuff. And that's dirty, man. I mean, don't do that.
I just said science and technology doesn't exist in your world, which it doesn't. You literally are talking about base axioms that only our eyeballs can observe. No other piece of technology can be used since,
Oh, what are you going to use with your technology that you're going to know how far a star is away from you? Because you can know how far a plane is from you because you can actually
We can use the luminosity of a star. You do know this, right?
I don't care.
Exactly. You don't care because you don't give a shit about technology and science.
No, because what is you're basing your whole worldview on some technology about something that you're going to see in the cosmos that you don't know how far away it is. Yeah, you're going to make your speculation and say, well, it's about 10 billion light years away.
Again, this is mathematically sound. You can calculate the luminosity of a star as well as its true brightness.
Calculate the luminosity? Dude, what are you smoking, man?
Do you not know what the luminosity of a star is?
Do you?
Yes.
How?
What do you mean how?
Well, you just said
a star has a observed brightness, right? And then there's something called parallax seconds. Do you know what parallax seconds are?
Oh my god.
As you move in the sky, there's a parallax effect. And using that parallax effect, you can see how far away a star is. It's called 1 parallax second. And then you can calculate from that the actual luminosity of the star. Or you can take the given luminosity, but, again, you don't agree with given luminosity values, so you can just use parallax seconds to find how far away a star is.
You have no knowledge of how far away anything in the sky is.
Yes, I do. You can look in the sky, and you can use a telescope, and you can look at the angle it moves, and that is 1 parallax second. It's called a parallax effect in the sky. And you can see how far it moved. using the parallax, you can figure out, this is this many parsecs away, and that is equal to this many light years.
Parsecs. Where are you getting this information? Well, are you in college or something? Like, where do you get this knowledge from? Like,
This is basic information. This isn't
it's not basic,
I'm not
dude.
like some kind of very knowledgeable. If I actually had a level of observation I could tell you,
like,
I would
listen. You're
absolutely destroy you.
But
I'm giving you the most basic level of knowledge necessary.
You haven't destroyed
I'm telling
anything.
you,
Honestly,
you can know exactly
honestly,
how far away how far away stars are using the parsecs.
You don't know that. You don't know.
Yes,
that.
You do. It's a
how do you know?
parallax effect.
Yeah. So who cares what you're calling
You were
it?
talking about base axioms. You were talking about hallways. Our eyes also see parallaxes. Okay, and our eyes can use the parallax to see. Oh, this thing is this far away.
This thing is this far away.
Don't talk about converging hallways without talking about other effects of the eyes. Like, our eyes are very powerful. We can see how far away something is.
You're contradicting yourself. You said our eyes are very powerful. Yet our eyes play tricks on us. You're the one saying that, Abel.
You play trick. Okay, playing tricks is a figure of speech. No, eyes can't literally. Okay.
See, there you go.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, because this is what
playing tricks is a figure of speech. Eyes cannot play tricks. They are not people. They can't behave on their own.
You said that, man. Then you tell yourself that, because you're the one that said that earlier.
Yeah, I was using a figure of speech. Do you know what a figure of speech is?
Why did you use that?
Or do I need to explain that to you too?
Why did you use those words when you know that you're going to be using your eyes and they're the most powerful things? And you're like,
they're not the most powerful things. I didn't say that. I just said they're powerful enough to figure out how far things are. I mean, if they are used by intelligent people, which you're not one, so obviously we haven't.
Well, that's great. That's great. That's nice, because you love the lore so much that you're just.
I don't love the lore. I'm just saying that you can.
You love it.
You can observe how far away stars are.
You cannot know how far away stars are. I think what it is you just. You start to spiral because people don't agree with your lore.
Start to spiral.
Yeah,
I told you already that you can. The basic argument.
You don't know how far away stars are, and it's bugging you that you can't make somebody understand that you don't know how far away stars are. Well,
you do know how far away.
Can I ask a question, Abel?
I have no knowledge.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Abel. So you claim that we can measure far distant stars, right, through parallax measuring. And my question would be, because you need fixed distance stars, right? Like, you have stars in the background, and that's your fixed point. How do we know that the stars in the background are actually fixed? And why isn't everything moving while we're constantly hurtling around other planets and flying through an ever-expanding universe? Why is there something called like fixed stars? So you can and how do you know that the other stars are nearby? Like, if I look into the sky and I see the stars, for me they just look like equal lights and an equal distance. So, like, how do you determine that this background is fixed stars and that one light in front of all these other lights is the only nearby star that I can now calculate? Like, this sounds like a made up story.
Okay, so if a star, so we can see that certain stars are closer than other stars.
You don't know the distance to any of the stars.
We don't.
One second. I asked him the question, how do we know that? And he just says, we know.
We know.
We don't know. Yes, we do. Bro. We know that some stars are closer than other stars.
How?
Because those stars are moving slower than the ones closer to us.
Oh, that's.
Are you gonna make a?
So if I do a time lapse of the sky, I see a perfect constant motion of all the lights in one direction. There's no light that goes faster than the other. So that debunks that there is nearby stars going faster.
Except there are.
No, there isn't.
They are.
Okay, let me show you a time lapse and then point me out the stars that are faster.
Okay. I mean, you're probably going to show me a time lapse of, day and night, right? Obviously.
No, just a
more distant stars cannot be observed in daylight. Like that's the whole.
I'm talking about a normal star trade time lapse. Show me how there's any star going extremely faster than the other ones, because that's what would need to happen if we have extremely far ones that are our so-called fixed star point for the measuring capabilities. show me how in this timelapse, for example, we can see stars going extremely faster than the other. I don't see that. I see a perfect constant motion in livestream voice text. For me, this is just all a fixed light going in a perfect circle with all the other lights in a perfect speed.
Freaking hell, man. I can't believe these guys.
So your point is that the exposure of a camera lens, that's your point? Because the more distant stars
that's
are, once
not my
again,
point. The
going
camera
to be...
makes us, through the exposure of the camera, we have the capability to actually see and measure if a star is, for one example, diverting. Because let's say the so-called Earth would really would be hurtling around other planets, flying through an ever-expanding universe, while wobbling, and have these constant motions in every direction. We would actually be able, from my logic, from what I have learned as a human being, to see that there would be diversions, which we first of all don't see in the stars. It's always a perfect circle they make. And second of all, through the exposure, we can see the light much longer than we would do with the human eye. We can see that it's making perfect straight lines and an equal speed in comparison to all the other perfect circles of light.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many things with this time lapse about, the star trails that just, for me, would never make any sense in a heliocentric model. But anyways, that's not the point, right? That's not the point. Let's not focus on that. I'm saying let's focus on the claim that we supposedly see faster moving stars, which in these time lapses I cannot determine to be the case. Because if that's
time lapse is day to day. This actually further explains the fact that the Earth is spinning, not the other way around.
No, it's not.
It's not time today.
Yes, it is. Okay.
No, it's not time today. Have you looked at it?
You are looking at arc seconds over a very long period of time. Like, you're gonna come back a few months later and you're gonna say, okay, this has moved like this many arc seconds.
Listen, we were talking about the cosmos earlier, and I think it's too far into the weeds with you and parsecs and like parallax, and you don't know anything.
Yes. I mean, this is basic. I don't know anything. I agree. I know very little. I know very little. This knowledge is very basic. The fact that you don't understand what a parsec is
isn't that strange?
Oh, I know what it is. Oh, now you know what it is. I just told you what it is.
Because we gotta get. I don't want to get away from these stars because right now your head's in the stars. It's in the clouds.
Yeah, the stars are very fascinating.
How did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Let's get back to the bits that you can actually. If you're gonna debunk flat Earth, then you're gonna do it the proper way.
I'm not debunking anything. First and foremost,
then you're not providing evidence.
Because you're
not providing evidence.
You are.
You're not.
What am I?
If you're gonna do it, then do it. Just get it over with.
Because I never said anything about. I said that the curvature is because we have to be in the stars, because I said the curvature is different because there are stars in the sky that you see differently in different parts, and you said, well, no, they're actually just over the horizon. And you now see them as you're moving.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make sense, because if that were true, I would if I kept walking, I would continuously see stars coming over the horizon, which doesn't happen. If I'm moving north to south, it doesn't happen, even though it should happen.
Listen, I already told you east to west, there's a movement of the heavens anyway.
Yeah, but if I'm moving north to south, stuff should be coming over the horizon. Doesn't happen.
And? You're making this knowledge claim that you don't,
because because that's a logical extension from the claim you made that something is over the horizon. That's why we don't see it, because it's too far away.
Dude,
that means that it must be moving closer as we're moving
forward. What do you think the sun is doing, Abel, every day? What do you think the sun's doing?
What is the sun doing?
Oh, you just finished saying, well, it would be going over the horizon. It does, because what do you think the freaking sun's doing? The moon every single day. It's coming over the horizon, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, then. Jeez,
east to west. Like, if you're moving north to south, again.
It doesn't matter. It's always coming up from east to west, dude. What are you not getting? You're so thick, dude. Think about it. Moon and the sun, east to west, are always coming up from the horizon every day.
Right.
Okay, then. Like, what
so if I'm moving north to south, my movement shouldn't affect whether something's over the horizon. Are we clear on that? Because north to south is not in the same axis as the rotation, or as
I understand that.
Well, not rotation, right? Because you
Look,
don't
I'm
even
not
believe
talking
in
about
that.
that. We're just. But listen, we've exhausted it. It doesn't matter. They're moving
Oh,
east
we've
to west.
exhausted it. I was
Because
in
they're
here
moving
and
east
I
to
saw
west,
what
Abel.
you did to that person who didn't even respond to you.
Yeah, that's good because
that's
the
what
next
you're
question,
pissed that you don't have that
I'm
kind of
glad.
person facing you right now.
I'm glad. No,
Okay.
dude, you're a lightweight, dude. I've
You're a lightweight.
had people
I'm a lightweight.
way worse than you. Believe me, you are nothing special.
That video is made by an authority, actually. You know.
I don't know what.
So I don't
what you're
even believe what he sent me. You know, see, we can play this game all day,
He's
or we can
saying
talk
that the
about
time lapse
Don't
video-
interrupt, guys. Don't interrupt. I'm talking to Abel. Hang on a second. Abel, no, you're going to have to answer this. If you want to stand in this forum and at least address me, because no one has, I'm going to tell you one thing right now. You're going to fall dead on your face right here when I'm going to give you this question.
Yeah, you're right. Because I
got a
don't
question
waste my
for you.
time most of the time arguing about this.
You can skip out. You can skip out. It's up to you. But
I
if you
didn't
want
say I
to,
skipped out. I will be skipping out
man.
soon in the next, 15, 20 minutes because
All right.
I'm done.
Answer,
but
riddle me this, will you?
riddle
Let's
you
see if
this.
you could. Let's see if you got this. If you got this, then you got this, right? So check it out. First question. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
So now we're changing the subject, right? Just to be clear, because you couldn't deal with parallax seconds.
No. We're not gonna talk about.
You
the
didn't
cosmos
even know what
at the
that
moment.
was.
We're not
In
gonna
fact,
talk
now
about
you
the
would
cosmos.
dedicate the next
We're not gonna talk about the
few
cosmos.
weeks of
We're
your
gonna-
life.
we're gonna
on
address-
sleeping, of course.
We're gonna
to
Clay, don't interrupt,
understanding.
please. Clay,
go ahead.
Look, listen. The first question: how have we measured the curvature of the Earth?
Okay.
So I'm gonna need an answer to that because Mr. Know-It-All is gonna tell me how we measured the curvature of the Earth.
I
The
mean, we
bit
can.
that you said is curving because
All right.
it's a
We can
globe.
take a laser level over a certain amount of distance, and we can controlling for other. Obviously the Earth isn't a perfectly level surface. We can see that there's a curvature. That's not an issue at all.
Who's done this,
Okay,
Abel?
now, I mean,
Who's done-
sure,
no,
it could
no,
be like
no,
a
no,
dome
no,
of some
no,
sort.
no.
You might be claiming that,
No,
but curvature
no.
cannot be denied.
No. Who's done this?
Who has done this?
What
I
you
mean,
just
people
said.
have done this.
Okay. Can you cite the source? Who, when, where, why?
I did it.
When?
I did it a month ago.
I
did it a month ago.
results to it?
Yeah, I got a result to it. I saw spherical levels of curvature.
Okay, now you're being facetious.
Why should you believe me?
You're being facetious, aren't you?
Right? Why should you believe me?
Okay, so now the demonstration for Earth's curvature is not going to be given by you. Once again, another proponent who's come in here who hasn't given us jack squat.
Have you measured the curvature of the Earth?
There you go, Abel. I just told you. I was going to give you an answer, that question you were not going to be able to answer, and it's just like that.
I just answered it. I said I measured it.
No, you didn't.
I'm
You
not
just
even
lied
being
about
facetious
measuring
right
it.
now. How am I lying?
Because
How am I lying?
Have you presented anything, Abel? Have you?
Have I done what?
Have you presented anything you just said? Or are you lying?
I'm not lying.
Well,
Why would I lie?
present it then. Present your information right now.
I don't have it to present on me right now.
See? You see? I'm turning you.
You finally got me. You finally got me.
I did.
You
Yeah, I
see,
did.
this is the
Just
issue,
like
right?
that other
You
kid
had
that was in here a
to.
while ago.
You
Just
had
like the
to.
other kid, I got you too.
He's still in here, I think.
Simon doesn't. I don't care.
He's probably
I don't care. Let him
laughing
hear.
at you right
Let
now.
him hear because you need to hear it too. How you don't know what's going on in your own world that you think you live in.
Really? So
yeah, really.
You sat through that entire thing stuttering about, oh no, but parsecs. What are you talking about? And now finally you're like, no, wait, forget about the stars. Have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Like,
yeah, because you think it's a globe.
I already explained to you that you see different stars when you move. And on top of that, we know from parallax seconds that those stars are far enough away.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, go ahead.
It does not matter.
Abel, can I talk with Abel
that does
for
matter.
a quick second?
No, Clay, listen, this guy is being,
Yeah, but
being a
maybe
jerk.
why?
Okay?
Why?
He's being
Why
a jerk.
can-
So he
can
needs to be
only you
exposed
talk?
to like how he doesn't know what the Earth is. And so the
Yeah,
first
I
question that was
understand, but
given
why
to him
can
was
only
how
you
he
talk?
measured the curvature of the Earth, and he didn't measure the curvature of the
That
Earth.
wasn't the first. That wasn't the first. That's the first question you just asked me.
I know.
After
That
having
was
no
the first
response to
question that I
anything else
asked
I
you that you
asked.
didn't
That's
know.
the issue, right? You think that most people that come in here are like,
all
just
people,
going to be
not
like
most, all of them.
My bad. Okay.
Everyone.
Well, clearly
I
it didn't
put you
work with
guys in a
me.
freaking
So
basket.
too bad.
And all of you, I
See, look,
separate.
here's it goes. Here's the
To
monologue.
the most staunch, to
You're
the
done with
most
the
not
monologue?
knowing person. Like, that's why I separate you guys. And
I
you
heard you do a
sound like you're
monologue, so
very
I couldn't
pompous and arrogant. You need an
I'm
ego
not
death,
arrogant.
which I just showed you
I'm
right
open
now.
to what you're saying. I'm just
No, you're not.
Yes,
no,
I am.
hell no, you're not. Dude, you're freaking. You're so like salivating over this stupid lore of the globe Earth. You
I'm
can't
not
even
salivating
contain
over
yourself.
anything.
Oh, you can't contain yourself. Or you didn't know about parsecs. Like, is that something to think about? Nobody cares about no damn parsecs. We want to know how the damn ground measures curvature, and you didn't demonstrate that. You lied about it. You acted like
I
you
didn't
had.
lie about it.
I measured it. No, I will say, go and give us some evidence. Show us. Well, I don't have it on me. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't think I would be
That's
presenting
what I
it
thought,
today.
Abel. That's what I thought. That's what you guys are. You're all gassed up coming in here thinking you know what you're saying, and you got nothing to say after I asked for the demonstration of curvature. Where is it? Next, please.
Are you done?
Who else is going to bring me no curvature? Huh?
Are you
You
done?
got anybody else in your little group of friends? Tell them to come in here so I can do the same thing to them.
Something?
Oh, wait a second.
Can I talk for a quick minute?
Well, I'm destroying this guy, so I mean, if you want to.
Okay, I understand me, but I would highly appreciate it if I can say something.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, again, I just want to quickly, finish what I started because I don't like, coming up with an argument and then not fully explain why I did it and why I bring it forward. So the thing is, to quickly close up the parallax measurements that you believe in, and actually also, maybe make you. I don't want to change your mind, right? You need to maybe come to a conclusion. But what I observe in reality regarding the stars and the time lapse that we can do with our own measurements, which is, for example, a camera that can be used as a measurement device, we will always see these perfect circles being generated. No matter the day and night you use it, the only interruption that there might be could be from so-called, airplanes or other lights that move through the sky. Who knows if someone's making a firework or not? But anyways, what I'm trying to point out here is, from what I observe in reality, especially given with the devices that I have, I will always see stars moving and in a fixed location in a circular pattern perfectly still. So even if you would look at the night sky without a long exposure, without these star traits, you will always see that the stars are setting in the same field between all the other stars, as if they're like a map or something. So personally, for me, regarding this whole parallax, these whole measurement systems that are supposed to be a reality in your paradigm, just don't add up with what I observe. And maybe sometimes it's better to use what we actually can observe in reality instead of just going to in a theoretical field of just I mean, what you need to do is actually, even if you apply these calculations, and I'm pretty sure that you don't have the abilities to, or not the ability, but the devices to the supposed measurements that they do. I personally think it's more like a belief at the end of the day, because you need to trust that these people really had like a nearby star measured because of the background stars, which in itself, I want to see, the evidence of knowing how do you determine background stars and close stars if when we look at the sky, like I said, have this perfectly constant circular motion.
Well, if I could just address that, like,
sure.
If you look at the sky, you see other stars that are moving faster than
That's
the
why I
ones
don't want to
behind
talk
it.
to him about this, Clay. Like, that's why I didn't want to get into it.
I mean, I've observed this myself. I mean, you can
want to go
do it
into
with
fantasy
a
land every
regular.
time, dude. I don't want to hear your fantasy stories about what you think the
This is what you
cosmos are.
see as you are doing it. This is what you see. These are things are confirmed
but-
by your own observations. You know,
But
it's
I
just
don't,
not-
like I said, I don't see that in any observation. That's the thing, right? When I look at the sky, I don't see what you claim. I wish someone could point it out to me, but I don't see these diverting stars going faster, slower, being closer, being further away. For me, it just all looks like a perfectly like stationary map that is circling above us, right?
The cosmos are unverifiable for number one. So talking about them is it's a moot point. He's gonna say, "Well, we got our calculations and our parsecs, and you guys got your base axioms." So it's just gonna be back and forth. There's not gonna be any real definitive way of getting him to realize he doesn't know what he's saying until he's presented with the idea. He's got to measure the curvature of the Earth, which then he's gonna be like, "I don't have an answer for that, or I measured it, but I don't have any information for that."
I did.
So he needs to get faced with something.
I did.
He
Did you
can't
measure the
answer, not
curvature
with
of the
something
Earth?
he's gonna speculate on. I don't want to
Did
hear
you
his
measure the
speculations. I want
curvature
to
of the
hear
Earth?
him tell us how he
I'm not
doesn't know how to
speculating.
measure the curvature of the Earth.
These are verifiable things.
You
Like
see?
you can see these yourself.
Clay, I told you, he's
as I
just gonna
told
stick
you,
to the stars now.
You can
Like,
see
he's-
these
he's off to the
yourself,
freaking
dog.
Yeah, but
weeds,
let's calm down for a second.
Damn.
If he thinks that is true, he needs to appeal to authority, especially to the ones who have the devices to measure
I mean,
such
no,
things. And at the end of the day,
I don't think you understand. You can
at
buy
the
a
end of-
telescope that can observe these things.
Nobody cares about your damn telescope, man. I don't care
at
what
the-
brand you say you have. It doesn't matter. Because
It
you
doesn't
haven't
matter.
measured
The brand
curvature
doesn't matter.
of
You
the
can buy any
Earth.
brand. Yeah, you can go to Walmart. You can buy any brand.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
what?
advocating
Who
for a
cares?
certain brand.
You're looking up at the night sky and making declarations. Good for you.
Yeah.
Right?
As
I know what
thousands
Venus is. It's a flying
people
rock.
have-
Who cares, man? We want to know how you measured the ground to have curvature. And none of this garbage that you're saying, well, I've already done it, and
Yeah.
you know, I don't have any information.
I already
on
have
it.
done it.
Yeah,
Have you
so
measured
what,
the curvature
man?
of the Earth?
That's you talking game just because you want to say something.
Have
I don't care about you saying present it. That would be better. Go ahead and put it in the live stream voice text and show everybody how you are demonstrating.
Let's see
to
your
the whole world.
presentation, and I will as well.
I'm not. What do you mean? You see your
See, this is
you
the
don't have the measurement
inherent
of the
issue,
curvature of the
right? You'll say like, "Oh, well, I'm not making a claim." This is a claim that is being backed by evidence, as I'm showing you.
No,
and you
man,
are
I don't
refusing
wanna
to
talk
see
about
it.
your fantasy. Look, listen. If
See,
you want to
again,
go,
it goes back to the fantasy.
there's another
right?
forum if you want to talk about fantasy and stories. I don't care to have that here. This is an intellectual forum. You're going to present the information for the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, or you're going to kick
But I'm
rocks.
saying you don't need to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, what? Oh, you don't need to measure. Oh,
No,
so
you
now
don't.
let's flip. Oh, hang on a second. No, we're going to have a field day with this. So now let's not. We don't need to
I mean,
measure the
I
curvature of
did.
the Earth.
It doesn't matter
no,
that you
no,
need to.
No,
bro.
you're not getting away from me.
It's just funny
No.
that I did. I
No,
just did it.
you're not getting away from me. You just finished saying that you don't need to measure the curvature of the Earth.
You
when
don't.
Before you said I
don't.
did measure the curvature of the Earth. So
Again.
now, Mr. Liar, Mr. Able Liar, then you're going to tell us now that you don't need to measure the curvature of the Earth? That's
No.
interesting. Because
is
here in this
interesting.
forum, we want people to stand on all 10 toes and say the Earth is a globe, and I measured it. And I need that
Right.
measurement in live stream voice text so you can present
Right.
it to everybody. 'Cause
So
it
what
sounds
you're
like
saying
full
is
of
that
hot
in this
air.
forum, people are not intelligent enough to realize that in mathematically, again, if you are standing on top of a sphere, you can observe the way that sphere is affecting things around it and how those things are
What
affecting
in the
it.
hell
And
are
you can say
saying, man?
that yes, I'm on a sphere.
Well, yeah, that's your just so story. I don't care for that. I
So
need you to
so all of
demonstrate
mathematics now is
all
a
of
story.
mathematics. What do you mean? All of mathematics? What are you making a
Well, yes,
declaration
I
about
mean,
math?
if you're looking at Euclidean objects, then yeah,
Oh my God.
like at
Dude,
least
stop it,
Euclidean
man.
geometry.
Come off the
Or polar
nonsense already.
geometry,
You
I
don't
should
even
say.
know what you're saying. You don't know what you're saying, Abel.
I do know exactly what I'm saying.
No,
You're
you
denying
don't.
spherical and polar geometry at this point.
All right. Then go ahead and demonstrate that the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is.
There's so
You
much
haven't
evidence that
demonstrated
I
anything.
only presented you with one facet of it, and you are denying it. You're saying it's a fantasy. I'm saying you
I am
can
not
see
looking
this.
at stars, and you're telling me what the
Exactly.
stars are, how
That's
close
the
they
issue.
are.
We started off with you saying, oh, I'm looking at the stars. I'm with you, but
yeah.
But now
So
that
much
I
as-
presented
so much-
evidence
so
that,
much as our
well,
observations
actually,
go-
if you look at the stars like this, you can see that they are this far away.
No,
now you're
we're
saying
not gonna
no
talk about the damn
fantasy.
stars once again. No,
See?
we're not going to
See?
talk about the stars.
Because now you don't want to hear it. You don't want to
No,
hear it
I
now
want to
that
hear
it's
you tell me
done.
how the Earth is curving at a drop rate over a distance.
Exactly. So
Exactly.
you will not
Let's
listen
talk about
to
it.
evidence. You will only listen to the evidence that you have an actual rebuttal to.
That is the evidence for the globe Earth. If
No,
the
it's
Earth
not.
was a globe, it would measure the curvature would
And it
be
does
able
have
to
a
be
curvature.
measured.
And the Earth does have a curvature.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you just tell me what you think the Earth is. It matters if you demonstrate in live stream voice text with measurements how you measure the curvature of the Earth. That's what matters. Not you telling me, well, the Earth is a giant penguin. I don't care what you think the Earth is.
If I said the Earth is a giant penguin and I provided, I wouldn't even need to like.
Show me what the Earth is in a demonstration of how you measured it. If you haven't done that, you're gonna be like that other gentleman who didn't have an answer to any of my things I was asking him. So you can have a seat if you don't have an answer, and let the next.
I already gave you my
guy come in
answer.
here.
I gave you a perfectly good answer, actually.
Yeah, I
and
know,
you
but
don't want to
have
accept
have a
it.
story to tell. Have a story
It's
to
not a
say.
story. I said you can observe these things in your life happening in front of you. I'm not in a different world.
So what? So
Right?
what? And I told you what difference does it make? We both see things moving in the sky, and now you're going to make a declaration. Well, that thing over there is 1 billion light years away, and this one is one light year away. And I don't care to hear your just so stories. I don't care. You're just making things up.
Exactly. That's the issue. I'm not making anything up, right?
Oh,
this
yes,
is all
you
things
are.
that you can see.
Well, because the
This is all.
person and we're looking at light from that. You don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do.
You don't know what you're saying, and you're just in here.
I mean,
spinning
relatively
everybody's wheels.
speaking, I don't know anything, right?
I
It's just
know.
that I know so much more than you.
You
that it's
don't
funny.
know anything, Abel.
Right.
Period.
Relatively speaking, I understand very little about the
Yeah,
universe around me.
you're a
That's
very
just
confused individual.
how
You're the
any
reason.
person is.
You're the reason why
You know?
people are the way they are.
It's just
because
that the
they're happy
disparity between me and you in knowledge is perhaps as great as me and.
I doubt it. I doubt it. You don't know what knowledge is because if you did,
you think that
would actually
knowledge
stop and
is.
think about what
Oh,
you're saying.
I walk forward and I still feel like I'm on a solid ground. You think that is knowledge? You think that's the extent of knowledge possible?
I didn't say that's
issue.
the extent. I said
Well,
that's
you
where
know.
we start off with our observations and everything that we do.
And then I gave
are
you more
useful
observations you
for
can
us.
make. I said you can use technology to make observations.
And you never stated which. Telescope was the first thing you said.
I mean, that's all you need, right? And you won't rebut that alone.
You're looking up at
Right?
the night sky and said this star is a gas giant, and like with a freaking telescope, dude.
Mhm.
Really? Yeah.
I mean,
you're a
could.
bit stumped by that because that's what you guys do.
You
Look up
can.
at
You
the
can
night
do
sky.
that. You need a more powerful telescope than the one that I use.
I don't
I've
care
never
what
made
you're
that claim,
using,
though.
Abel. You're gonna make a freaking declaration of the things that you see because, well, you know, other talking heads said it, so now I gotta say it because that makes me intelligent.
I mean,
you sound like a
it
freaking
does make me
numbskull, dude.
intelligent. Thank you. I appreciate that. But going forward from there, I mean, it's rather sad that you actually do recognize my intelligence. I appreciate that. I am a pretty smart person. Yeah, let's
Well, I
talk
never
about
said that you weren't smart. I'm just saying that you're ignorant. Not that you weren't. It's not. Listen,
You know,
it's not that you're not smart. It's that you're ignorant. You're freaking ignorant, dude.
Ignorant, right.
That's just
Is that
just
it?
the whole ball of wax with you. It's like you.
Yeah.
In ignorance.
The issue
then
is
actually,
your
you know what, I
entire
could be
argument
wrong.
is based on thought exercises, and once they fail, it goes back to, oh, well, do you know the curvature of the Earth? Oh, you don't?
About
You didn't measure it?
Projection
I
right
did
there,
measure
man.
So the
Many things you
important
claim
thing
is
here-
a
the
thought
important
exercise.
No, it's not. I said you can look at it. I didn't say that it's a. I didn't think that like. I didn't give
The
him
important
like.
takeaway is that you don't know that the Earth is curving at a set rate that it's supposed to be. That's the important takeaway for anybody coming into this forum. It's about the shape of the Earth. It isn't about the star talk that you want it to be. It's not about. It's never has been about Star Talk. So let's get off the Star
Yes,
Talk.
it has been. Because
No, we
part
were
of the
just
claim
discussing.
is that we
were
aren't.
just discussing observations, and then we
Mhm.
went from observations from like the hallway perspective, and then all that, and it went into like what you were talking about with the stars. And
This
the,
is rather
this
simple,
isn't Star
okay? The
Talk.
fact that you don't understand it isn't surprising. It's just
Who
disappointing.
cares?
If you, I
Because
said,
it doesn't
Can I
matter.
continue?
You're just making
see,
things
it
up.
doesn't matter. I'm not.
Yeah, because you're making
anything
things up. You
I
want
gave
everybody
you
to
a
hear
very
you
clear
out.
line of reasoning. You started talking about hallways and convergence. Okay, which
Yeah,
is
what's wrong with
not
that?
even a relevant, topic.
How the hell is
Convergence.
it not, man? If your eyes see that way everywhere you go, how is it not relevant?
Oh, I think it's relevant.
Well, then
to a completely different topic.
It's the topic of how your eyes see, Abel. Everywhere you go, your
Alright.
eyes see that way.
You're right, and I agree with
then?
you on that, right? Didn't
Well,
I
that's
agree
what
with
I'm
you on
saying.
that?
Like, I'm being logical here. I'm not.
I said, continuing the logic on that, I said, well, if that were the case, then stars would be close enough. This is actually goes back to parallax, okay?
If, I don't
if
want
the
to go
stars
back.
are close
Abel,
enough,
come
the
on, man.
parallax would be so significant. So many arc degrees would pass just by you walking on the Earth's surface.
Oh my god, dude. You seriously, you remind me of a friend of mine. Like, you guys are the
If
same.
the stars are closer, the parallax is greater. It's that simple. More arc seconds pass as you pass. So, for your claim to be correct,
You're freaking gassed.
for your
You've
claim
been
to be
gassed up by whatever, these ideas of the cosmos being what they are, and like you just like
I
you're so
appreciate it.
filled with that.
I am rather
You are.
thrilled with it. It's an amazing thing, honestly.
Nah,
The stars.
dude. It's a freaking drug, but that's
If
all
I
it is.
continue, yeah, it's a pretty good drug. Better than Coke.
I couldn't imagine, but
I couldn't imagine either. All right. Anyways, continuing my point. That's parallax, right? The whole point you're making of things
your freaking
moving
Star
in the
Talk
sky
is
as you're moving.
boring. It's boring.
See, this is the
Abel, 'cause
issue,
you're not
right? You are
demonstrating
having
anything,
a
dude.
tantrum
Let me
because
tell you
I
about
told
a
you
story.
that
Let me
the
tell you
stars
about
are
a
farther
story.
away than you claim them to be.
Let me tell you about a story. And when this story has like orcs in it with spiky clubs, and there's some orcs that don't have spiky clubs, and see the
Right.
guys with spiky clubs, they win because they're stronger. You see how
Right.
stupid that is? I could insert a topic that has no relation to, and then just be like, why can't we talk about orcs? Why don't you want to talk about these orcs, man?
Why
It's
don't
fun.
we talk about orcs?
But I'm just saying, dude, that's what you sound
That's
like
off
with your
topic,
stupid
though,
Star
right?
Talk. I don't
That's the
care about
thing,
your
right?
damn
That's
Star
off
Talk, dude.
topic.
I
That
want to
doesn't
talk
have to do with
about
the flat Earth.
curvature of the Earth.
Or the false globe Earth, right? That you call false, right?
It's whatever because it's not the truth.
It's not the
You
truth.
call it whatever you want.
So the reason I'm not talking about orcs is because they're not relevant to a flat Earth. I think we can agree on that.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because we've never observed orcs in the sky.
How do you know? I observed an orc in the sky. I can lie just like
Holy
you, right?
crap, this conversation is poop.
He's the one that started talking about orcs.
No,
I never
no,
talked about orcs.
No. I've been sitting here listening to this and I'm like, oh my god, how far can this derail? I love you guys. Keep on. This is funny as shit. I'm just saying that the conversation is poop.
This is
But
quite
peace.
entertaining, but also I'm having a good conversation. I think that needed to be had, especially for this gentleman over here, right? But continuing on that, right?
What gentleman? Oh, the one that's in
You.
here. Sitting here. What's his name? Joe McBow?
No, you're that gentleman.
Me.
Continuing.
What's my name?
You're that gentleman. I mean, if
What's
I'm
my
speaking
name?
to you, you're you. I don't have to.
Is my
name
name
you
some
in
kind
third
of like
person.
virus or something? You don't want to
No,
say it?
I'm just not. I'm talking to you, so why would I say it in third person?
Well, what's my name on this Discord?
Why would I say that?
I
Why
have
are
no
you?
idea.
Why are you
Why
doing
are you
this?
afraid
Like, why are you doing this thing
Are
where
you
like
gonna speak-
you want to
are
like
you gonna-
you're like,
Does
oh,
my
you
name
don't want
scare
to
away
say my
demons
name?
or what? Like, what's it? It's
What's
that power.
I don't see an issue with your name. I'm just not gonna say it.
Why not? Say it.
Why are you doing this? Like,
Say my name.
This is why are
Say
you
my
doing
name.
this? This is so funny. You
Say
actually
my
fall
name,
into this
Abel.
level. You
Say my
fall into this level.
Abel, say my name. Say my name.
Why?
Because I don't know why you don't want to say it. Now I want you to say it.
See, you just want me to say your name now because
Well,
now
say my
you're
name.
done.
Like I'll be
You
more
are
satisfied if you
having
just say.
such a huge tantrum right now.
Yo, Abel, fuck off, man. If you're gonna be acting like this.
What am I doing? He just doesn't. He wants me to say his name.
Yeah,
you
because
don't
what do
agree
you
that
have
that's
wrong with
you
so
make more scene
immaterial?
out of it.
Okay, I won't. I literally just said this gentleman. He's the one that brought up the whole point of naming him. I'm not gonna name him.
Why not?
What's the big deal? Because
Well,
I'm
what's
talking.
the big deal then?
Because we all know who I'm referring to. Why are you
Who?
doing this?
Who? Who are you referring to?
You.
Who am I?
You know who you are. This
I
is
don't.
immaterial. Do you want me to continue the conversation
No.
on topic?
Not really. I want
This
you
is
to.
actually hilarious. You're
what's
actually
funny to
throwing
me-
such a massive tantrum at this point.
It's
That
not a tantrum. It's
Abel.
you
you.
have reduced yourself.
You're literally just using this room for your own entertainment so that you can push the dopamine button inside of your head like kind of like a rat with that pleasure button.
Indeed.
Because that's what everybody does when they come to these channels, and then they kind of get into that.
Hey,
it's like a rhythm. No, like I'm just telling you, it's a rhythm that people get into, and then it manifests like in certain things that they.
So you think that I'm the one that's the issue, and he's just asking me to name him?
I'm telling you that human
Isn't that
nature.
weird?
No, listen, I'm telling you, human nature is when you start getting argumentative, you'll get in this pattern, and it's a loop that you can't get out of. And I'm just saying, like, can we get back to discussing the actual subject instead of insulting
He's
one another?
the one that brought up the
I don't
whole
give a shit.
thing with the name. I'm not the one that brought it up. I just referred to him, and he had an issue. He found
but
that to
you're
latch
not,
onto.
You're not man enough to. You're not
So,
man enough to call me
anyways,
by my name.
continuing what we were talking about.
So you're
know,
gonna just
if the
you're gonna state
sky-
the fact you're not man enough to call me by my name.
Sure, I mean, yeah, I'm not man enough.
All right then. Well then, let's see. Able and dwelling. Nice knowing you, man.
Goodbye. You
didn't even finish saying what you were gonna say.
He won't gonna get out of the rhythm anyway. They get in a freaking pattern, and it just keeps going, and you can't break him out of it.
He got
just
stuck.
gonna keep going.
I just had some time to kill.
I'm like looking here in the chat. I'm like, did he even post anything at all? Like cite sources, link, evidence, references, anything? Nope, 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 nope. Nothing.
It was like the
Christ.
other guy didn't provide any evidence. They don't provide evidence, man. These guys.
But I'm sorry, but I got noise canceling earphones on, so I'm literally hearing it as though like each of you are yelling in one of my ears, and I'm like, and I'm trying to do art, so I'm trying to edit video. So I don't want to stop what I'm doing to go like fuck with Discord to deal with that, like change volumes, mute my whatever. And then finally, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm sorry though, I had to respond. Anyway, moving forward, how's everybody's morning, night, whatever doing?
No, I've been up since 2. Well, actually, I got off of work and I started arguing with Joe McBo, bro, or whatever. So whenever he comes off moot, just go ahead and talk to him because he's a bag of confusion himself. But he muted himself because he didn't want to answer my question. So don't let him get away from that when he gets off of mute. And then, because I'm probably gonna go to bed, but that other guy might come back with a sock, so be wary of that.
Yeah.
At any rate,
have you banned him or have you kicked him?
I banned his ass.
No.
Yeah, he might come back with a sock though. But I did it because like it's weird because I don't know if he's trying to get a soundbite or what. But I mean, if he doesn't want to be like saying my name was just something like weird to him or something. What it started to seem weird to me. It's like, well, okay, now I want to know why you're not saying my name. So that was weird. Is my name something strange or something? Like these guys don't want to say it?
I don't know, but he definitely has a soundbite of you saying "say my name" now.
Yeah, boy. All these freaking clowns want to do is talk about stars and whatnot. I'm like, I don't care, man. And the reason why we're into that because we're talking about perspective and seeing things. Everybody, I observe the same thing you do, and like he started getting to, you know what a parsec is and a parallax, and like, dude, what does that mean? Like, what you gonna tell me how far away that star is? They don't know nothing. So stupid. They don't got a friggin' measurement of curvature. What are you guys up to, man? What are you up to
Everything.
there? You're up, brother.
Guesstimations. Oh, I'm just editing video and trying to make random crap.
Are you guys? Oh man, who's in here right now?
Not sure.
Gizbo's in there.
Got a lot of cool folks in here. I guess everybody's kind of doing things.
Quetz is in there. What's up, Quetz? Red Eye Jedi.
No. It's noon here.
Oh man, I should have stayed up and argued with him. I felt like it though, for some reason. So
Yeah, you should have cut it short, man. That
I
was
should have cut
way
it
too
short.
long. I couldn't listen to him. I had to shut him up or something. I'm like, the hell are you on about? You crackhead?
Yeah, he sounded strange.
Yeah.
It's weird because maybe he's just his voice reminded me of a friend of mine or something that I used to argue with. So, something about him.
Oh man, he. That's the thing is he's just trying to. Oh man, he's trying to take it like I was attacking him when I'm literally just pointing out human behavior. Like, hey, when people get argumentative, they'll start getting in pattern. And he was taking it really personally. I'm like, dude, stop.
I ruffled his feathers,
taking...
man. His
Yeah,
feathers got ruffled, so he was just like barking at everyone who talked to him.
but it's that's why I was trying to get him to get back onto the point of the discussion. But he's like, but he this. That sounds like blame game shifting again.
Yeah. Yep.
Get back to the logic.
It's cool.
Anyway, I'm about to do something. I'm about to do something drastic.
Now you guys keep on track, man. I'm gonna probably head off to bed. I haven't even been to sleep.
All right, man. Well, stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Should watch out for zombies.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
I haven't heard Quest. You need to get in there one of these days, man. Just like go at it. I was actually eating when this guy popped in here.
I was doing something else. I didn't know. But I was popping in. I mean, like listening to the end there. But that was pointless, though. I mean, probably wouldn't get anywhere. He was talking to himself. I will say he wasn't actually having an argument, discussion. He was just talking about himself, how
talking through me
good
too.
he is, and
freaking guy
gloating over himself, basically. Yeah, that was.
And he was. I guess he came in here because he heard, or he's probably a friend of that guy, Joe McBow, who looks like he has got a swastika for avatar. Is that what I'm looking at? No, it's not a swastika. It's something else. Or maybe it is.
Yeah, it's a weird looking one, though.
Is that Wesley Snipes in there?
Looks like Kanye.
Is it Kanye West?
Yeah.
That's my second thought.
Yeah, that's him, Kanye.
Oh shit, dude, I'm procrastinating. Alright. I'll talk to you guys later, man.
Alright, man. Take care.
Peace out.
Later, bros.
Stay blessed.
The word in Hebrew is rakia. It is Strong's number 7549. You can look up in Brown's Drivers Briggs or Strong's Concordance or any place like that. You'll see that it is a solid structure as if beaten out. It's a construct of some sort. It's a base. It's a support. The firmament regarded by Hebrews as solid, supporting the waters above it. Now, many modern translations will use the word expanse because they want to justify the expanse of space. Space, the final frontier, right? These are the voyages. You guys know what I'm talking about? I wanted to be that guy to boldly go where no man has gone before, even though everywhere they went, they met men who spoke English. I wanted to do that. And words like expanse help make that possible. Unfortunately, the firmament does not make that possible. In the Greek translation of the Hebrew text, when the Hebrew scholars took their Hebrew Torah and translated it into the Greek and the Septuagint, they chose the word stereoma, which has the same word. Actually, even more so, it conveys the word of solidity and a structure that supports something else. But still, you have other scholars out there who will beg to differ.
All right, so the expanse in the midst of the waters, that's the rakia. It's not a solid dome like the flat earthers want you to believe, or even good scholars like Dr. Michael Heiser and others who would say that this is a dome. I just happen to disagree with him.
Oh, well, the Earth's flat and it has this dome above it called the firmament, this ice dome or water dome or whatever. But this is false. When the Bible says, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters that divides the waters from the waters, and dividing the waters under the firmament from the waters above the firmament, this is simply dividing the water that's on this earth, the water that, is in the seas and the lakes and the rivers, referring to that being separated from the water that is in the atmosphere. When we have clouds above us, that's water up there, okay? That's moisture up there. That's H2O. So the waters above the firmament are the waters that are up in the atmosphere in the form of clouds. That's all. The firmament is called heaven. Well, what does the Bible define heaven as? The sky, okay? Now, there are multiple heavens. The Bible talks about in 2 Corinthians chapter 12 being caught up to the third heaven, because there's the heaven as in the sky. There's the heaven as in, space in a sense with the stars and the moon and the sun in it. That's also called heaven. And then there's heaven, the place where God lives. That's why it's called the third heaven, because there are three heavens. Okay, so there are also three firmaments. Okay, there's the firmament in the sense of the sky, in the sense of outer space, and in the sense of where God lives. Okay, so people just don't understand the word firmament because it's a word that we don't use in our modern vernacular whatsoever. But it's these, basically it's these layers as you go outward is what the firmament is. So you have a layer of water where you're underwater, then you have a layer of atmosphere, and then you have water that's in the atmosphere, then you have another layer of outer space, and then you have where God lives. So again, this thing of the firmament being an ice dome, the Bible doesn't teach that. The Bible just says there are waters above the firmament. Oh wow, it's talking about clouds in the sky.
Hovind theory would be the first heaven is the atmosphere that we're breathing up. Maybe it used to be maybe 10 miles thick, and now it's expanded out to 50 or 60 miles. Who cares? It used to have a atmosphere, I'm going to pick a number and say 10 miles thick, a layer of ice, maybe 3 fingers thick, like Josephus and the Jews taught, have always taught. Then stars with bazillions of stars in it going who knows how far, and then another crystalline firmament. And beyond that, I don't know. But Paul was caught up to the third heaven.
Lack of understanding the three-level heavens is what leads the flat earthers' belief that of what would seem very logical, actually, if there was only one heaven with one firmament. So, in their defense, it may not seem so outrageous as most of us might think. True Bible cosmology, however, tells us that there are 3 different realms with 3 different firmaments separating them from one another.
So the first heaven would be where the birds fly, the second heaven where the stars are, and the third heaven where God lives.
And God said, let there be a firmament, a firmament, a firmament, a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, the firmament, the firmament, the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so.
Who would have thought you could turn Alexander Scorby into a rapper? A firmament, the firmament. Sorry, guys, it doesn't work. I mean, you can look up in various Bible software and online tools like Blue Letter Bible, again, telling you that this thing is solid, it's a support structure, it's holding back the waters, you know, Yahuwah's throne is on top of this thing. Over and over again, the Hebrews described it as a hard structure. It comes from a root word, raka, which means to beat down, flatten out, like as if beating out metal for the laver in the tabernacle. How do you beat out air? How do you beat out gas, the vacuum of space? No, it's a hard structure. We talked about earlier, how should we understand Scripture? Well, Scripture uses internal witnesses also, right? So we can look up definitions of words, but then the Scriptures itself will confirm it through internal witnesses. So we have other internal witnesses telling us that this is a hard structure up there, like Job 37:18. I like to use BibleHub.com, a lot of good, or .cc, I forget what it is, Bible.cc, Bible Hub. Where you can see all the parallel translations right there, you know, talking about in Job 37:18 that the sky is hard like cast metal, like a molten looking glass. It is a hard structure in Job 37:18. Also in Proverbs 8:28, that he made firm the skies above. So you have two internal witnesses right there in Scripture. Well, why does it need to be a hard, firm, solid structure? Well, because what was its function? It separates the waters from the waters. It's still doing that to this day. We see that in Genesis chapter 1, verses 6 and 7. And we see David writing many, many, many years even after the flood, saying that there are waters that still be above the heavens. It also needs to be hard because that's the location of Yahuwah's throne. His throne is sitting on top of this thing. We see in Ezekiel 1:26, and above the firmament was over their heads was the likeness of a throne. We see the same thing in Isaiah 66:1. The heavens is my throne and the earth is my footstool. What kind of footstool spins at 1,000 miles an hour and runs away from you at 66,000 miles an hour? Is God in a heavenly Disney World or what? I mean, what kind of footstool is that? And this is my favorite verse right here when it comes to this. Amos 9:6. It says he has founded his vaulted dome over the earth in the New American Standard Bible. Why does the New American Standard Bible render it that way? Well, it's because the Hebrew word is aguda, and it means a vault or a solid dome. Now, King James translated it as troop. Why? Well, what is a troop? I was in C Troop 1st of the 110th Air Cav when I was in the military. A troop is a tightly knit unit of men. The word conveys something that is tightly knit, a unit that is tightly knit together. In this case, it is the heavens tightly knit to the earth, attached to the earth. The heavens are attached to the earth. Again, you can look up multiple translations on that using online sources like that, and you'll see all kinds of stuff related to founding the heavenly vault upon the earth. Over and over and over again, you see that in the various English translations. Again, showing the same thing here, more English translations, founded his vault upon the earth. What's even something pretty cool to do is you go on a resource like that where they have foreign languages there as well. Now, I realize Google Translate doesn't always translate perfectly, but if you could go there and take like the Afrikaans version of the scriptures, highlight, copy, and paste their language into Google Translate, and you'll see it talks about the heavens. He has settled his dome on the earth. Do the same thing with the Albanians. You'll see that the upper chambers in heavens and places the foundations of his heavenly cup on the earth. The Chinese, talking about building the heavens and settle the heavens on the earth and to pour out the sea water on the earth. Yahuwah is his name. Koreans, same thing. Temple in heaven, laid the foundations of that expanse on the earth. Russians, same thing. Upper palaces in the heavens, set up his vault on the earth. So what you end up with when you go through the various scriptures, and there are many of them, a lot more than just two, there are many scriptures that describe a circular enclosed world system set on pillars under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars are placed on day 4. You simply can't escape it. It's all over the scriptures. This is a graphic done by Logos Bible Software. They really hate it when I share it. And I had some interesting dialogue with them back and forth on this because they wanted to get me for copyright. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Your own software allows people to freely share this on Facebook and everything, so why are you coming after me? Well, because a whole lot of people were seeing this and realized, well, if that's what the Bible says, okay. And they don't believe that. So I'm like, what's the matter, guys? Don't you stand by your own software? Don't you stand by what the Word of God says that you say it says? I'm going to use that graphic because I have freedom to do so under the copyright. fair use law. I can do that because I'm making commentary on it. And that's what the scriptures teach. And even their highly ranked scholars at Logos Bible Software agree, even though they don't actually agree. They agree that's what the Bible says, but then they don't want to believe it. Scripture says, and God called the firmament, the rakia, the beaten down metallic structure, heaven, Shamaim, in Genesis 1:8. And we see in Isaiah 40:21 and 22, everybody likes to go to verse 22, but I'm going to back up to 21. Have you not known, have you not heard, hath it not been told you from the beginning, i.e. Genesis? You have to realize Isaiah is one of the last guys to be writing about this. He's writing what he's writing in the context of all who had come before them, including Moses in Genesis. So all these Torah teachers that are coming after me that don't like me talking about this, you say, look, you guys are teaching Torah. This is first book of the Torah, chapter 1. Don't blame Rob. Moses, he wrote it. Don't blame Rob Skiba for this flat earth thing in the Torah movement. Blame Moses. Oh, if you want to go even further than that, he's talked face to face with who? For how long? Twice? Face to face as one speaks with a friend. So you got to work with me here on that one. The creator is talking with the guy who's writing down how the creation happened, and he wrote it like this. And Isaiah is referring back to him. Have you not heard from the foundations of the earth? It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretches out the heavens, the Shamaim, as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. What's happening when we use the word as or like? Simile. So don't you think it would help if you're going to use allegorical language, a metaphor, a simile, that it would help to use something that would at least paint a picture in the listener's mind that even remotely resembles what you're talking about?
Those evil flat earthers were all trying to create some kind of big evil conspiracy to make the Bible look stupid and Christians look stupid and whatever. So Michael Rood comes on and basically says that, well, not basically, he tells you that you are a moron, an idiot, if you take the Bible literally. I'm going to let you hear from Michael himself.
Many people have asked me, do I take the Bible literally? You would have to be a complete moron to take the Bible literally.
Now, I have to say, as you go through this video, it is literally full of some rather funny irony. For instance, he just said, if you take the Bible literally, you are a moron. Then watch what happens with Kent.
Now, you said moron is below idiot? Idiot?
Idiot, idios, one's own, and then moron. The 5 wise virgins and the 5 moron virgins.
Right.
And,
so less than an idiot. Okay, well, I can't think of a better word for it.
Right.
Another option
so
is...
those terms have fallen out of use in modern day.
I'll bring them back.
I think it's time that we bring these things back in their biblical context. And so you've got the floor.
Okay.
Well, my name's Kent Hovind. I taught high school science for 15 years. And I take the position that the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate.
Moron.
I would say I love the Bible. I believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate.
Moron.
It's just priceless. Oh, boy. All right, so I'm going to play a few clips from different people and just to show you what the old attitude was and what the new attitude towards Scripture is today, at least with a growing number of people. Michael Rood obviously leading the pack.
I've studied the Bible for about 65 years, and all through those years, I often had to change my views as I learned more. But in summarizing all that, I was stunned to realize that every time I had to change my views about the text, it was always in the direction of taking it more seriously than before. As an information scientist, I've now learned that the key is precision. Be precise with words. You sometimes have to be even more precise than your translators were. God's own words. The Old Testament presents it as God's actual speech. In 1 Kings 22 and Nehemiah 8 and in the Psalms several places in Jeremiah, clearly the intent is the representation is these were literally God's own words. This is a call to literalness. Jesus clearly indicated that we should be taking it very, very literally, very strictly.
You would have to be a complete moron to take the Bible literally.
If the church compromises God's word in Genesis,
what's going to happen is they're going to compromise in other parts of Scripture. And my point is, all I was doing was really speaking to people from the Bible and saying, here's what the Bible says.
Moron.
Now I'll play a few clips that point out why this is actually an important issue.
Genesis is the beginning of so many things, and if Christians don't get a handle on Genesis, can they really get a handle on the rest of the Bible?
Well, I'll tell you what, Genesis is so foundational. Most people don't realize that every major doctrine of theology, whether directly or indirectly, ultimately go back to the book of Genesis. That's how important the book of Genesis is. For example, why do we have the 7-day week? Well, God created in 6 days, and he rested on the seventh. Why do we wear clothes? That goes back to Genesis. What about marriage? That goes back to Genesis, and so on. These doctrines go back there. Fact is, the gospel itself originates in Genesis chapter 3 with the fall of mankind. That's why we need rescuing. That's why Jesus needed to step into history to save us from sin and death. It ultimately goes back to the early chapters in Genesis. You see, Genesis is so foundational to everything else in the Bible that it would almost be crazy not to start with Genesis and not to trust it.
I believe that the Bible is inspired by the Father. Yahweh has inspired in His Word all truth. And so if the Father knows best, then by implication, the Bible knows best as well. So
for me, I want to know that what I really do on a weekly basis and this God that I claim to believe in is real. It's really important for me that He's real. And the pages of the Bible are real and they're reliable, that I can trust this book that I study so much, and I want to know that it's worth the effort. And so it is exciting to see that there is phenomenal evidence to see that it's not fantasy, but it's actually fact.
The more literal we take the Bible, the more we're going to see things just begin to jump out at us. I love teaching the Bible, and just to let you know, the way that what we call hermeneutic, the way I interpret Scripture is to take it as literally as possible. And I find that when you take things literally, these pieces just start to fit together. It's amazing. It blows me away how everything starts to fit together.
Moron. You know, these people are idiots. There are over 241 figures of speech that are used in the Bible, up to 40 varieties under each one of these figures. A brilliant scholar of the past, Rabbi Ginsburg, who was the Hebrew brains behind E.W. Bullinger's work in figures of speech in the Bible, 1,100 pages cataloging not only the Hebrew, not only the Greek, but the Latin and English names of over 240 figures of speech. We have to understand these figures of speech because whenever a word or words fail to be true to fact in the census world, they are always going to be figures of speech. And these figures of speech have been cataloged, they're known, and every language has different figures of speech that are utilized. And so to understand, to not inaccurately interpret the Word of God, we have to understand that the Bible interprets itself. It does so right in the verse, right where it's written. It does so in the context, not only in the context of what is written, but also in the cultural context. So figures of speech emphasize. If I said the ground is dry, it's a statement of fact. The ground is thirsty, the ground doesn't get thirsty. It is a figure of speech that is more picturesque. It adds to the understanding. You get a picture in your mind what it is for the ground to be thirsty. And I don't have to define it for you. You already know. You have a picture because you have been thirsty. And you know what the ground looks like when there's been no rain on it in a desert area, the Mojave Desert.
And he's correct. Properly used figures of speech should convey in the mind of the hearer something at least remotely related to whatever it is you're using as a figure of speech. Same with poetry. If you're going to use poetry or speak in simile or utilize metaphors, symbolic language, whatever you are saying should at least in some way paint a picture in the listener's mind what it is that you're trying to discuss. For instance,
Isaiah says, Have you not known? Have you not heard? Hath it not been told to you from the beginning, i.e. Genesis? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens, the Shemaim, as a curtain, and spread them out as a tent to dwell in. Now we have the word as being used there. It's not there for the word circle, but for the tent, it's there because he's making a metaphor for you to think about. The heavens are stretched out over us like or as a tent. So we have a metaphor there. Well, in Isaiah's time, this would be a tent. If he's using a metaphor, people who are hearing his words would associate the metaphor. Okay, tent. It's a structure spread out over a flat surface. A tent. Modern times, something like this maybe.
So that's just one of many examples that I could give. Obviously, when Isaiah used a figure of speech, circle of the earth, and inhabitants are as grasshoppers, and he spreads out the sky as a tent to dwell in, anybody who heard him automatically thought, okay, yeah, a tent, a structure stretched out over a flat surface. Nobody would have had this in mind. Nobody would have even imagined something like this being the truth behind the so-called figure of speech being employed. But beyond that, this is where it gets comical, at least to me anyway.
When you don't understand figures of speech, when you've never spent time with 1,100 pages that are readily available in any community, Baker Bible Bookhouse still publishes this. If you don't want to take the time to do it, then you have no qualifications to really speak about these things in the Bible.
Okay, so if we haven't taken the time to read E.W. Bullinger's book on figures of speech, we have no business talking. First of all, you're assuming that guys like me have not read it, which would be false. But beyond that, this guy is saying there's hundreds of figures of speech, and E.W. Bullinger, who for many is an authoritative Bible scholar that people like to reference his work. He's done some great work. I actually love E.W. Bullinger for a number of things. I don't agree with him on everything, certainly not on dispensation theology, which is surprising to me because he's a hardcore dispensationalist. And Michael Rood is, a Hebrew roots guy. So that's kind of weird. But beyond that, clearly Michael didn't do his research. While he's mocking everybody else, he's mocking everybody because we haven't read Bullinger's work on figures of speech. Okay, so hear me now, he is touting E.W. Bullinger as an expert on figures of speech and the usage of figures of speech in the Bible. And he's using this as in the context of saying anybody who takes the Bible literally when it comes to the shape and nature of the earth and the cosmos is an idiot, is a moron. And yet, E.W. Bullinger, who wrote the book on figures of speech, was a documented flat earther. Oh man, this is awesome. Somebody named Kevin Hobby compiled a whole bunch of newspaper articles from the late 1800s, early 1900s, showing how E.W. Bullinger was in fact a card-carrying flat earther, apparently regularly speaking on the topic. So the guy who wrote the book on figures of speech in the Bible apparently didn't think circle of the earth was a figure of speech for the globe, because E.W. Bullinger was a flat earther, Michael.
Come on!
Or for the King James only types out there, do it! Oh boy, isn't that awesome? He's using Bullinger to say that we need to not take the Bible literally. And anybody who does take the Bible literally is a complete moron because of what? What do you say? 240 something figures of speech? Ooh, 240 figures of speech in a Bible. My King James Bible right here is what? 1,500 pages long. And we got 240 something figures of speech. So now we got to take the whole Bible as symbolic, allegorical, poetic because of that? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm a moron if I take the rest of it literally? No, I think it's more reasonable to realize, yes, there are figures of speech. Circle of the earth, meaning globe, is not one of them. as even evidenced by the belief system of the guy who wrote the book on figures of speech.
But TV, be more funny.
Oh boy. All right. So here's another interesting piece of irony that is coming out of all of this. And that is the whole idea that we are not to use private interpretation. So let's see what more words of wisdom Michael Rood has on that.
There are people that will take these things out of context and they will twist them, they will mislead people, and they will cause divisions, and these are damnable heresies that are happening in this day and time. In 1 Peter 1:20, he said, knowing this first, and when it comes to understanding the Bible, this is a foundational principle, knowing this first, primary, that no prophecy of the Scripture, no prophetic Scripture, is of any private interpretation. The word private interpretation, those two words in the Greek are idios epilusos. Idios, from which we get the word one's own or idiot, and epilusos is letting loose. And when we let loose our own mind with our own interpretation, unrelated to the context of the Bible and the understanding of the world around us, then we are falling into the category of what we would call in the modern day parlance, an idiot. Well, we don't want to be in that position. We don't want to get our own interpretation into the Bible, our own letting loose. We want to understand, what do these holy men of God, what did they mean? What did their words mean to the people to whom they spoke, at the time they spoke, in the culture that they spoke, so that we can understand if it applies to us today and how these things apply to us today.
If I said it's as a tent or like a tent, what are you thinking about? Do you mean you're not thinking about spinning galaxies for billions and billions and billions of years? Light years into the future? No, when Isaiah wrote that, he had this in mind. Something like a Bedouin tent, right? Or maybe perhaps a yurt. Or in modern times, we might think something like a dome tent. How many of you guys have heard of Andy Hoy? Few people. If you haven't, you need to check out his research, project314.org. Now, he's taking a beating, of course, too, because there's a certain paradigm regarding the tabernacle that people have their minds set on. But if you actually sit down and listen to what his argument is, and as a structural engineer and a biblical literalist who understands the Hebrew, spent time in Israel studying the tabernacle, how many of you know the Torah says, do not add to it and do not subtract from it? So Andy's looking at all these models of the rectangular tabernacle in the wilderness, and he's going, wait a minute, they just added a whole bunch of extra tent pegs and rope and stuff like that, because why? A box is the least structural support, that you can create out there in the wilderness. That thing's going to slide over this way, that way, unless you have extra stuff to stabilize it. So he's going, So he looked through it. I don't have time to go through the whole thing, but long story short, totally unrelated to my research, he comes up with this. And then somebody says, hey, you need to check this out. And I had already, about the same time, had come up with this model right here. This is not thus saith the Lord. This is thus thinketh Rob. As Rob reads the scriptures, this is something I imagined in my head. Created that little, some of you guys probably can't see it, but you probably see my videos online anyway, of Yahuwah's footstool. And Andy saw that, and he's like, I need to contact that guy. So he did. And we've got some videos out there on that. The book of Enoch talks about a flooded, dome-enclosed world in chapter 89. Tells you point blank. There's a vision of the coming flood, and it says, I see a lofty roof, and there's these 7 torrents of water coming down and filling an enclosure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the same chapter. The water filled the enclosure. So, when you think about the worldwide flood, Genesis talks about windows of heaven being opened, right? Windows of heaven. Now, we always just wrote that off to some kind of physical, allegorical, poetic language, but what if there were physical openings in a structure, a lofty roof, just like the ancients believed? So when I look at these ancient texts, and this is an elaborated version of that model, showing more components to it, but I got to be honest, when I'm looking at these texts, and I'm like, well, which is a better fit for what I'm reading? The one on the left or the spinning ball thing hurling through space? I got to say, the one on the right didn't seem to fit the scriptures at all as I started going through it. And I told you I was a NASA fanboy, Star Trek, Star Wars fan, did not want to embrace this. Spent the better part of all of 2015 and a good part of 2016 crying a lot. because I had two very weighty things. I had the authoritative Word of God that I have based my whole life on as my source for truth. And I had the Star Wars, Star Trek, science, NASA, cosmos over here that I wanted to be true. They are not compatible. Yeah, but God, yeah, but God, yeah, but God, praying, what do I do with this? Every night, from April 2015 to about June, or beginning of July 2016. Not boo-hoo, but like praying fervently to the point of tears. God, what do I do with this? And all he ever said to me is, I said what I said. For a whole year, I said what I said. He wasn't apologizing for it. He wasn't explaining it. He was like, deal with it. I said what I said. What are you going to do? Well, eventually I finally, that was an easy one, right? No, it wasn't that easy because I wanted both to be true. They're just not compatible. So I finally chucked this. And I got to tell you, a huge weight was lifted when I did that. A huge weight. Yeah, I don't like to use the word persecution because I've been a missionary and I've seen what real persecution is. But the verbal assaults, maybe I put it that way, certainly increased. But the favor and blessing of God increased with it like I've never experienced ever in my life. And everybody standing a few minutes ago is a testimony to that. That's amazing to me. How, of all the things that I've done in my life as a missionary and all kinds of other things, I've never seen fruit produced like this. And I've also never seen the kind of reaction that I've seen from people when you bring this topic up. Sweet old ladies that you would never in a million years imagine go completely insane in front of you. Friends that I had for a long time that were like the coolest people ever, just berserk. And that's when I began to realize there is a spiritual stronghold here. Nothing else explains that kind. You could say cognitive dissonance, sure. But no, I would see manifestations in people that you would never in a million years imagine just by simply saying I'm looking into this. And then I go and I look and I see people, again, bending scripture to meet preconceived biases. I happen to like Danny Faulkner. I've met him a few times, had some interesting conversations with him. As a human being, I think he's a really cool guy. As a creationist theologian, I think he's lacking in some things because he's still trying to hold on and make these things compatible. He wrote in his book, Universe by Design, page 96, he said, the translators of the Greek Septuagint rendered the Hebrew word rakia as stereoma, which Jerome followed as firmamentum in the Latin Vulgate, which in the AV, Authorized King James Version, was transliterated as firmament. According to Danny, this is a terrible translation, and many modern translations break from this to render rakia as expanse, which he likes. The word stereoma conveys the meaning of something hard, such as the crystalline spheres of ancient Greek cosmology upon which the stars were implanted. Get this, he says, thus the translators of the Septuagint incorporated the current cosmology of their day into their own translation. That is very similar to those who wed the Big Bang to the Genesis creation account today. What's ironic to me is he's doing exactly that right here. But let's go ahead and look at the Septuagint because I think it's actually quite important. The story goes, 72 Jewish scholars, 6 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel, according to Philo of Alexandria, were asked by the Greek king of Egypt, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, to translate the Torah from biblical Hebrew into Greek for inclusion in the library of Alexandria. The following narrative explains how this was done, and it is found in the pseudepigraphic letter of Aristeas to his brother Philocrates. It is likewise repeated by Philo of Alexandria, Josephus, and by various later sources, including St. Augustine, among others. The story goes, King Ptolemy once gathered 72 elders. He placed them in 72 chambers, each of them in a separate one. Without revealing to them why they were summoned, he entered each one's room and said, write for me the Torah of Moshe, your teacher. God put it in the heart of each one to translate identically as the others did. So do you really think 72 people separated in 72 different rooms were all taking the cosmology of the Greeks, the pagans, as they were approaching their most sacred text, the Torah, and say, yeah, let's go ahead and use stereoma here? Or were they actually being faithful to the Hebrew word rakia and taking a Greek word that matches it and putting it in there? I suggest that's exactly what they did. The firmament, for me, was the key. It was what really broke the whole thing down. It's what sealed the deal in more ways than one. Unquestionably, the thing is hard. Job 37:18, firm. Proverbs 8:28, supporting the waters above. Genesis 1:6-8, Psalm 148:4, attached to the earth. Amos 9:6, within which Yahuwah placed the sun, moon, and stars. Genesis 1:14-19, and Psalm 19:1-6, and upon which his throne sits. Ezekiel 1:26, Isaiah 66:1. Clearly, this is a very important issue to Yahuwah. Psalm 19:1. Those who don't yet believe, remember, you only have 2 verses. 2 verses. That's all you got. Neither one of them work for you. We've got a lot more to go. The only model that accommodates every aspect of the firmament is the circular enclosed world model. The only way around this is to grossly misrepresent the scriptures, yanking the true meaning of the words used out of context and fantasizing about definitions for those words which are not even remotely supported by the text or the historical context in which the scriptures were written. That brings us to the circle of the earth. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
fight you without fears. I will fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry Grover, if you stay, you will never be flat earth with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Grover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, angry Grover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry Grover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
Oh yeah, we're live right now. So gonna be talking a little bit with Danny 57. You there, Danny? Interesting. Got anybody else on here that wants to ask him a question?
I hope he repents from the heliocentrism cult and contributes to the truth of exposing all this evil and wickedness that has been contributed through the heliocentric lies.
He would be really good in our server if he did that.
Indeed, yes. He could
Even
use
though
he could use his audience. Then he would probably fall off, but at least he would get a few souls to recognize the truth. He's probably gonna lose money, but I mean, what is money compared to,
that's not, yeah, you'll lose money for what? A couple months? Because all I know is after I knew the earth was flat, everything changed for me. Oh, it's all better.
I mean,
what is money compared to your soul, Danny?
I mean, that's a question we always should ask each others. I mean, I myself sometimes, think money has anything to say. It's just this curse that has been since childhood been tattooed into your brain, and I myself sometimes need to remember life is not about thinking about if I'm going to be able to buy this or that or whatnot. And I think everyone struggles with that because we just live in a world and society that is so dependent on this illusion of money.
Well, they're depending on, they see on TV you have to have a new car and you have to go buy a house and all this stuff. You don't have to do that right away. You don't have to buy a new car. I don't buy new cars on purpose because I don't like to buy new cars. I buy collectible cars that are never new. So that's my issue with cars. I don't buy material items. I've got so much crap, it's ridiculous. And it's not because I need them or want them, it's just because I can go get it. And I do that. If I didn't have money, I wouldn't cry about it. I don't miss anything. I can live in a box with a bed in it, and as long as I got water nearby, I'll be fine.
Mm. I'm just saying in general, it's just always important to focus on the creator. It's like there's nothing that the world can give you. Everything needs to come from the creator because everything will end in a dead end. If you think you can get happiness from meditating every day or reading this or that or listening to this or that or eating this or that or buying this or that or having a girlfriend or wife, no. It's all temporary. The only thing that can truly fulfill your purpose, fulfill this little hole that we have in our soul, so to say, metaphorically, is the Most High, is His grace, is His love, is His fullness of being. And I can only, I can't say this enough, it's just what it comes down to at the end of the day. And he does love his children. Don't listen to the adversary. He's always lying. He tries to make you open doors and so forth.
You know who doesn't love you? The government doesn't love you.
That's true, yes. The love between men has grown cold. The government is not there to serve you anymore. I mean, maybe there was once a time where the government was actually, understanding that they have the authority to do what they do through the hand of the Most High. But, that has been forgotten when we look at all the things that are being allowed and being pushed onto the people who live under a certain government. I mean, we just need to look at this disgusting rise of pride, and as in the days of Noah, the wickedness that is just being made public now. Like, there was once a time back in the days where people would actually cover themselves, and it would be actually a scandal to walk around like a whore, or talk like a whore, or talk like a robber, or someone who is just has a filthy, disgusting mouth. There was once a time where gentleness, kindness was highly appreciated in a society. But now we live in a society where all these things are being twisted upside down, where they tell you you're a speck of dust in every expanding universe, and you're hurtling around the sun, and you're nothingness, and essentially whatever you do has no consequence, and so forth. And it even comes from the government institutions. School. In school, you're getting told lies about evolution. They don't tell you anything about God. Go into a school and tell me that when you have biological teachings, for example, or they tell you about nature, or they tell you about the origin of all things, they will never praise the creator. They will never actually talk about the creator. And if you do so, you're going to be ridiculed. I, for myself, have noticed this because I have mentioned the creator on many occasions and have been ridiculed even by the teacher, which essentially means that even school is run by the adversary. Almost everything that there is in the world now is functioning to make your focus, or make your being
Hey, we're not being recorded, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to say.
No, I got a question. We're not being recorded, correct?
No, the live stream is not there.
Okay. Just wondering. Has anybody noticed the commercials getting really trans lately? Like every single commercial?
Yes.
Okay, not my imagination then.
No. Like I sometimes see like a commercial for and it's that the devil is in the detail, right? What he does is he's slightly step by step creeping, like for me it's almost always this perfect depiction, and metaphorically, for like a snake. A snake is like slowly creeping in, and you don't really notice her if she goes into your room and then lies under your bed. You can't see it. And it's doing it step by step, slowly but constantly. And that's what the devil does. He constantly implements whatever he wants to implement in this wicked time that we live in. He always did it that way. And yeah, you're totally right. When I look at advertisements, for example, like, for example, creams for your face, then you have like suddenly like a man with boobs in these advertisements. Like a man, literally, like, or like not, I don't know if it's a man, but someone who has a beard in the advertisement also has, like, these are these kind of things that they just put there, and no one's like, oh, weird. especially sometimes the things are cut in a way that if you don't have a good eye, you don't actually notice it, and it's just some subconscious programming going on again. I wonder what Danny, Danny, I have a general question. Despite all the other things you believe, but what do you think about this whole, push on society regarding LGBTQ and trans people reading to kids in the library and so forth? Generally, I just want to know because I'm interested in what you think about it. Do you have an opinion, Danny? Okay. Does anyone else have an opinion who want to talk about it? I just asked Danny because he's the only Glober in here, and some
replied.
Well, I'll say the thing
okay.
that I've noticed is in the Torah, they talk about you will go to the market and people will be walking around naked in the end of days. Now, I ask you guys, yoga pants, sports bras seem to be run-of-the-mill wear for public, right? So there's a lot of painting on the walls with respects to the end of days and how these things would be coming about. It's all there.
That's funny you said that. Yeah, the yoga pants and sports bras. That's probably the only way you're going to be able to tell these days what's going on.
I mean, how many times?
Listen, if I can see you, I'll say this real quick, Clay. I just slowed down, but then I'll withdraw after this. If I can see you digesting your lunch, we have a problem.
So, I wonder. Oh yeah. Okay. See, I got my point back. So yeah, what you said about the yoga pants and so forth. Yeah, we have literally women running around nowadays, not even doing like yoga or anything like that. They just wear these things to expose the lines of their flesh. And if someone wants to claim something else, I don't think that is, it's just the pure purpose of this attracting attention.
Yeah, they have to compete with guys dressing up like girls. What do you expect?
Man, I really want to have travel to Horeb, to the split rock that Moses.
Dude, you better go quick, because the excavation they just started. I keep talking about the line in Saudi Arabia that they just started constructing. It's going to go right through where Moses hit the rock. It's going to go right through that land, dude. They're starting to put roads in and stuff. I was watching because Discovered Media is covering it.
I think they're going to cover it up or what at some point.
Well, let's just say current day technology or current day building doesn't tip its hat to biblical sites very often. So I don't know what it holds, my friend.
Right.
Should take some time to check it out, though. It's all over YouTube. The excavation and the actual rock itself. I know Discovered Media is out there covering the rock right now because there's a whole bunch of inscriptions that they found on the rocks, and they're trying to figure out what it actually means.
Do you have a video about this?
Dude, literally, if you just go on YouTube, right, and search the lion, and search Mount Sinai, search the rock.
Yeah, they're not hiding. They're not hiding the line yet.
If you search those terms and then just sort, always go into, whenever you're on YouTube, always go into the advanced search and list by uploaded date. That way you'll get the newest stuff first. And if you can view that stuff, you're getting the most current. And I find if you're getting the most current stuff, you'll even be ahead of the YouTube scrubbing algorithm, and sometimes you'll get stuff that you're not even supposed to see. Because YouTube's a little slow sometimes on picking up their their censored stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they'll get past the censors, then somebody has to say, hey, you missed it. Then it has to go back through it and then be reviewed. That's why you get some time to get videos and download them before anybody scrubs them off. If you've got the download feature enabled,
Exactly.
I can't do the other shit where you guys can just download it from the back end because of my computer that I'm on and the network that I'm on. That would not look good for me, especially with the job I have.
But I thought you were a doctor of astroscience.
What'd you say?
I thought you were a doctor of astroscience. I thought that was your job.
I am. Well, I don't want anything in my lab to be infected.
Fair enough.
Does anyone know how much tons the split rock at Horeb is?
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen videos. I have seen videos, but I really want to travel there in real life.
Dude, it's so big.
Hey, what about
Yeah,
the
it's huge.
800 meter little cities going in? I think one's going in Oregon, maybe. They're going around the world right now, building these 800-meter circle cities that you can't leave. You can leave 100 times a year.
Right. See, what I always find quite interesting is we have so many evidences lining perfectly up with the description of what we see in scripture, but still there are people trying to deny the biblical historical um um man. Today I struggle with English, sorry. Still trying to deny what has been written, so to say, to be reality, but it is literally reality. Everything that happened in the Bible is real. even the full picture, which is the geocentric creation that we live in, it's all real. It's all there, right in front of our eyes. It's amazing. It's just wonderful. And forever and ever, I will praise the Most High for all of this, for all the works He has done.
For some reason, there's a big giant light and an arrow pointing to a place everybody's supposed to be heading to. But that's just my opinion on that. Big green light in the sky, green for go, come here, and an arrow that will get you there if you can't see it.
You mean the Northern Lights? Under
Yeah.
the throne of heaven? That
Yeah,
look
isn't
like
it?
unto emerald? Yes.
Yeah, and an arrow. If you can't see them, there's even an arrow. You can put a leaf on water, and you can figure out how to do this. And there's other ways to find north. And you can just go there, or you were supposed to be able to just go there, but they stopped that.
Yeah, to hear people who entertain, and I say entertain, that's a choice of word. The people who honor the Lord's words and choose to state that the Lord's words are subjective. That rocks me back in my seat, because I again take Genesis as a very objective chapter. There are things, that's spelled out in Genesis is real. It ain't subjective. And I think if you start taking the Bible as subjective, you're off to a very, very poor start. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, go straight to jail. Okay.
But a flight to Mount Horeb is not cheap.
Bro, it's expensive. A lot of walking. And you got to get there, too. It ain't easy to get there in the middle of the damn desert.
Right, you probably need like
I think it's like a 3-4 day. No, not that long.
Like a ranger or someone like a special tour guide.
I would actually. You could probably message Discovered Media on YouTube because I know that they're doing guide or tours up there all the time because they're scouting out the land. So you could even try contacting Discovered Media on YouTube. That'd be pretty interesting. I think his name's James, I believe. I was trying to set up an interview. With him for a while.
Are you accounting for the curve of the Earth when they're making the line?
So I checked that in. So it's 170. It's 2 skyscrapers that are 170 kilometers in length. You can travel from end to end in 20 minutes by I think they're doing a maglev system. But over that length, it's 110 miles converted from 110 kilometers. You would have to account for 0.9 miles of a curve over that distance. So Sagata drop over that distance.
But I'll be honest, I think I would, before I would go there, I would wanted to look at Sodom and Gomorrah on the...
So what's interesting about Sodom and Gomorrah, Clay, is have you actually seen the site?
Yeah, I want to go to the site. That's something I will do for sure. 100.
Did you see the sulfur balls?
Yeah, I want to find
buried into the earth.
Yes, I want to find one of them and burn them.
Yeah,
like,
dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, just imagine like tons of them, huge sizes, and it's just the people would have been covered instantly in this burning, oily glue or whatever. Like, I mean, when you
stinks. Holy crap, yeah.
Yeah, it basically burns your lungs, like you burn it from the outside and the inside instantly. Like
I believe that is one of the things that the Germans used during the war. I believe that was isn't sulfur part of tear gas or something like that?
Right, but the sulfur that is being found at Sodom and Gomorrah is in such pure state that you can't even artificially reproduce it. Like you would find it. Yeah, the way you find it there, it's not possible to reproduce it in a lab.
That's my next, the next apologetic I'm going to do, the sites of the Bible. Because I did the 7 days of creation. That's the next thing I'm going to go to is start showing the different sites.
The narrative, the funny thing is, the narrative tells you it's caused by a meteor strike that just, for some reason, is particularly happened over the same city that has been described in the Bible as Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed by the wrath of the Most High because of its iniquities. And what they just do as a narrative is tell the people, like coincidentally there was like this meteor strike with so much sulfur that just burned down the whole.
Yeah, we believe in flying in the sky.
Yeah,
right?
It is just so sad. That's why I'm always putting to the hearts of also flat earthers who still deny biblical evidence. Just look up the evidence, man. It's the same thing as you have looked up flat earth. You can look up what happened in the Bible to be true, to be a thing that happened here on earth.
Well stated. Yep.
Mud floods are evidence enough that a big giant flood happened more than one time, and that's evidence enough to back up things that happen in the Bible. And I don't even read the Bible. I'm not even religious. I just know there's a creator, and I can't do anything about it except I just know what I know, and I tell people what I know.
But what's crazy is like every religion makes reference to a great deluge, right? And we know that deluge is water, and we know that water is a medium, and we know that the second law of thermodynamics states that you have to contain mediums or else you will have chaos on your hands, right? So how is it that you're going to tell me that they flooded a ball? I'd like to know how that works, please.
Yeah, well, the whole ball would have to be flooded, and then it would have to be drained somehow. And
I'll be right back.
let's see, how would you do that on a ball? I'm not really sure.
And one other thing that I found, I was reading scripture specifically. I think it was either, man, I want to say Enoch. And they talk about how high the waters came. The waters were reported to be 20 cubits above the highest mountain. So if you take the highest mountain on Earth, which is what? Everest? What's the highest mountain on Earth, guys? Anybody? Guys, Google it. I'll be right back.
Hey, Danny, maybe you can answer this question. You do astronomy. Where does the moon go for 3 days?
Yep, we were talking about that last night. But yeah, Mount Everest. Mount Everest is 8,849 meters high. So if the waters came 20 cubits above that highest point, that's like an additional 20, 30 feet about. Yeah, 20 cubits. It'd be like 30 feet above the highest mountain.
According to what I read, it was flooded till it poured out the top.
Damn. It was so full it was spilling.
It spilled over the container, according to what I read. And if you guys don't believe me, go reread your stuff.
Believe me, I just love. It's not even a question of believing yourself or believing. It's just the idea that there was a lot of water, and it flooded a container.
Yeah,
I don't see how it flooded a ball.
The lid was opened, and the water was poured in until it overflowed. That way, it was sure that everything was covered.
Yes, sir.
And then as everything settles down and the water is drained back out, all that spilt that's sitting there and covered everybody will fossilize you because there's no organisms to eat you. That's why a lot of the structures seem to be poured stone or something like that. A lot of those are mud flood being uncovered, and they were already fossilized because they were made out of whatever they were made out of. They became part of the surroundings, just like other fossils do. For some reason, I don't know what reason, picked up the Book of Enoch and read about halfway through it already in one day. That's a pretty interesting read.
The Book of Enoch is so good. I'm convinced it was taken out of the Bible. I don't know, dude. There's like, where?
Of course, it was left out. Of course, it was left out.
You got the 3 books, right? Or is it just the first book you're doing?
I probably have everything. I haven't looked.
Yeah. So I got the third book's really, really cool. It talks about the portals, the sun going through the portals, which is interesting. It's such an interesting read from that standpoint. But the first book is so interesting because it gives it names the sons. It tells you about their lineage, how long each of them were alive, who gave birth to who, and who came when, and yeah, man.
I'll be honest, for some reason, I mean, I've read and listened to it, but it doesn't resonate with me. Like, it doesn't, like, give me the resonance, that understanding that I have when I read
It should fill in some blanks.
Yeah, but for me, it really, like, for me, it raises a flag, and I don't know why it does that. You know, I don't have that when I read scripture, but when I read this, it's like, for me, it doesn't resonate to be a part of scripture. That's, just my honest truth. I'm not saying that I know or that's a fact, but for me, it doesn't resonate. If that's a way of describing it.
I agree, Clay. It doesn't belong in Scripture, period.
It feels too much. It's like more like mysticism at certain parts. It's very weird. It just feels. Not that if it was written through the Holy Spirit. It's just my. It's just, I don't know. It's my revelation about it. I can't change it. But I'm not putting myself to be the judge in this case to say yes or no regarding the book being a part of it or not. What I know is what the part of the Bible is, But in itself, for me personally, the scriptures, what we have is way than enough to be wonderful to read, like, until you die, so to say. Or until you leave this body. But I know there is a lot of communities reading a lot of books that have been supposedly deleted from the Bible. I'm just not one of these guys, unfortunately. It never resonated with me. What about you, Borg Kicker? When you read, like, Enoch, does it, like...
One of the things that for me stood out to me, and the same reason I reject the Book of Mormon, is just like you said, it doesn't have the flavor of Scripture to me. But that doesn't mean that Enoch doesn't hold value, and it also doesn't mean that it's not true. You can write something that comports with Scripture that's perfectly true. That doesn't mean it belongs in the Bible. So when I read Enoch and I read the other prophets, one of the things that I've noticed about the prophets in the Bible is, like, when you read them, there's a story to them. There's a connection between the individual and God. And, when you read about Hosea, he has a backstory. Jeremiah has a backstory. Isaiah, they all have backstories and some kind of personal testimony, some personal attestation of some meeting that they had with God. And I didn't really see that with Enoch, per se. I didn't really see, like, a personal connection to God, like a personal testimony where Enoch was, like, walking with his God, and this is how he came to know God. And this, you see what I'm saying? So that, for me, that element was missing. In addition to the fact that the early church, there were a couple church fathers who did think that Enoch did belong in the scriptures, but the overwhelming consensus of the earliest writings that we have that are extra biblical was that Enoch was not and is not scripture. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't hold historical value, and certainly like the book of Jude does quote Enoch, as it does quote it. And so I don't think that, like, the book of Enoch holds no value. Certainly there's got to be a reason why it's still here. It was found with the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there weren't, as far as I understand, there weren't a whole lot of extra biblical books found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and almost the entire Bible was, including Old and New Testaments. So while I don't think Enoch is scripture, and it doesn't testify to me, like you said, just my spirit doesn't testify that it is scripture, that doesn't mean that it doesn't hold historical value. That does not mean that there can't be some kind of revelation in there for us, and it doesn't mean that we should discount it.
True, yeah.
So that's my personal opinion.
Can we play some more Flat Earth songs?
That brother?
Play some more Flat Earth songs, maybe?
I wasn't hearing it. I like some of that Flat Earth music, man. That was good.
Yes.
You got a lot of talented people in this community, man.
That's true.
I'll tell you this, nobody wants to hear me sing, though, bro.
Me neither. My voice is not good. For singing, at least.
As long as we stay in our lanes, right, Clay?
Exactly. Going home, Henry Glover, going home. I would really like this song if a little bit more of it wouldn't have these cuss words in it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, especially with the kids. I got a bunch of kids, and some of the stuff I'd love to share with them, but I don't like exposing them to a whole lot of that stuff if it's possible. So,
right. I appreciate that.
But I don't let one fly once in a while, you know what I mean? But
answer to where the moons go for 3 days yet? I'm just wondering where they go. The moon, where does it go for 3 days? Danny, I'm just wondering. I went to your site, I saw you look through telescopes, so you must know where it goes.
I've never heard Danny speak in here. I've heard that really is Danny Faulkner, but he just kind of comes in and lurks around and doesn't really speak a whole lot. Is that the case?
Yes, it's him. He's typing now. I want to know where it goes for 3 days.
I've never spoken to him. Does he seem like a nice enough guy, or?
Yes, he's very nice.
That's good. That's nice. I notice he's been in here a little bit more lately. Is there something going on in the community that's causing him to, want to pop in here more often, or?
Did I just hear Waffle House in the background?
Waffle House, and my wife was stirring coffee in a Yeti. Bring back memories of Waffle House.
Into enough of them.
Yeah, right. And I really like this Yeti. You know, it's amazing. This Yeti is like amazing. It's I didn't realize it before, but it's actually like what's in there, like some kind of space foam or something that causes the heat to not transfer from wall to wall. It's a vacuum. I just found that out recently. It's like, that's amazing. A vacuum prevents heat transfer. So there's a 3/16 inch vacuum wall in my Yeti prevents boiling hot coffee from transferring 3/16 of an inch.
Well, there's no air. How's it going to transfer?
Oh yeah, that's kind of my point. So on Earth here, a 3/16 inch vacuum that's much weaker than the vacuum of space apparently prevents heat transfer of boiling liquid to the palm of my hand. And somehow the heat of the sun traverses 93 million mile vacuum. I think that's fascinating. Love my Yeti. Oh, it's great.
Going home and you're what an earworm worm. Can someone play another song? Something else maybe? Maybe someone can play I Told You So by Conspiracy Music Guru. I told you so.
Whoever's reading the book of Enoch, that's good. Enoch's good. Jasher, Jubilee, Esdras, and Thomas, all removed from the Bible. We call the Bible.
Hi to Clay. Clay.
Huh? Hello.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing good, and you? I mean, I'm in Germany, so for me it's already afternoon. But, you know, we all live on the same plane.
He's on the other side of the plane here. Clay's a good guy. He loves Jesus too.
Amen.
We just had German cookies the other day too. Those were good, huh? We just actually had we just entertained a German missionary, bro. A missionary from Germany.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we just had him in our home for a couple nights. And did he bring those cookies, or he brought us some German cookies. They're good.
That's nice. Straight from Germany, or just like a German recipe?
They were from Germany. It wasn't a German. It was they were in a bag, like
So
puffy, covered in chocolate, some kind of cherry filling. They're good.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos of Americans trying German sweets. I kind of like it most of the time.
I think it's funny when people are surprised that they go to one area of the world and they're like, "Oh, I'm surprised the food was good." And it's like, I think the food is pretty much good everywhere we go. I think good tasting food is somewhat objective. I've never tasted like any nationality's food that I thought was like, "Oh, this is terrible." There might be a dish here, but I mean, in general, anywhere you go, food's pretty good.
Man, there's so many other nationality restaurants where I'm like, oh my God, how can you eat this? You kidding? Haggis? Are you serious?
Sounds like something you do out of desperation when you're starving. It's like, let's cut the stomach out of that sheep there.
Exactly.
Stuff it full of all this fucking leftovers, and we'll bake it.
Has it already been snowing, Ball Kicker, where you live?
We're over in Missouri, in the middle, pretty much almost the smack dab middle of America. So no, it hasn't really. It's just now getting cold. We haven't had a lot of rainfall. I think the people who like to tinker with God's weather are kind of droughting us. But no, not a single snowflake yet this year.
I'm getting killed right now.
We get a few feet every year. Not enough to have to shovel, thankfully.
Yeah, we also don't get a lot of snow in Germany, I'll be honest.
We won't get snow in Ohio probably until January, usually. And then it's, unless we get it early, but who knows what we're going to get this year. Last year I had a snow blow 3 times in one day, like 4 times last year, where we had so much snow that our cars were completely covered. That's part of global warming.
Yeah. They told us we were going to freeze to death when we were in high school and it was going to be an ice age. Now we're going to die from heat.
I just made a picture from my window and I look outside. We have actually beautiful weather. Like it snowed a little bit and we have a blue sky with sun.
See how much snow I'm going to shovel today. It says solid snow today and tomorrow for Quebec, so that's probably New York, Quebec, the whole eastern edge.
You're in Quebec?
Yeah. So a good 6 inches out there right now, and that's just since I woke up.
You don't sound like a French-speaking Quebec, though.
Oui, certainement, mon ami.
You have a perfect English accent for a Canadian accent.
I did live out west for quite a while, but I'm not like the Ricky Bobby guy there. That was funny the other night when we heard that French guy come on. He spoke like a Ricky Bobby. You will lose. The Earth is not a flat. It is a globe. It is provable. That's what the guy was going on about. Should have put the tarp on the car yesterday, and then I wouldn't have had to shovel it off there this morning. But
what I just find always fascinating about this kind of weather, about winter in general, is when the sun is further away doing its circles, more over like Africa and stuff, because they have summer now, and it's just awesome to think about. Like, I mean, look at the picture post from the sun. Like, we have like it's like almost 3 p.m. when the sun already is like extreme far away than usual, you know.
Yeah.
But it just makes perfect sense, you know. Literally, I see the sun going over my head every day, and in the winter, I think it doesn't even pass my head really. It's because it's already too far away. And in the summer, it's directly over me, and in Africa, it's winter that time, and here it's extreme heat. Just makes so much sense, man. Like everything about the geocentric model is perfect.
Not making sense.
And wonderful.
It's because of the 66.6 degree tilt.
Yeah.
Even when you do that demonstration, even in your own room with a globe, and just to show somebody, it doesn't make sense, of course, because you've got exposure on Antarctica when you wouldn't expect it. You would think to yourself, like, how is it possible that this is freezing, but this ain't, or this is not frozen, but this is?
Yeah, I actually need to get rid of the tomato plants in front of my window. They're already pretty dead.
Like raspberries, you just leave them and they grow back.
I don't know. I think so we always get them out of the earth and then we just plant a new seed.
You can cut them all down. It always helps.
Because they just die. I mean, they're literally dead already. I mean, some of them just have a little bit of green on it, but I mean, this cold cannot be good for tomatoes.
Just let a few rot on the ground. They usually make more tomatoes pretty quickly. So
It's actually amazing how much seeds a plant of fruit when it's not manipulated.
Yeah. Timbo, what question are you going to ask?
Going home when you know we're going home.
Timbo.
Timbo.
Wanted to
Oh,
have a beast,
Australian.
but you're not even talking.
It's also summer in Australia right now, right?
yeah. The deepest deep summer and the deepest deep winter right now, almost for the next few days anyway. And then we're finally turn that around and start reversing the process. The spiral graph goes the other way.
So weird that it's summer for them right now. But it just makes perfect sense, you know.
Think about if you were on the equator, right? You would have people, you would have times where the sun's on this side and on that side, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, whereas we in the northern hemisphere, we only see it get further away. It barely gets over our head in the summer, and then it goes back away again. So we're not quite underneath it, you know?
Yeah, like I said, you can literally, like, it's so easy if we just look at the sun during the whole year. You can literally track it and understand how it's functioning over this geocentric Earth.
Ask the average globe guy to walk out of his own house and say, okay, where does the sun usually appear at what declination and where does it go and set? And if they paid attention to that every day, like you said, even if you just mowed your lawn every day and noticed that, you would notice. But most people don't. So
Yeah, what I notice, especially in the summer, is that the sun is flying over my head. It goes over me during the day, and then at a certain point, it just goes away, and then it's dark again, and it's just the whole thing over and over again every new day. And the blue clears.
You would see the procession nice and gentle, like you said, from over your head to far away from you to back over your head in the summer again. It's not that difficult. It just takes a year.
No, I mean, like, literally during the day, you know, when the sun, is coming closer, which we would call, well, in the narrative you call it sunrise. So the sun is coming closer, then literally going over your head and then going away, sunset, which doesn't exist really. It's just the sun going away. That's all. The local light is going away, which means for you locally it's going to be dark again.
Again, that's just too hard for some people to comprehend. They're like, why can't I see it from
Yeah,
the other
because-
side of the earth?
Yeah, because they have been indoctrinated to think that the sun is just. How should I actually explain this? It's like the sun is 93 million miles away. Like I can't even explain it anymore because it's so stupid, you know.
One of the things. One of the things that for me, like before, when I was a helio, you know, when I still thought I lived on a ball, and they said, oh, it's the Earth's tilt or whatever, and that does kind of make sense. You know, you can do that with heat or whatever. Whereas if it's not a 90-degree angle, the heat, it's not as hot. That's just, you know, that's a fact.
Exactly.
But what they want us to believe is that in the northern hemisphere, the sun is actually 3 million miles, approximately 3 million miles closer to us in our winter, and somehow my face doesn't recognize. My face doesn't comport. It doesn't comport. That information does not comport with my senses, and my
Something
face
that
isn't
they
tilted.
don't like to say. They don't like to admit that one.
Yeah, my face, when I look at the sun, when I should be able to feel a difference in warmth. Doesn't make any sense. My face has nothing to do with the tilt of the Earth. My head is spherical. The sun is supposedly spherical. So it doesn't matter if there's a slight tilt or not. It should be warmer in the winter, and it's not.
For sure. Look, just go on your porch where your spotlight is outside or whatever, and if you just stand under the spotlight, you can feel the heat. So it's like, again, where the sun is directly over you, yeah, that's going to be the hottest portion. Anything away is going to radiate away from that. But of course, you've got your, a spotlight. Just look at an alley, for example. If you look down an alley and there's somebody has a door with a spotlight over it, it doesn't shine up the whole alley from end to end, obviously. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that difficult to comprehend a local light as opposed to, you said, 93 million miles of flooding of the earth.
We know why they say it's 3 million miles closer. It's I believe it's because their model demands it. It just doesn't make any sense.
That's what that's one of the toughest ones for globers to deny, and they won't swallow that.
That's because they want an ellipse.
They want everything in their favor, no matter what, and everything just has a magical, oh, well, that's the way it works system. It's like, oh, no. That's not directly correlated to fact there. Hold on.
Well, my point to it is that seemingly at every corner, the globe model wants us to deny our senses. There's curvature, but you can't see it. There's movement, but you can't feel it. The sun is closer, but it's colder. It's nothing comports with the physical senses that God gave us. They want us to believe that our senses that God gave us somehow do not comport with reality. They want us to believe that up is down, down is up, male is female. There is no truth. It's outrageous. And essentially what they're doing is they're saying the Creator is a deceiver because he created us in such a way that our senses actually invert reality. And it's infuriating.
Well, the deceivers running this place. That's the problem. And some people just refuse to acknowledge that as well. So you've got yourself a little problem here. But yeah, if it was one or two things that didn't add up, you'd have a lot more trouble with this. Like you said, it's a 180 flip. It's upside down versus right side up. It's left versus right. You can call it what you want, but you can literally take everything from that side, flip it on its head, and turn it into reality. So yeah, has it been done on purpose? For sure. It's pretty obvious at this point. Sucks to get exposed, anybody doesn't like being exposed. Telemarketers, scammers, whatever, anybody. As soon as you get caught and the jig's up and everybody sees what's going on, they're like, oh, the Nigerian prince isn't really going to send me the money? Huh? We all fell for it, though. It's one reason that I live empathy.
I don't really. Part of it is when I look back at it and the things they taught me in school, the things they teach little children are not what they teach at the college level.
Of course not. Yeah.
They in grade school they tell, oh, you can't feel the motion of the earth because it's constant, and then you find out later on it's not constant at all. It's constantly moving, is what it is.
Right. But as a child, like you said, they got you that baseline, they got you that basics so that you don't question certain things, so that when it got to the older stage, when you got into more complex questions, you overlooked the original simple stuff that should be complicating your now complicated.
Well, yeah, because you've already been indoctrinated to believe the lie, so now they can reveal bits of truth and your operating system won't detect it. It thinks the malignancy is normal.
Yeah, it's details, and you're just like, oh, I can't understand the details just yet. Maybe I'm not smart enough to learn it yet or whatever. I've done things in this world where I'm like, what, am I stupid or something? Am I just not, why don't I get this, while I'm following instructions or while somebody gave me advice or whatever. And then I think to myself, why isn't it just done like this? And I go do something else, and I'm like, what the hell? Why would you tell somebody to fix it like this when it just do this? You know what I mean? Like there's always something other way to do stuff in this world, There's always an explanation for something too.
It's amazing how many lies are actually in when I first came to Christ, one of the intellectual reason I rejected Christ was because I believed science. I believed I was came from a mud puddle and I was standing on a water ball shooting through a vacuum. So it's hard to find Dad when you don't even know who he is and where you are and who you are. But I remember being, in grade school, and the way that they misrepresented gravity, with centrifugal force spinning water around in a bucket. But
backwards gravity.
Yeah, but that's an experiment that teachers are taught to give examples to grade school children on how to demonstrate gravity. It is outright deception.
They're not smart enough to figure it out. The teacher itself is the problem because they learned the curriculum the same day or the day before they taught it to your child. And
they were indoctrinated too. These teachers are good people. They're not deceivers, not intentionally. They're good people. They're going to it, with good intentions. But one of the things that helped break the spell of evolution for me was watching Kent Hovind. And he has like a 17-hour seminar that when I was a baby Christian, I watched like 3 times. And I filled up two 70-page notebooks with questions and inquiries and went and looked it all up, and I was like, oh my gosh, almost everything this guy is saying is verifiable. But one of the things that really hit me and really broke the spell for me was he showed a 5th grade science textbook with a verifiably false man-made monkey skull. It was my 5th grade textbook. I remember the page. I remember the picture. I remember the day in school. I remember I went home and I was like, I was so excited. And I went home and I said, Mom, and she was doing the dishes. And I ran up to her and I said, Mommy, did you know that I'm an animal? And she patted me on the head and she said, I know, sweetie, we're all animals.
Unbelievable, eh?
But that's one of the things that broke the spell for me was, wait a minute, why are they putting something into a textbook that was verifiably falsified like in the 1920s, and I'm learning about it in the 1980s, late 1980s, they're teaching me this. What is going on? Why are these things still in textbooks when they are verifiably false? Why are teachers using falsifiable experiments to deceive children into believing that centrifugal force is gravity? Why is that?
That's why it bothers me that the Sunday church people just won't listen to the common sense and something like that. You say, well, your children get sent to school, right? Do you think that's all right? And they're fine with that. And I'm like, well, the school teaches them that they come from a big bang amoeba / monkey, whatever, and they're okay with all of that. You don't object to that one bit. You guys aren't going to stand up and say something. You're not going to send your children to that indoctrination camp. Nope, you're just going to do it anyway, right? Okay. Convince them. Same with the flat earth. It's like, no, that's just the devil's lie,
It's tragic. I can't believe how many otherwise decent
tragic, brother. It's past tragic. I have sadness every day over certain things I see. I'm just like, I can't even believe this has gone this far. And it's like, and worse, like you said, smart man of any kind. I mean, we know lots of smart friends and so forth. When you find out some incredible information for whatever reason, whether you're blessed by the Lord or whether you come to the information yourself somehow, either way, try to run and tell your buddy, you're like, listen, man, you're one of my smartest friends. Check this out. And get rejected, right? Or move on to the next person, same thing, get rejected and so forth. That's disheartening pretty bad right away for the average Joe. And you're like totally disappointed. You're like, how is it possible that they can't even acknowledge and say, oh, that's interesting, I got to look into that further. That should be the minimum answer, not total denial. Oh, here comes some crazy maniac with a snowboard.
Yeah, I don't really consider myself Christian anymore, but at the time when I found out flat earth, I had this friend in high school that I thought that he would actually listen, like if I showed him like scripture and all that, and I tried to present it to him, and he immediately shut it down. Like he wasn't even trying to listen to it. Like,
right.
He was like just laughing. I was like, all right, dude, whatever. Like, this is what the book says. I thought you believed it. But
the book also says that some people will be blinded and won't receive the truth. And that's kind of sad too, because it's kind of a reversal of roles is what I'm noticing. This is the saddest part of it all. Those who profess to be wise and think that they're got this wonderful ticket to the stairway to heaven and they're always saved or whatever it is, denying everything, are in for some trouble. I mean, that's just it. Humble here is the key word, no matter what. I mean, I hate to say it too. I used to be a smart-ass, proud little bastard when I was young, so I'll admit it. Gotta get on your knees, man. I mean, in more ways than one, and just humble yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny how little like people actually know about the Bible. Like most people just go to church and then that's it. Like it's just like a social club.
And they'll
Go to
claim how
church
many
on
times
Sunday.
they've read it. Oh, I've read it 5 times. It's like, but you misunderstood it 5 times, or you breezed through it 5 times, or whatever. I wouldn't even start at the beginning and go to the end, because it's not a book. It's not a once upon a time and the end. That's not how it operates. Most people assume that, even people who have never read it. And it's like, no, dude, this is a whole pile of books stuffed together in one book. This is a bunch of books. That's what Bible means. And you don't quite get that.
I think when most people say they read like the Bible, I think they're just talking about the New Testament. Like, to be honest, I really do, because I'll bring something up in the Old Testament and they won't know what I'm talking about at all, or they'll just have like these weird ideas, and then I'll bring something up from the Old Testament, and then it just kind of it shows what they've read pretty much.
Well, they're the newer people. Here's what I've noticed, and one thing I had to pay attention to right away. When people were showing me scripture, whatever, they're like, "Here, check this out. What it says right here," and they pull out some Bible, and right away when they start reading, I can tell something's wrong. I flip back to the cover, New International Version, or whatever it might be, a living version of this or that, and I'm like, no, hold on, son. Here's your first problem. There's a terrible translation issue here. This is firewood. You might as well not even use it. You know, I don't like anything like that. First thing I bought was the Hebrew and Greek concordance. I want to have a little bit more of an accurate fallback into the original languages. And of course, God can preserve his word in English. We're not going to, think he didn't, but the important pieces. But I think there's a little more depth in detail, and, show yourself approved to study it, not read it. So there's a little more to this. Like Enoch, I know, right? Jasher, Jubilee, Ezra. I mean, it's mentioned in Jude. You know what I mean? You got things that are mentioned in the Bible that are in, and they're not in there. It's like, well, how come it's mentioned here but it's not in here?
Yeah, you're talking about Enoch.
Well, that's one of them. But again, it should be 88 instead of 66 books, in my opinion. And some people argue for even over 100.
Yeah.
And I would say so. An Ethiopian Bible still has Esdras in it, still has Enoch in it, and
I actually work with an Ethiopian. He's actually with me right now. Like, I was talking to him about it. I was like trying to figure out a little bit, and he was like, "Yeah, we've had Enoch for like, I think he said like close to 1,000 years. It might have been less than that." But
I will question the third book. There is some discrepancies, and there's some excellent arguments over the fact that might be some problems with the last issues, or the third, if you want to call the third book of Enoch, but we'll see.
Yeah,
that's up to the reader. That's subjective. But as far as the luminaries and all that is concerned, if it's got anything like that in there, I would definitely read it and try to process it a little. But it gives you more of a steeplechase type understanding. That's kind of how I look at it. When I picture it from above, it's kind of like a steeplechase game.
I don't really know.
At this point,
with the tracks, basically, you have a tight track on the inside and a bigger track on the outside. Figure eight racing in cars or something, right? Like, you go one time around the outside, one time around the inside. Therefore, both cars will make an equal amount of distance.
It's crazy to me how many people also who claim to like believe the Bible, but then, like you were saying earlier about evolution, just they don't.
It's a total denial.
Yeah.
You can't have both. You can't sit at both tables and eat. You can't sit on the fence and have one leg in one yard and one leg in the other yard. It doesn't work like that. That's it. There's only one way to this, and like it or not, you can't mold things to fit into the. That's what preachers do, right? They literally take the science, like you said, mold it into somehow fitting into their teachings. It should be the other way around.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not to add or take away from the word either. So if you add millions of years and monkeys and all that nonsense, it's like
1,000 years would be a crime. How about 1 billion light years? Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so dumb, man. Like, you would think people would actually like whenever I found out evolution was true, I immediately like went to the Bible because I was like, all right, that's like a direct contradiction to this thing. So I was so interested in it after that because it seemed like they're intentionally trying to hide something at least. But yeah,
Looking at the high
Kent
technology.
Hovind was the reason I got out of evolution too. Like that's what like red pilled it for me, and that's probably also the reason it was relatively easy for me to become a flat earther. Like I didn't have like a super crazy like it didn't take me like months and months of research to like become a flat earther, to be honest.
If you find God along the way here, you definitely have no problem after that. I mean, that's the humble part, though. A lot of people never find that. So,
yeah,
I don't know how to get blessed by the Holy Spirit other than, tell people to just, I don't know, start talking to God, man. I mean, that's it. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to do it in your car, do it in your closet, do it under your sheets of your bed, do it wherever you want. Just sincere.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain somebody that. I mean, again, people are like, oh, you want me to wear a suit and go to church now on Sunday? And it's like, no, you missed the whole point here.
Yeah, that's the difference between like religion and being spiritual, in my opinion.
That's just it.
Yeah.
That's traditions of men all the way. Traditions of men. Look at Christmas. I mean, you can't even talk to these people. I mean, I've been into the occult side. I'm just telling you, folks, right now, like it or not, everything's in your face. You've got plenty of evidence and short videos and all kinds of what's out there just telling you all about the truth. But nobody wants to buy it up or eat it up or even consider it because Christmas is here and I'm getting presents, or Easter's here and my kids like it, or whatever it is, Halloween, they think it's fun. Just burn that all down. If you have any brain in your head, reset everything to neutral and start again. Consider what you're doing. So
I've seen this video about this guy was trying to make like a presentation over like the flu shot, and he was pretty much saying like he's trying to whatever they're trying to implement in the flu shot, they're trying to take away like your zeal, I guess. Like religious zeal is like the way they're saying it, they're calling it like religious extremist or something like that, and they were showing like a graph of your brain, and it was saying it'll numb this part. Like it was pretty much saying like it'll take your zeal away, like I guess your passion or whatever. And sometimes I think that might be part of the problem, like people taking all these damn flu shots and all this craziness that it makes it harder for them to see. Yeah.
I'll give you some testimony right now, brother, because I didn't find the Lord through the flat earth. I found him through this topic, because that's one of the issues here. Definitely genetics is the key here. The Y chromosome is under attack, okay? That's pretty much what's happening here. Your Y chromosome's under attack. So with the Jesus chromosome, if you will, is absolutely what they're trying to clip out or edit with their technology. Either way. Anyway, we can't talk about this, but either way.
Yeah, it's disgusting, dude. I've never gotten a vaccine like of my own free will. All of them were through high school and elementary school, all that nonsense. And my grandma used to force me to get the flu shot, but ever since I got out of high school, I was like, I'm not getting no damn flu shot. Like I'm not. I would rather just get the flu. Like, and I say that I didn't think I was even gonna get sick because most years I don't really get the flu, but
I never in my life have been vaccinated, not once.
Oh, you're lucky, man.
I remember one time when I was a young kid and it hit me in the arm, and after that it was so much unhappiness from that day that I remembered after that I was just thinking in my head like no one's getting me with that again. And the only other time I can remember someone trying to get me was in school, same thing. All the kids were lined up in the hall there, right, to go through the nurse's office. And then after you went through, you went to the other side and you stood there with the rest of the kids and you waited, right? I walked from this side over to that side, okay, and started hanging out basically. And then at the end of it all, I guess their little chart didn't agree with their lineup of kids and that I was somehow not marked off on the sheet. So they came out and talked to me and I lied. The lady said, the teacher said, did you go in there and get your shot? And I told her I did. So they couldn't be sure if I did or didn't, and weren't about to give me 2 just in case. So they let it slide, right? Anyway, I literally did lie as a kid when I was probably maybe 12 at best.
But my older sister and older brother, they both have been vaccinated as children. And my brother, he lives in Cologne, in Germany, and like since he has his girlfriend, he got pretty brainwashed, and he even took the main jabbity jab. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
interestingly enough, even though he defended it so much, you know, like with science and all sorts of kind of things, he didn't took any booster, right? He just took the first 2 and then he stopped. I wonder why. You know, I'm gonna actually ask him that if he comes over when it's Christmas. But you know, it's kind of sad. I
No,
mean, I
it's
can't
We
because
could
we
go
come out
deep
of
on that subject if we really wanted to.
Yeah.
There's place to do that. I mean, there's batch numbers
Yeah.
involved and percentages of efficacy slash what do you want to call it? Concentration levels, or there's a 3-step tier thing going on.
Trust me, I know my brother back in the days. Okay, he was once before he was actually going to the university. He was the guy who showed me how Russian exposed the moon landings, for example, to be fake. He was once critical thinker, especially against the government, and then he has gone to the university, and especially when he got his girlfriend. And I want to talk. I love my brother. Don't get me wrong or anything. It's just what I observe, right? Since then, he changed and completely different in the way of just trusting the narrative, thinking all that is in the news is okay, and so forth. Like completely opposite of what he once was, and that's just weird, you know. I think I don't know. I think woman can have a lot of impact onto a man.
I agree. Right. And the
I don't
media,
know.
whatever media he consumes, everyone has different sources of info. You know, I've noticed that too. I assumed for a while that, you know, everybody's like me. You just watch the CBC, 6 News, whatever it was, and this and that. But no, everybody's got their own little place to go and get their info. So everyone gets programmed differently. Yeah, the female, the female spirit can definitely direct a man around by his nose. Yeah.
Many men put all they love and trust and life over, like everything they have essentially, into the relationship, and then when it breaks up, they feel like as if they have lost everything, you know, and that's the problem. People replace the creator with a temporary relationship with another woman, and
they're
that's
willing to
bad.
compromise. They're willing to compromise in a place where they normally wouldn't for the sake of the relationship or keeping the woman around.
True.
You know, that to me is not ideal. I mean, ideally, when you see some people or couple or something that's really happy with each other, they spend a lot of time together, they always get along. You know, I mean, there's a few times you see that where they're just very compatible. A lot of times it's for convenience or comfort or whatever, or you're compromising somehow. It's even a financial affair at this point, somewhat, you know, because 2 people, it's easier to get along with rent and food and bills and whatever, you know, being single. So I look at the high technology of the past and all that stuff, you know, how can you think that we're stupid? You know, a lot of people get that. Well, people are stupid. Thought the earth was flat.
Yeah, I feel like it's part of fluoride. It's hard for people to see stuff.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's
that
definitely
actually
part of
has.
it.
Yeah, I feel like that has a pretty good effect because sometimes, like, I just don't understand, like, how people can't see. Like, there's a lot of people who are on the fence about flat Earth, and for me, like, I mean, once I saw the information, I was like, for me, what did it? It was the curvature. Like, it was, well, the lack of curvature.
Yeah.
It was once I found out that there's no curvature, I was like, oh, the Earth is flat. I was like, because I couldn't unsee it. It was something that I had to deal with, and it was just so easy for me. Once I saw that, I was like, well, I told my wife, I was like, yeah, I'm a flat earther now. And then she was like, no, like she was giving me a hard time. And then as soon as I found out, I was like, I'm gonna make you see, like, you're gonna see this.
Here's the thing: if your wife was a machinist, it wouldn't have been a problem. You would have laid it out on paper, on the chalkboard, whatever, for her real quick, and she would have clicked in right away. But again, like you said, the fluoridation / just dumbing down or not teaching children in school the things they need to know. They've got you in a babysitting program. I've noticed now that how can you come out of high school, for example, or even college for that matter at this point, and you can't tell the difference between your, and your, or there, and there. They're always spelled incorrectly. You know, it's just something simple that you learned in like grade 3. I don't understand this, you know, and or math, simple math. What's 3 times 3 times 3? None of these people can answer. How is that possible? That's a complete failure of the system. That means they were not tested, or they were not properly vetted to get through this, or they just weren't taught at all. And when you try to give them a little bit of information, like you said, regarding curvature or what have you, any type of math or anything is just like flapping their lips. They haven't got a damn clue. It's just bubbles in space in their head. They don't even know what's going on. So again, the denial usually comes again from the lack of ability to actually process the information or calculate or somehow even just, you know, formulate in your mind like, yeah, that's not possible, you know, like a shadow. You put your hand near the ground, right? You make a shadow. I said to somebody, show me a smaller shadow. Show my hand making a smaller shadow on the ground. Have you ever seen an object make a smaller shadow? No. As you pull away, the shadow gets bigger. There's no smaller shadows than the object. You know?
Yeah.
How can you not understand that? You know, like there's certain things that are just simple explanations that are fed to you as fact in science. It's like, that's not a fact. That's an absolute impossibility.
Yeah, and most people, when you try to present them flat Earth, they're like, most common people, they're like, I don't know why you're wrong. I just know you're wrong. Pretty much. They don't even process anything you're saying. They hear flat Earth and they're like, oh, yeah, that's wrong. That's not true.
Yeah.
I told my coworker last week about it, and then we started talking about evolution and all this stuff, and he told me he was listening to an audio book about evolution. I was like, oh man, this guy is like so far deep into this nonsense. It's going to be impossible to make this guy see anything.
Yeah, he's going to learn about all kinds of amoebas / whatever, and how this, that, and the other thing magically somehow potentially with speculative, you know, everything's speculation again. It's not even possible to verify anything that's going to be in that audiobook. Anthropology doesn't exist. Yeah, anthropology doesn't agree. First of all, that's my biggest problem is that, you know, you can't dig up something like a half monkey man, and you can't show me a smart walking talking monkey. So
yeah, and also just the intricacy that would have to, like, Occam's razor applies to evolution, and that's impossible. It's literally impossible. There's no way you can have such complexity, and that things actually get worse over time, not better. Genetic mutations prove that. Literally, we build up mutations, and the next generation is going to have more mutations than their parents. So there's literally proof that things get worse with time, not better. So it's
absolutely. Now you know why the Lord's going to save our ass, because we're at the end of the genetic experiment.
Yeah, I mean, if you just think about it, like, you know, people who are in India, there's so many like problems, and they have so much mutations and whatnot, and you know, it speeds up if you're sleeping with your sister or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, if you're incest. I think that's what Neanderthals are. I think they're just products of incest, and they're losing their pretty much their genetic fortitude. They're degrading as their generations go on.
I wouldn't hazard a guess on that, but
that's just the way I've understood it. Like,
all I need to see is a pride parade to know we're at the end. Okay, that's it.
Yeah. Oh man, I was listening to
You guys are spreading so much hate.
You must be racist.
I'm a misogynist too.
So hateful. Unbelievable.
I like it how they say, "Oh, you're a homophobe." No, that means you're afraid of homosexuals. I'm definitely not afraid.
Yeah, right. That's the funniest thing.
And if you're a homophobe, you're also a racist.
Yeah, actually, I am a little. Oh,
I mean,
boy.
for that you need to believe in race, right?
Everyone should love their own race of people. Black people are beautiful and should stay black. I mean, if everybody mixed up together,
No, I mean,
that's
I
ridiculous.
think race in itself is just a lie. You know, it's like a evolution lie. I mean, they defend. See, the thing is, if you talk to a person who would say Black Lives Matter, and then you say, yeah, why do you actually believe the lie of evolution that there are actually races? And then he would start defending the very guy who came up with races that implemented so much suffering because of the stupid illusion that race actually exists, which it doesn't. Race does not exist. There's one race, and that's the human race, and that's from Adam and Eve.
Well, no, there's pretty obvious evidence for pre-Adamites. So
anyhow,
everybody's skulls are not the same. They're not the same. It's just not the same. That hurts people's feelings, but no.
Wait, did you say pre-Adamism? Like people before Adam?
How did Cain go and have wives and make cities with other people if the first two people are Adam and Eve? That's the most ridiculous statement ever, right there.
Oh, you talking about the little amount of people like Adam, Eve,
not the first two human beings. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I've heard people say that, but they're
That's deeper. You know,
yeah.
That's why the extra-canonical books aren't around.
Yeah. I think what happened was an optimal, like, you know, after they sinned and, you know, they're forced to kind of be a little incest. But at the same time, if they're created literally from Yah, like, they're going to have more genetic diversity and they're going to be able to get away with doing something like that and it not, you know, just cripple humanity.
We're a long way down the road right now, which means we have a lot of mixing going on already. So again, like anything else in this world, you're so far down the road now, there is no trying to understand unless you were there. You know what I mean? It's really it. But we did have hunter-gatherers. That's pretty obvious. And then it does say in the Bible, man was put here to till the ground, and agriculture, farming, and all that kind of stuff, you know, comes later. So you can still see evidence of today of people who just don't farm or anything at all. They're simply hunter-gatherers, and that's what they do.
Yeah.
That's a fact. I mean, the skulls are different. The people are different. That's not a racist thing. I don't know why people just don't want to accept the fact. Like if you threw the average Joe White Canadian guy into the middle of the jungle, he ain't going to last 5 minutes unless he's there with a person that lives there and teaching them how to survive. Same thing if you brought one of them out of the jungle, threw them in the middle of Canada with a snowstorm, without somebody explaining to them, hey, you got to have all this gear on, and you wouldn't make it either. Or you wouldn't be able to find food. You wouldn't know what to do. Right?
Yeah, and you stick out to those tribes in that area. If you're a white guy and they've never seen a white guy ever in their life, and you're there, you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb. They'll probably kill you.
You've seen that happen on National Geographic things from the 70s or whatever, where they literally have never seen a white person, and yeah, they're hostile because, again, it's just strange flesh. How's that? Okay, the Bible says that. Now, that's not a racist thing or whatever, but it tells you that you're designed a certain way and other people are designed a certain way. It doesn't mean it's better, worse, or anything else. It's a survival aspect. If you live in the jungle, you're going to need to go kill something and eat it. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
It's a different land, a different continent, a whole different thing, and you get different things from different places in the world, right? Like you wouldn't have spices and coffee and all kinds of great things, chocolate and so forth, if it wasn't farmed and came from some other faraway place. You know, you just wouldn't have it. That's the diversity. That's the good part of nationalities and peoples, if you will. You know, nations of peoples. If it's all supposed to be together as one and big mixing bucket of vomit, that's ridiculous. And everybody'd be the same. It would be a robot state.
Yeah.
You don't want everyone to be the same.
Yeah, well, in the Tower of Babel, that's when we got the different languages. I wonder if that's when the races were.
There you go. So then the universal language, look back in the time. If you wanted to teach a bunch of people that speak different languages, one simple formula, if you will, so that everyone understands to build. I got cut off there. No, hieroglyphics would have been your one universal language, right? Symbols. So that just like in your car, you get in your brand new car right now, you can't understand one damn thing. I mean, I got someone's brand new car. I'm like, what the hell's a squiggly line, doodly doo thingamajig with a question mark and a dot? What the fuck does that mean? It's like, put the word on it. Put a windshield wiper on it, okay? Silliness. I mean, like Idiocracy, the movie, when he goes into the hospital, right? He's like, I got a sore head or whatever. The girl's looking at this big long board, and all she does is pushes the button with the corresponding picture that, you know, shows what's wrong with you. Nobody even speaks anymore.
Did y'all see that they're gonna have this movie come out in theaters? It's only gonna be in theaters on the 23rd. It's called Babylon.
Oh, that's suspicious as shit, because Idiocracy was free. When that came out for free, I warned everybody. I said, nobody puts out a high-end Hollywood movie like this for free unless there's something seriously in it to watch. So I would highly recommend everybody watch this. And I caught it right off the bat, but a lot of people just, they're like, oh, that was funny. And it's like, it's not funny, it's predictive. Careful.
Yeah.
In a very parody way, I don't know if I said that right, but a spoofy way, whatever you want, comedy way. It's overboard, I'll agree, but it has elements of truth to it. Just pay attention. That is your medical system right there. Oh, you stick this in your ear, this in your mouth, and this in your butt.
Yeah, anytime I ever watch any kind of TV, movie, or anything, I'm just watching. Like, I'm just watching to see, like, what they're trying to pull, pretty much. Like, I really don't let my guard down when I watch stuff anymore. I really can't, because it's the way my brain works now. Literally, I just try to see what's wrong with it and, like, why it's even created, pretty much.
I can't even make it through some stuff now, because I used to like be entertained by it, but now I'm watching the background. I don't even watch the foreground action anymore, okay? Because I know they want you focused on it, and here I am analyzing the background of everything now, because I just pick up things constantly, and it's like, crap, there it is, there it is, there it is. It's like, shit, it's right in front of you every time. It's like movies or whatever. I guarantee you got at least 3 Jesus Christs in any movie. Okay, try and prove me wrong. If not, many, many more. And that's guaranteed. I mean, you can't even deny that.
Yeah, it's every time I watch something and I see something, because I'll be looking. My wife won't. My wife, she'll be like just watching, and as soon as I see it, I'll tell her. I'll be like it's saying this, this, and this, or like it's suggestive thinking. Like some things that you watch will literally put a thought in your head, and you know, before I would never catch it, but now when I catch it, I'm like, I'll explain it to my wife, and we'll just have to turn it off. I'm like, yeah, I can't watch this anymore. Like, we gotta shut this off.
Things catch me in the ear a lot quicker than they used to, and I especially, but even just listening to stuff, it's like, whoa, hang on, back up a step.
Yeah, and I have a 3-year-old, a little girl, and we don't I won't put anything on for her. Like I've tried to look at things in the past, like even the most like innocent things, and I'm at the point where it's like I'm not even gonna risk there being something in there that I can't catch or I don't understand, and it messed with her pretty much. It's not really good for a kid to just sit at home and watch TV anyway.
No kidding. No kidding, dude. I remember, this is funny. My elderly aunt, when I was helping get rid of, she passed away. I was helping clear out stuff from her house, and there was a TV VCR combo thing. You know, one of those things with the VCR built in the bottom.
Yeah.
Perfect condition, working condition. I was laughing because it was so good condition. Anyway, I throw it online to get rid of it. I didn't want to throw it in the garbage. I figured somebody would want it, so I put it out there to put it for free. And right away, some guy mails me. You know, I'm like, yeah, come over and grab it. And again, here he comes with this cute little girl, probably about 3, 4, maybe whatever, just the cutest little button. And she's got the Disney tape in her hand, the VHS tape in her hand, right? And right away, the Holy Spirit's like, ding, 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 like just banging on my head. I'm like, oh, shoot. Anyway, Buddy was pretty receptive, and he comes in, and the little girl, of course, she's one of those little 4-year-old experts at VCRs. I'm like, yeah, let her do, you know, let her. She crammed that cassette in there, and while she's busy, I tell Buddy, I said, listen, I'm going to email you back. I'm going to send you a couple links, if you don't mind just watching a couple short videos about Disney. And he's like, okay, sure, whatever. And then I reach in the cabinet because my uncle had saved a bunch of National Geographic animal videos or whatever. I said, here's a whole bunch of VHS tapes of animal stuff or nature or whatever the heck. I mean, here, take all these. And the guy emails me back after I sent him the links. He's like, oh my goodness. He's like, thanks very much. He's like, I'll make the necessary adjustments. So yeah, he's like, thanks.
At least he was receptive, dude.
Yeah, he didn't know nothing like that again. Just like any parent, he thought, you know, hey, sit him in front of this for an hour. I can make some dinner while the kids shut the hell up, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, it's convenient, but in my eyes, it's at a cost. Like it is convenient and it is free pretty much for the most part, but there still is a price. Like
little girl had a piggy bank. She's like, do you want some money?
Well, the quote that I like to use is, you know, I forget who said it, but it's give me 7 years and I'll show you the man. So it's like I had to explain this to my wife. I was like, so pretty much our kids are at the most influential age. Like they're just trying to learn about the world right now. We can't risk them learning like anything bad or some kind of suggestive thinking or, you know, I think it's some kind of like brainwashing, really.
Yeah.
And I feel like it kind of like takes away their energy because when my daughter would watch something, she would just kind of zone out and she would just be in the show or whatever. And I would come home from work and then she would just kind of ignore me. And usually like she would tell me hi, then like we would go do something or like play with her blocks or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I would notice whenever she was watching it, she was like zoned out.
Distant, yeah. And again, look at that. Somebody showed me a lot of this child stuff. See, I don't have any children, and I don't watch cartoons at all, even adult stuff, until someone clues me in and says, "Check this out for the programming or whatever."
Yeah.
But, there was one cartoon. What's the one where the characters harvest the screams of the children? Right?
Oh, Monsters Inc.
There you go.
Oh, that one. Wow.
So again, just the esoterics involved here and everything, it's a little bit much for most people to grasp onto. But if you have children, you really do need to figure this out. Same thing with MK Ultra. I'm in Montreal. Anybody who's watched any of those videos of that type of documentary situation knows about Montreal, New York. Just this is the Eastern Seaboard and the landing place, if you will, the headquarters, for that matter. So. Yeah, it's not a joke. It's legit. I mean, you just got to dig into it. There's many, many hours of information on how it's subversive You know, like you said, manipulation of your mind.
Yeah.
What's that Yuri Bezmenov, whatever his name was? That guy made it pretty clear. Russian guy.
Yeah, isn't like Mickey Mouse have something to do with MK Ultra? Either that or like pedophilia or something, or probably both, to be honest, because they're pretty much like linked together.
All of it. I mean, it's never ending. I've just had so much information on it. Again, like for me, it's difficult to even process because, you know, again, we're dealing with children here, right? So anybody who's after the children right away, the problem. I mean, if I was going to have children, I would tend to have children. I would think, you know, like I'm saying, okay, a year from now, my wife's going to have a baby. Let's say I find out she's pregnant today. Want to absolutely save up money so that I can stay home if I need to, or whatever I got to do for the first, at least, like you said, 3, 4, 5 years. And someone's got to be there. You can't have both parents gone, whether you send these children off to this preschool, kindergarten, whatever it is. And from that day on, they're literally in someone else's care other than yours. And you are lucky if you get 2 hours a day. You spend more time in your car alone than you do with your children at this point. So,
Yeah, I've made it a point to make my wife stay at home, and because you know, I'm not gonna send her off somewhere away from us to get taught or just be away from. It's not supposed to be like that.
no,
It's really not.
you
And we're
trim the budget, man, and find a way to do it for less money, and that's it. I mean, just eat less, travel less, drive less, do everything less, save that money, and do what you got to do to have one person stay there. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are getting less money because she was X-ray tech, and she was making good money. We live in Dallas, and it was hard for her because she went to school for it and all that. But you know, our kids are more important than, you know, her job, to be honest.
There's lots of success stories of mothers and children making their own little Etsy business or whatever, and arts and crafts and whatever, and they got tons of cash.
That's actually what she's getting into, embroidery, and that's what she's planning to do, like make some, like embroider some stuff and sell it, or we can go to like a farmer's market and sell it on there. And yeah.
The idea is important. You know, you make an iPhone embroidered little pocket thing or something, and then the whole world suddenly wants one.
Yeah. But I'm happy. Like I'm happy that, you know, all the stuff that I found out, because, you know, as a dad, my job is to protect my kids, and it drives you a little crazy at first. Like when I found out the Earth was flat and everything, like it was easy for me to accept it, but after I did, like I started going down all these rabbit holes, and I started figuring out like how bad everything was with the vaccines and like all of that, and then yeah, it's
one thing leads to another real fast. Like I said, this isn't necessarily the door. People like to say flat Earth is the door, and I say that's not necessarily true. Some people, it's other subject matter, but they all link up together eventually. You will find your way. Once you get under the circus tent, you know, you start seeing the 3-ring circus pretty much. I mean,
yeah. I feel like it's pretty
bless you,
life-changing.
though, brother. I mean, bless you and your family, man. I hope you do whatever you got to do, man. I mean,
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Children are a blessing, man. You got to protect them like you wouldn't believe. Like I said, they're so smart and honest and everything. Somebody brought up a point the other day that I make all the time. You know, little kids have no shame. They will point out everything exactly as they see it. Why is that person so fat? I'm not even going to lie to them. It's like they eat too much. That's it. Bottom line. Won't even lie to you.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of the key, is not lying to your kids. I don't want them to. I want them to believe the things I say. I don't want them to reject it. So, you know,
I can't be around nephews and nieces or anything, because I will absolutely tell them Santa Claus ain't real and everything. I mean, I can't even be around my own family now.
Yeah. We don't celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving, none of that. Like this is actually the first year that we're not gonna to celebrate it, and my in-laws know, my family knows. It's good that we got that out the way. but it's also good not to lie to your kids about, Santa Claus. So when you try to tell them about something real, they don't.
Anyone who calls themselves a Christian, religious, anything along that matter, listen, if you have the slightest fear of God in your mind or even question in your mind, you better be able to biblically support all this crap you're doing. Again, they can't. So I warn everybody, throw it in neutral, man. Take the car out of gear, okay, and cancel everything. And reflect now. What do you want to celebrate? For what reason? When? Why? How? And so forth. And process it a bit before you do it. Otherwise, just cancel it all and don't do anything. That's it. If you have any brain in your head, you'll start with that. There's no sense in getting yourself deep into traditions of men that are going to cause you a lot of problems later.
Christmas comes from Norse. It's called Yule.
Saturnalia. Saturnalia.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's other things too, but the Christmas tree, it has the North Star on top, and the decorations are actually supposed to represent stars and planets. And
Sure.
actually, if you look at the Norse cosmology, they have a tree on top right over the center, so that North Star would line up on the top of the tree at the center, and then the branches and everything would have the planets. I thought that was really interesting. Also, in
Again,
the Norse cosmology, it has hell in it, like HEL.
and again, just this tradition of paganism falls into child sacrifice, goes along with all of that and all kinds of things. This is terrible.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, it's
the whole
disgusting,
thing
dude.
fits together, and once you figure it out, even the slightest bit of yuck should make you wait a second, back up.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Like, you shouldn't want to have any part of anything that has to do with sacrifice, because even Yule has to do with sacrifice. I was looking it up the other day. It said that they would sacrifice on Yule, and they didn't say what they would sacrifice, but I have a pretty good idea. And I sent that to my wife. I was like, they're not telling you what they're sacrificing, but you the 25th is supposed to be like Nimrod's birthday, and they're celebrating the solstice, and they're
Yeah, the
celebrating death
solstice
pretty
is.
much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I also thought it was interesting too. Hey, I gotta go actually. I'm at work right now. I have to talk to my coworker.
Do what you got to do, brother.
All right, I'll be back.
I don't know if there's any mods on. There's people in the VC check-in thing there, if I'm looking at it correctly.
Nobody got it then? Oh.
What's up, Beer? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good, dude. I'm just I watching Dell's video yesterday from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and he's talking about, acceleration and dropping things. Did anybody see it?
I haven't, no.
Well, I better post it again because, I mean, he's talking about, the Earth moving up to the object or non-acceleration. So, I don't know. I brought this up a
Yeah,
long time ago.
yeah. If you put it in the general, I'll watch it. I'll
Yeah.
check it.
And I mean, physics is not my strong subject, so I think I need to talk to Level Up or somebody like that. I'll do what I always do and corner AI.
Yeah, usually whenever I'm trying to flat smack people, I try to tell them the more simple things like the stars not moving, or the stars moving consistently, and the constellations and curvature not being there, and I don't really get into the more complex things usually. But you're saying that it's the video is talking about the Earth moving underneath the atmosphere, or
Well, what it's talking about is basically water in a bottle, and that's his demonstration. Very simple demonstration. So when you accelerate something, you give it that force, then you get a displacement. But when you drop a thing, that displacement doesn't happen. So it's very simple. Couldn't be simpler, in fact.
yeah,
But he's done what we always talk about here, which is a demonstration. Now we always talk about, well, accelerate is measured. It's measured at 9.8 meters per second. And so that's what they'll come back with. And I don't want to hear that because we know this. Or we think we know this. That's probably a better way of putting it. We think we know this. So
yeah. I was actually watching a Nathan Thompson debate last night, and I forget who he was debating, but the subject was gravity, and he brought up the fact that you're not expecting your food to fly off a plate. Like, the flat Earth doesn't need gravity. We don't need things to hold us down to a flat, stationary Earth. Like, you only need something to hold you down to a spinning ball. So gravity is not even. We don't need gravity. Like it's so
well,
simple.
for the last few months, I've been quite happy to accept, for now, the the electromagnetic theory. I don't know if you call it that, but the two Gaussian surfaces, the electric gradient, that all made sense to me. That made a lot of sense, and I was like,
Yeah,
yep, okay, and I cornered AI as I always do, and I asked him, and I said, what do you think about electromagnetism being the giving the vector of down, basically giving the direction? And he said viable.
yeah,
He said it's viable, and I was like, okay, it's
yeah. I
viable.
agree with that too. I don't think we necessarily like the electromagnetic gradient keeps us necessarily down, but I think that has to do with the gradient in general of gases, how they're more dense on the surface as compared to you going up in altitude. It gets thinner and thinner because people try to say that the gradient is proof of not having a container for the gas pressure, because they'll say that it just goes up and the gas pressure goes down and down as you go up, so that the air is not actually pushing on anything. It's like their argument. But the electromagnetic gradient makes sense, like, you know.
I mean, I was going with it. I thought, yeah, this seems because it connected a lot of other dots as well, which I'm I'm still trying to work it all out. I mean, maybe I never will. I'm okay with that if I never do. But this like Weddell, he brought it up several months ago, probably early summertime, and I brought it up in here, and I said, look, Dell's been at this a long time. I've probably been doing this probably, I don't know, 5 years maybe. He's been doing it 8 years, maybe more. So, he's an OG flat earther. And oh shit, he'll hate me calling him a flat earther, by the way. So let me retract that. He would hate that. But needless to say, he's been doing this a long time. And so for him to bring this up and really sort of, I don't know, I think it's worth discussing. CB?
You didn't post it in the general, did you?
I posted it in the live stream voice text.
Oh, I see.
I'm assuming CB's been on Nathan Oakley's show.
I've been in bed. I
Oh.
just woke up. I slept in today.
I wonder if they're discussing it on there. They might be. Because I was just saying, CB, Dell's been talking about there doesn't seem to be any acceleration in his little demonstration that he does when he drops something. Like he gets a bottle and then it's half full of water or whatever, and then he accelerates forward in his car, and you see the acceleration, and he brakes, and you see the air. You see the displacement from the water and the air, if that makes sense. But then he shows you when he drops something, then there's no, it doesn't seem to be any acceleration. There's no displacement in the bottle. It just stays where it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it real quick, but I'll be back.
And I know that Arwin was watching was watching the video live because he was falling out with Arwin. So I'm assuming they brought it up on Nathan's show today. I'll just bring it up with AI or somebody who knows more about physics than me.
So I just watched the part where you drop the water bottle. I guess I usually leave this in the hands for the those physics guys too, but
yeah.
So he dropped the bottle and what's the?
He's saying there's no acceleration.
Okay.
And we kind of there's a lot of people in his chat, let's just say, that saying, look, acceleration's measured. You can't argue with it. And Dell's saying, well, this sounds like ego, bias, and belief to me, because I've shown you my little demonstration. Go out and demonstrate it and show me, he's saying. So he's doing what we're always talking about, is he not?
Yeah, I don't know. It was never really my topic of expertise, but like, yeah. Well, why is it's accelerating? Like, well, I just dropped this, feather, So what's going on there? But I don't know. Maybe some people are more well versed in this topic than I am.
Last time I checked, you take an object higher and higher, you increase its potential energy by taking it higher, and unless it reaches terminal velocity, it'll increase as it's falling towards the Earth, the speed as it's falling.
I agree, and that's what I thought. Well, I mean, I'm starting to having to rethink this whole thing, Kiwi. To be fair, I mean,
But based on
all
a
talking about.
mothball,
Yeah, he said, "Look, we'll talk about terminal velocity in his next video." So,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, he's based his observation around a mothball.
I mean, I think it's interesting that someone who's been studying this topic longer than I have is suddenly, as I say, it's not first time he's brought this up. He brought this up pretty recent as well. I mean, his comments were pretty interesting, as you can imagine. Sort of, show me the experiment that shows the Earth moving and that kind of thing.
Pretty decently sized panel this morning. It's good to see. See if there's any.
Gravity is important in the globe model only. But again, the side to side and movement spinning, all that's the key here, okay? Anybody who's ever been on anything that moves at all whatsoever knows that side to side motion and so forth is a lot easier to detect, first of all, never mind just being pulled straight down. And that's irrelevant again in both models. Let's talk about spin. Let's talk about why you guys have this crazy Coriolis. Where is it? Let's see it. Bring it out. Snipers and stuff. Fuck. It's the answer to everything. Gravity.
I'm just amazed that people imagine it the way they do. You'll have people say that they're literally being like yanked down. Like,
Yeah.
I'm being pulled down right now. It's like, okay, buddy. Some imagination you got there.
It's not a. Oh, you never fell off your bike? These poor suckers. I don't know what to do. It's like, yeah, man. I get you, bud. Enslaves the mind, just being on the ball. As soon as you're off the ball, you realize that there is more. It's freeing enough. for anyone in the Northeast, we're being buried in snow here, and yes, it's gonna last for a while. So, make sure you stock up on tuna. Right.
Yeah, we just got a little cold front here as well, Ohio.
Cleaned my car off about 2 hours ago, and I just went back out to do it again, and it's buried again. So now I tarped it, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a good 15 inches of snow here. So. Which is okay with me. The snow keeps the zombies inside, so. How do snow tires work on a flat Earth?
My new answer to that, anytime someone's like, well, how does X work on flat Earth?
Love it. It's like
well,
a dream.
If the Earth is flat, it's working. So deal with it. So who all's in the panel? Anybody we should give a quick hello to? See, there's somebody named Sin. I don't think we spoke, so hello, welcome. And it's like just a bunch of Globers. Some Glober named Kiwi. Yeah, so be sure to dogpile. Thanks, guys.
Sorry, I walked away. Who was saying hello? Oh.
Oh, no worries. Just giving a quick hello to anyone in the panel.
Right.
Pretty decently sized panel for the morning.
It changes a lot. I've been keeping an eye. I've only been here a few days, but I've been just trying to see who's regulars or what have you. And kind of funny. It's a mixed bag of tricks too, because you do have some Globers hanging out, and then they're trying to learn something either, or trying to debunk it, one or the other. Whatever. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Truth doesn't fear investigation. That's the bottom line.
That's the first step, right? Do some investigation.
Oh yeah, but I got TikTok and Instagram and stuff, and I'm busy, and I fucking don't know, and my pet needs food, and
yeah, people are lazy. They lack curiosity.
Yeah,
they'd rather be told what to think than how to think.
I'll admit my attention span's a little shorter. I mean, I didn't want to sit through 2 hours of nothing at some point too. You got to be curious, like you said before. You're going to tolerate whatever amount of information you got to process. And yeah, 2-hour video seems like, I'm like, the longer the video, the better the information. That's all I can tell you. You know, if you can watch Netflix for 2 or 4 hours and you can watch this, it'll catch your attention, I promise. I don't even know what videos to give people at this point. There's so many. It's just like, here's my playlist of flat earth stuff. Go for it. I mean, just let God decide for you. I don't know. Pray about it. Look at the list and see if something catches your eye and makes you click on it. That's kind of how people are getting to the truth. Something else is operating. Got coffee. Safety meeting. I'm calling a safety meeting. All right.
About yesterday, I don't know. I don't remember ballers coming in yesterday. Well, maybe. I think there was one that I can remember. But not a whole lot of action yesterday, so maybe we'll have to put a little bit more bait on my fishing rod today. See if we can cast it out. So Gizbo says, if I'm at my location, 666 feet above sea level, Illuminati confirmed, and the horizon is 11 miles away, and the object is 561 feet above sea level, does that mean the object should be another 105 feet below the horizon, since it should be beyond the physical horizon? Okay, so let's walk through this here. So let's see. You're at location. Of sea level. I don't know. The elevation's throwing me off.
Yeah, real solid measurements have to come on the ocean. You know, the whole damn water ball is water on the ocean. So that's my imperative measurement. I won't even accept lakes. As a flat earther, I don't even accept lakes. I have to give it to them.
So it's got to be bigger than like a pond or a lake.
Yeah, I think a lake would have to curve too, but I mean, I'm just saying because of their argument, I give them Sagitta, I give them the lake, I give them a whole bunch of things. You know what I mean? I'm willing to forfeit all kinds of stuff on our end, just like even with the distance and stuff. When the guy was arguing the other day, not 0.6 millimeters, it's like, hang on, buddy, not 0.6 millimeters when the actual measurement should be 5/8 of an inch. That's fucking 10 times more. What are you talking about? A ridiculous amount. That's not splitting a hair here. We're talking about the difference between, one finger and 10 fingers. Okay, what are you talking about? Crazy people,
I heard that yesterday. Not point. It's like, what the hell? What are we
It took me
talking about?
16 seconds to do the math in my head just to do some rough math. You know what I mean? I didn't even get the calculator out for that one. I was like, shit, dude, what are you talking about? Over that distance, if you had a 5/8 of an inch difference, that would be unacceptable even in basic construction on a piece of shit building that no one even cares about. Okay? That's not even precision work. As a machinist, that's well out. That's so far beyond tolerance. That's considered a huge mistake, is what it's considered.
Oh.
Okay? Ridiculousness. I have a wood saw that's 16 feet long, and when you cut logs, you want them to be flat and the planks to be straight. So that rail has to be straight on the saw, which means the trailer I have built for it has to be straight, and which means when I set it up, I have to make sure that the platform stays straight when the 1,000 pounds of wood goes on it. So it'll flex. You know what I mean? And if I see a 1/4 inch of flex in it, I can jack things up and make sure that I've got it really straight. But that's like, within a 1/4 of an inch is considered pretty damn level. In this case, 0.6 over 138 meters. Get out of here, dude.
Yeah.
You're not talking about the length of your kitchen table here. We're talking about long 415 feet, Don't be stupid.
I mean, it's not that much different than like Bob and his 2-incher. Oh well, I found 2 inches of curve. It's like
It's impossible, beyond impossible. And anybody that lives near Bob needs to go visit Bob and say, okay, Bob, let's go do this experiment. I'll even go rent the Hilti laser. I'll buy the most expensive laser. I can rent the most expensive laser there is for construction equipment and so forth. The thing goes so far, it's not funny, and within a 32nd of an inch tolerance. So prove you're wrong right now. I got a PhD in BS. Said that to somebody actually once, and they went over their head, believe it or not, because I said it seriously. They're like, do you have any education or whatever? I said, yeah, I have a PhD in BS. They just let it go. Must have thought it meant something. I don't know. Just to show you how zombie-ish people are, I'm in a building right now with a ton of new snowblowers in it. The snow started dumping, and it didn't take long. Last week, nice all week, not one snowblower left this building. This morning, 2 brand new $2,000 machines on their way to the new owner. That's how impulsive people are. $2,000, no problem. Send it over. 6 inches of snow I got to deal with. So I guess the economy is not that bad. People's credit ratings are up. One of the two. How do you blow snow on a flat Earth? Oh yeah. Let's see what you're saying. How many are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4 times 5. That's 21 people. Yeah, 21 people sitting here silent. Really? Come on.
Yeah, I know. I'm just getting situated for the day, getting all my stuff put together.
Get it on my ass because I ain't gonna do nothing all day. I don't think. I don't know what I got. I got to build a piece of furniture. I have to be. If I do woodwork, I've got to definitely be into it. I don't do it for. Yeah, you have to want to do something if you want to do it right. You can't just say, "Oh, I got to do it for the money or whatever," and I'll just hack it together. Or it's good enough, or I'm a bit more precise in that. So maybe I'll feel like it. We'll see. Now I'm going to look at the pretty pictures in the back of the live stream thing here I'm looking at.
It's real sunny here today, so I'm getting all the blinds open. So get all this light refracted in my house.
It's miles away and it's coming from so much time. It's like it burned out 1,000 years ago and it's just reaching your living room window now.
Exactly. This ancient light. I love
God
it.
help us. I know. I love it when people definitively say, well, we know that 14 billion years ago, the dinosaurs. It's like, shut your hole, dude. I love it when people talk like, and then you start saying light years or something. Usually you're wearing a lab coat and you're just a high wizard of the New World Order at that point. It's like, hang on there, Mr. Buzz Lightyear. Hang on.
Hey Gizbo, I was gonna say that if you could hear me, I was gonna say that if you're in DFW, there's a DFW Flat Earth group. But if you can hear me, I have them on Telegram. I can invite you if you want.
I didn't even understand that. DFW?
Is that Dallas Fort Worth or something? What does that stand for?
Yeah, Dallas Fort Worth.
Nice.
He said he's by the Cowboys Stadium. I saw that, and yeah, I found him through the Dave Weiss's app. But it's pretty big. I mean, there's a good amount of people in there, and they'll do meetups and everything, and we've done curvature tests, and it's really cool.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool. That was the first time I actually did a curvature test. We did he had he had something that had a high flash on it, and you could and he had like a P900. And we're 6 miles out on a lake, and the observer height was like maybe a foot or something like that, and we got the flash, so there goes the curve.
Nice. Rip.
Yeah, I know, right? I told my brother that. I told my friend that too. My friend was like, well, that's a man-made lake. I'm like, dude, shut up. You're so dumb.
As if that's gonna change anything.
Yeah. Water's still flat though, right?
Oh, these guys are so they don't even think about what they're saying. Okay, so
I know.
even if it was a globe and we made man-made lakes, would those be flat? Come on, people.
Yeah, that was a sorry excuse.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
I was like,
isn't
we
all the
use
water
globe
supposed
math.
to be curved?
I was like, we literally use globe math, and we shouldn't be able to see that flash. So, yeah, how much flat land creates a globe?
Right. Well, if it was a globe, wouldn't all the water be curved? Doesn't matter if a man-made lake or not.
Of course, but that's their argument, and that's what's funny about it. That's why I give it to them, because we've got other tests from point to point on the ocean where they're even longer than that. And then it's like, here's the point to point on the ocean. Now shut your pie hole.
And then there's also the Chicago skyline that you can see at night. I saw a picture of that. So they can't really say refraction. Have y'all seen that picture? It's like I saw it. There was like a moon behind it. Like it was really cool. But
I stepped away from the soundboard, but what you're seeing there is a mirage.
yeah.
Here's a good one. I go to this place that's about 60 kilometers away from the city of Montreal. Every time I start talking, it pisses me off. I'm sorry. It's about 60 kilometers, so let's call it 40 miles away. And then it's about 200 feet above Montreal. But you can see clearly, I mean, during the day, on a nice day there, you can see all of the city of Montreal. You can see the St. Lawrence Seaway. You can see the South Shore, and pretty much all the way into the United States. Like, I mean, it's incredible how far, when I really pay attention, and never noticed before. You just don't think about it until you zoom in and say, hey, yeah, easily see like way more stuff than you should see, even with the observer height. Not our ball. We didn't give you the measurements.
Don't you love when they're like, where did you get those numbers from? It's like, you're supposed to know these numbers, dude.
You're a wizard. And again, just challenge right away. If the person's a serious, like a debater or an actual well-trained troll, they'll have some good answers for, the basics. But generally, like I said, in the everyday world, when I'm talking to people that are in front of me, no. I take your man card instantly. I mean, you're not on a keyboard a miles away from me or whatever. You're now standing in front of me. Got a problem on your hands, because I'm like, how big's your ball globe? And they're like, oh, it's really big. And it's like, give me a number, any kind of number. Circumference, diameter, radius, your choice. No idea. How far is the moon? No idea. How big is the moon? No idea. Nonstop. I'm like, that's about enough, don't you think? Haven't you got enough now to shut your hole? Nobody can stand in front of me and actually argue that. So that's the problem.
Yeah, it's a lot harder for them if they don't have Google to give them all the answers. Like, if you're face to face with them, they can't just look something up in front of you. Like, you could figure out what they know and they don't know. And
everybody is the same. Boat over the curve, Bill Nye. But whatever, it's the same bullshit every time. Every one of them comes from TV, Discovery Channel / whatever. It's common knowledge, and everybody's been watched it and been brainwashed by it. It's not like a new example. So nobody surprised me with some fantastic new question. Like, how about this? It's like, oh, well, that's actually a good question. Oh, never happened.
you know what's funny? Like, Globers will claim now that the North Star used to be a different star, like thousands of years ago.
According to who and what? And let's cite your source, your evidence, please, of some kind. It's like you have a caveman drawing of that or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like how would you possibly know that?
Awesome.
Even if they called it something different, which I'm sure they did because they speak different languages, but that's not proof that was a different star. The stars are like one of the best sayings for like flat Earth, because the constellations don't change, and then they say that the constellations move apart slowly or some shit.
But no one lives long enough to see it.
Yeah, they just slightly move apart, but it doesn't make any difference. They're all the same, literally year round. It's a cyclical nature. Like, it's so wild to me that people will argue that the universe is moving with the stars in such a way that it just appears that they're consistent, but really they're billions of light years away. And yeah, it's so crazy. I don't know. Go for
thousands of light years would have been a lot, right? But billions of light years. Oh, I'm just loving those numbers.
Yeah, and it's just so crazy to me that I can tell somebody, like, you can see the North Star on 2 different seasons. You shouldn't be able to see that. You're looking at 2 different sides of space, and I don't really know what answer they can give other than that same nonsense that, oh, they're just so far away that it just they're moving pretty much in lockstep with the Earth, so it just looks like it's consistent.
Yeah. Parallax. I love it. Yeah, just keep trying that one. Yeah, the train tracks eventually touch each other. You know.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, there's no hope for some people. Some people are just so delusional that it's just frustrating. I try to get my brother on Flat Earth, and he thinks I'm just so stupid, but I know his model better than him. So it's
Exactly. It's solely conformity. It's just it. It's only conformity. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
Hey y'all. So I got one of my coworkers yesterday. I was showing her a picture of Cowboy Stadium, and she's like, "That's so cool. How far away is that?" I said, 25 miles. She's like, "That seems pretty far." And I said, "Yeah." It's like, you know how far they say the horizon's supposed to be? She's like, "How far?" And I said, 11 miles. And she goes, she's like, "Okay." And I was like, "Let me ask you something." I said, "If a line is not curved, what is it?" And she goes, "It's straight. It's flat." I said, "Okay." I said, "So if the Earth is not curved, what is it?" She goes, "It's flat." And I said, "Okay, so if you don't have a curved Earth, you have a what?" And she goes, "You have a flat Earth." I don't get it. And I was like, okay, so what you're telling me is that if there's no curvature on Earth, then the Earth must be flat. She's like, "No, that's not what I'm saying. It's curved." I said, "No, you said it was flat."
You're getting her to think at least.
It blew her mind after that. Like, she was kind of listening to me and everything after that. Like, I was showing other evidences and everything like that, and she wasn't even going into cog dis. She just found it like not like mind blowing and mind opening at the same time. So
A smart person's gears start going, and then while you're talking about whatever else, their brain's still trying on the last thing, and their background of their brain is working on something right now. That's what happens, is your gears start grinding and turning, and things that were rusty and dusty in there that haven't turned in a long while got a little oil on them, and now it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
But I thought it was funny. And like, I have a video of it too, like zooming in on it and everything. I mean, like, the z-axis going straight out, it's all flat. So I don't really care about what people say about the curvature portion of the Earth. But it'll be curious to see and do the math to see if it, like, you know, after the if something's lower after the horizon, should it be even lower in the image? What do y'all think?
Wait, you're saying after the horizon? Are you saying because as things get farther away, you know, they naturally sink down? So you're saying
no? So my location was 666 feet above sea level, but assuming that the horizon, I'm at 65 feet observer height, so the horizon's going to be, you know, 9 miles away, right? And I said 11 miles because I also took a picture at 8 on the 8th floor, which is about 85 feet up. But assuming TB corrected me and showed me that it should be 9 miles to the horizon, not 11.
That's what the math came out to. Because if your elevation's like 600 plus, and then you're also on a building that's like another 800 feet.
Horizon's at the same elevation also. right? Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
Like the horizon
So
should be 600 feet above sea level, or the horizon should be 600 feet above sea level, not at sea level. Does that make sense? Because the land is generally flat all the way across.
yeah,
I mean, anybody who's ever been to Dallas knows that there's no hills. Like, if there is a hill going up, you're shortly after you're going right back down.
yeah. I DM'd you about a flat Earth group that's in DFW. It's a pretty big group too. There's like 100+ people, and they'll do like events every now and then, and we'll meet up. And there's like flat Earth tests, like curvature tests, and um, they even did the one where it's how time doesn't add up if you go in a year cycle. Like it's pretty much like a demonstration with a globe.
Yeah.
But
No, that's cool, man. Cause I've gotten a few friends who are flat earthers out here, and are like wanting a place to go meet other people. So I think a large number like that, if there was like an actual gathering, like we planned like 3 or 6 months out, we could actually like, I could introduce them and they could meet more people as well.
yeah, I'll send you the invite. It's really cool. I found them through the Dave Weiss's app, and they've done a lot of hangouts and meetups. I don't go to all of them, but they usually do them pretty frequently.
Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to get one of my friends to go. Like, I want to bring my kid to go to a hot air balloon ride when next spring, when they do the hot air balloon thing.
Yeah.
So, want to do that with my daughter and just tell my friend about it, and he wants to do it too. I think everybody should ride in a hot air balloon at least once in their lifetime.
Yeah, that sounds dope, dude. I didn't know they do that out here. Is it like a big like hot air balloon festival?
Yeah, there's a hot air balloon festival generally near every major city, at least once a year. They just do it because the changing of the weather and everything starts to feel better. And
Yeah.
They'll do another one in the summertime too. But they'll usually do it around, like, they'll look at what's that book called, where they like take all the weather patterns over the last like 100 years or 1,000 years.
I have no idea.
Almanac. They'll take an almanac and they'll figure out what day it has the best weather on, generally for the most part, and they'll schedule everything around that day. And then they'll look at weather patterns, and then as it gets closer, to see if it's going to be consistent. And then that's when they'll do their hot air balloon rides. Because when you're in a hot air balloon, you don't have control, dude. Like, it's either up or down, and at different elevations, the prevailing wind could be going east or west or north and south. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, hot air balloons are cool. If you've never been on one, I highly recommend it, dude. It's extremely safe and it's super awesome.
I've never been on one, but I like being high up places.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to go super high. You might go 10,000 feet. If you're lucky, you might go 15,000 feet, but that means you have to you would go far. Like, the higher you go, the farther you're going to get carried because it's more time in the air. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you're just going to be up there longer. Is that what you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah, I've only been in DFW for about a year now, so I didn't even know they did that hot air balloon thing here. Because I've seen the festivals and stuff, like pictures.
Yeah, send me a DM and I'll join the Telegram. I'm on Telegram, so.
Yeah, I'm about to send it right now. Oh, it's a different one. There's a couple. There's more of like a
Dave's out
biblical
here too,
flat Earth.
isn't he?
Who?
Dave's out here too, isn't he?
Dave Weiss?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know. I didn't know that. I thought he was somewhere else. I thought he was like lived in Florida or something.
Maybe. I don't know.
Dave Weiss lives in Connecticut.
Does he?
Oh.
Anyway.
Why won't it let me?
Was David Weiss ever on here, man? Or Jeranism, or all these famous YouTubers?
You could get him on here, I'm sure. I mean, we used to do
Yeah, but
hangouts.
why are they never here? That's what I wonder.
Because he's so busy right now. He's got requests for interviews up his ass at this moment. He's just constantly, he's on these big shows that I don't even watch. Who the fuck is Richie Allen, for example? It's supposed to be popular. I don't know anything about that, but he's been on that show last one, apparently. And he's been hitting the bigger things. All for it. I mean, I got no problem with it, even if it's not 100%. It'd be harder to get Jeranism than him.
It'd be fun to aim higher, you know, people who are maybe more well known that are talking about flat Earth. I was talking about that UFC fighter. Maybe get him in here one time, 30 minutes. Shaq, you know, I don't know, just some big names. It'd be funny.
Yeah.
Get a lot of traction.
Well, they all have public agents, and you can contact. There's not usually difficulty doing that. So, I mean, sometimes these guys are just looking for a place to go talk. So, the beginning, like I said, this before anybody had a big name and there was, you know, given a label or a title of any kind. Everybody was on Hangouts, man. We were just hashing it out. I mean, nobody was more important than the next guy. Everybody's got their forte. Everybody's got their knowledge, and all bring something to the table. So.
I agree with that. Yeah, everybody does have their own little area of expertise. It's good. I like that. You know, we're here sharing notes. So, you know, I'm taking notes when some of you guys go on your expert rant. So, I'm all for it. It would be lame if we all had to be like the same, you know. Oh no, you have to say, you know. So that's what's cool.
You'd all be screwed because you wouldn't have anybody to do anything, fix anything, whatever. You know, like nothing would happen. It's a community. A community is a community, whether it's physical or online or whatever. You still have you need the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You know.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, we got our baker down, so that's good. Sasha? Had a brief interaction with somebody named Swinitz in the lobby. It didn't go too bad, I guess, but another case of somebody new who thought all these flat earthers were talking about a damn frisbee in space. Like, no wonder people come in like pissed off.
Yeah,
Why
that's
do
the
you
number
guys
one
think this?
Google.
It's so dumb.
That's number one Google search. Once in a while, I check it myself. I'll use the other, like a private browser or whatever the hell, just to see, you know, if Joe Blow checks this out, what's he going to find? Like you said, every time you get to flying pizzas and Flat Earth Society. So.
Shame. It's a shame people aren't even able to think for themselves. They're automatically presented with some like ridiculous straw man. But I have come across people who are like, well, that's, that seems silly. What do you guys really think? I've a handful of people who have done that, but I think the majority, they want flat Earth to be ridiculous. You know what I mean? They want it to be a circus. So
Yeah, because they want to make fun of us. They want us to be wrong, so they can laugh at us.
See another part of it though. They need flat Earth to be ridiculous, right? It can't just be wrong. It has to be absurd, because if it's not absurd, then they understand that having it be disqualified from genuine intellectual discussion or debate is not right. And they've been part of the globe is having an exclusion of all other possibilities, right? It was never taught like, oh, the Earth is a globe, but there's also a chance it's this. It has to be to the exclusion of everything else. So the flat Earth has to be ridiculous, because if it's not ridiculous, then Neil deGrasse Tyson should be debating it. It should be real intellectual academic discussion in mainstream if it's not ridiculous. So they can't afford to say, yeah, you've got some good points, we should go and test this, because that's not what the mainstream is doing. Right? If you get what I'm saying.
Absolutely. That's a good point.
Yeah, is Neil deGrasse so busy that he can't have a debate with some people? Like, you could just bring out 4 or 5 people and put them in a room with him and 4 or 5 of his favorite Globers. Let's talk for a bit. You know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't last long. Like I said, their shit wouldn't last long. They know.
Well,
which is why they have to go with the whole, well, he wouldn't even lower himself to have the discussion because it's so absurd. The moment you admit that there's even a debate to be had, your entire education is shown to be a sham, basically, because the mainstream media and the education system has been painting this whole thing as absurd. And if you realize that it's not absurd, then you're already having to be like, oh shit, so why is the media trying to convince me not to even look at this? That just makes me more suspicious of the goal. So they've almost got their own grave.
You would think more people would clue into that, especially something like censorship. Like I said, truth doesn't fear investigation. So if it's so absurd and ridiculous, then you shouldn't censor it. You shouldn't whatever. Just let these people act like fools and pretend they know it all. If we're so freaking stupid. So there you go. The fact that it's even not debated, not argued that it's censored. They'll even admit that it's censored. Oh no, we can't have people learning something like that. It's dangerous to society in some way. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you talking about? It's like you allow all kinds of perverted, crazy nonsense that even about male, female, gender. And now you're talking about the shape of something geometrically. We can't discuss it. You stupid.
Wolfgang, I want to clip your point to lately how people have been like, well, you have to apply about of doubt and 99%, I'm 99% sure of this, but there's a possibility of something else. So I like the point you made where like it has to be so absurd that it can't even be something that they would consider. It's not a plausible option to because in these same guys will be like, oh well, I'm sitting down, but I might be flying, whatever they add these extra possibilities in. So it's interesting to see on the reverse side that when it comes to the Earth, this isn't something they can consider when they'll consider all kinds of other absurdities.
Yeah, it's like layers of the mental mechanisms that are required if you get into this debate realm. I mean, most people who believe in the globe, they don't have to throw up these defense mechanisms, which is, well, then I can't know anything is real, so I have to argue absurdly that I can't know anything. And the whole, I can't even take it seriously, blah, blah, blah. I mean, these things only come up when you actually get into the discussion, because most people are just absent-mindedly not really thinking about it, just assuming, yeah, Earth's a spinning ball, because that's what they told us and showed us pictures of. But yeah, the defense mechanisms, they have to be mental and they have to be kind of wild because the empirical evidence isn't there for them to rely on, right? So you end up getting into these weird psychological crutches, such as, well, it's beneath me. I don't even have to discuss it, or nothing is real. I don't know anything is real, except I'm still going to argue that the Earth is a ball. I can't detect it anyway.
Yeah, even if they get frustrated, they start ad homing. What education do you have? What's your degree? You know, they want to start attacking the messenger.
You know, meanwhile, that same person's in like 8th grade.
So y'all gotta read this article Adam posted last night when
Well, your robot is really hard, whoever that is.
what I was
You're a robot. Need to say that again.
Good morning, people. I'm back today.
Hey, good morning.
All right.
Can I? I changed my name. So.
Kids, you want to do a radio check?
Radio check.
It's the morning radio check, guys. How's our flat earther guys doing?
Good, SD. I think Giz is trying to tell us a little factoid.
Mic check.
Yep, go ahead.
All right. So Adam Insulted, if you go up to where I responded at 9:56 or 56 after, Adam Insulted has a link on his message that he posted here in the live stream, and it talks about Aristophanes learning from somebody named Cleomedes. That's what the article said. And Cleomedes was from a philosophy of skepticism, and the whole thing is centered around you can't know what you don't know, and even if you do know it, are you sure you even know it? So very similar to how people feel today.
Hey guys, can I tell you a story, like a event that happened 2 days with me with a globetard? This is 2 days ago. I happened to have a globetard attack me on Facebook all of a sudden after I was closing my store. I was working, and I then he knows I'm an activist on flat earthers, and I have some YouTube videos I started up. One of my YouTube channel was shut down. It was banned because I had a vaccine and flat earth content over there, so they just deleted it. And he just came by around like 11, 12, and he just says, "Oh, the flat earther guys are, making you brainwashed. They are making you follow Christian. They're making you much more biblical. And that's brainwashing people. They don't know anything. We live in the globe. Yeah, you are a globe taught. Blah blah blah." And all I said was I gave our server, okay, this 24-hour flat earth Discord, and I said, if you want to talk, if you want to have a discussion, there are people you can have. And because I come from other Discords too, like Red Pill, FE East and West, and Level communities, where they are open to other subjects, not just flat earth, but into spiritualism, moon, sun, what they are, higher spirit, those things. And he was just texting me all of a sudden like a globe-tard, cognitive dissonance would be having. And I called him. All of a sudden, he's like, "Tee, tee, tee, tee." All I hear is a bad, motherfucking word in the poly. That was tee, 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 tee. Boom, shut down. I was blocked in 2 seconds. I didn't say nothing. Then I realized how much brainwashed people are. They are brainwashed as fuck.
You're brainwashed if you go on Facebook.
Yeah, well, there's a little projection, right? Oh, they're brainwashing you. How? And like everywhere you go, everyone's telling you it's not flat. So, what's
Everyone.
You're telling me you're being brainwashed to believe in flat Earth? Okay.
Well, think about how
pretty much
crazy you'd have
able
to
to
be
think
to
for
go and hunt
ourselves.
a guy down in real life, to go and hunt a guy down because he said something that you don't agree with, just so that you can go and like whine to him, like, no, don't believe what they're telling you. They just want you to be Christian or something. I mean, that's just, he's mentally ill. So I'm not surprised he spazzed out when you called him. It's what the subject does to some people. It just turns them into, I don't know.
Even in the Buddhist scriptures, there are other planes of existence where they travel to other planes of existence with the astral body. There are stories, and those motherfuckers have never ever gone to those books. Never. You can actually astral travel. That's a real thing.
Well, that aside, I mean, I'm just talking about him coming up and finding you and complaining that you don't believe in the globe. I mean, just it's a religion to them, right? I mean, the globe is the religion to them.
I told that to them. A guy in my family, he was like, "No, I don't have a religion. I'm an atheist." And he was like, "Do you?" And I asked him, "Do you believe in the solar system?" Like, yeah. "Do you believe in Big Bang?" Like, yeah. "Do you believe in evolution?" Yeah. "So you came from a rock that became a monkey, and you became from a monkey?" And he was like, "Yeah, that's a religion, guys. Right? That's a religion." That's what I said to him.
It's a religion.
Yeah, it's funny. The
And he
people who are
doesn't even
usually like the
know.
most,
Oh,
the people who are the most anti-religious hold some of the most religious ideas.
Bingo.
Religion is belief.
And the fact that someone said, "Oh, these Christians are trying to brainwash you." Sorry, buddy. The majority of Christians reject the flat Earth, and they're going to pay for that too.
True. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Yeah, you'll have people be like, "Oh, so you think it's flat because the Bible?" Like, no, no, not really.
you don't have to have a Bible to make art flat. It's flat anyways.
Yeah.
Like I know it's flat, and the Bible confirms it.
You can measure, do all kinds of things, and then put that on top as the icing, if you like. There you go.
I asked the guy, "How did you measure the radius of Earth?" And he was like, "We did it in 1800s." And I asked him, "So if you did it in 1800s, can't you do it one more time? So what's stopping you?"
Well, they used a rowboat, and when we destroyed that technology, it's going to be difficult to make another rowboat.
It's just like going to the moon, huh? Going to the moon, but we can't go it back again. Oh.
I'm going back, boys.
Well, the two
Yeah.
sticks that Aristophanes used, they rotted, and we don't have any more sticks.
And evolution teaches that we're literally related to everything, like bananas and trees and shit. And
Here's my question.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm sorry. I was just saying. Here's my question: were the sticks curved, or were they like straight, or even, level?
Yeah, maybe they were refracted shadows.
If I get a tree branch, it's not going to be a perfectly straight stick.
That's exactly the problem. There was only two straight sticks in the world. Aristophanes owned them, and that's all. Sorry, guys.
But yeah, and you'll tell people that like you think you're related to literally everything, like trees and like bacteria and shit, and they'll be like, yeah, because we have the same DNA, like we have genetic similarities to like bananas, like we have the same genetic information. And it's like, yeah, because we have the same creator, like of course there's going to be similarities between creation.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, because people will say, oh, humans and bananas have a lot of the same DNA. That's what people will say.
Yeah, didn't Mr. Dave Farina say he was like a strawberry lineage or something? I think I heard him say that.
He is a fruit. He is a fruit.
Yeah, it's pretty fruity. Yeah.
Who said they came from elves? I don't want to name him.
Elves. I haven't heard that one.
That's older. That's for OG Flat Earth. That's an inside joke, and he's still around, the guy. I don't like to belittle people on what they said, but he claimed he was from a family of elves.
Interesting.
I would go with elves before a banana.
Yeah, yeah. You know what?
Told him to stay the
Now that
hell
when
away
you
from
put
me.
it like that. When you put it like that.
Yeah, and if evolution is true, bacteria have such a short lifespan. You can have generations very fast. You should be able to replicate some kind of evolutionary change in a lab. Like evolution is just so.
You would also assume that all things would be compatible to copulate and create new creatures.
Yeah. Yeah, genetic information is literally never gained. You can't gain genetic information. You only lose genetic information.
How do you lose it? Just through like generations?
Yeah, just through generations. Like,
I thought you meant like me. Like I was gonna lose some in my lifetime. I'm like, oh.
Oh no. As like your offspring will have less genetic information than the parents.
Right, which is why the genetic manipulation has gotten to this point now where even though we're standing around thinking we're all normal, how do we know that? You haven't seen the people from 1,000 or 2,000 years ago or what have you, so we don't know what state we're in. In other words, I do believe where the genetic manipulation is the downfall of man, and why it says there's going to be an end to this too.
Well, that's why in the Bible, those people would live so long. They had so much genetic diversity. They were way healthier than us now. Like their bodies were way stronger than ours are now because of the mutations.
No chemicals, no whatever. Again, this whole thing is synthetic versus organic, period.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's definitely that too. But I think even if we were, I think we could live longer, but I don't think we could live. I mean, if you take the Bible seriously, I don't think we could live to 900 nowadays.
Exactly, but you could. And then, of course, you get the biblical understanding misunderstood. Oh, man's only supposed to live 120 years. Again, it doesn't say that, and it's not 120 man-Roman years. It's Jubilee years, 50 years, times 120, 6,000 years is the time of Adam, man. And that's it. And God knows when the genetic manipulation is going to come to a point where everybody's going to turn into a pride parade, and that's the end. Bingo.
Yeah, they can actually prove that like genetic information is lost because of bacteria and like viruses. Like they'll lose genetic information to get an advantage into your system. Like they'll lose their little tail to swim around, so your immune system can't see them anymore. So they're less mobile, but they'll mess you up a lot worse because your immune system's not able to deal with them like they were if they had that swimming tail. Things like that.
Anything you modify that's taking away from your DNA / whatever. I mean, CRISPR technology is from the devil. Let's call it that, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that whole transhumanism. My little brother would be the first one, if he could afford it, to get a damn Neuralink. I keep telling how retarded that is, but
Look how many Teslas are on the road, and that'll give you an idea as to who would accept that thing, okay?
yeah. Or who's got the shot. They paid my brother $1,000 at his job to get the shot. And I told him, I was like, well, if you die in a year, you're gonna be making a whole lot less money than that $1,000, dude.
Well, you better spend it now and have some fun. Yeah.
$1,000 isn't any money, bro. Like, you think it's a lot of money? It's not. It's really
They
not.
were giving out hot dogs, bro. Like
Yeah, here's a dirty old hot dog that you wouldn't normally eat anyway. I mean, seriously, I won't even touch a hot dog.
Like
Yeah, it's better. I mean, my grandparents got that thing for free.
Right.
Yeah.
How much people value themselves. They're worth that dude's worth $1,000. This dude's worth a hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, just a reminder, we can't really go into these subjects. I keep forgetting to,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
but yeah, I agree. That's crazy.
Hey, CB, and anybody else listening, look at 10 after. It's just a couple posts up. My actual video from the Cowboy Stadium. So I did some more like exploration in the video. Like I kept the video on without any breaks or anything like that. And you can see a plane landing at DFW Airport 14 miles away. And you can see like the landing gear, like the gap underneath the landing gear from the plane to the ground. You can see it, the plane taxiing the runway after it lands.
Oh, yeah, I'm watching now. It's so cool. These kind of views we just don't get here where I live. I live like in a valley. There's so many trees and everything. You just don't get these long distance shots. So I really like. I love that.
But you got to be smart. So like you got to understand the vegetation of your area. Like you got to figure on average the trees in the Dallas area are anywhere from like 25 to 40 feet tall. You know, community wise. There's going to be like trees along the sides of the road that are going to be like, 15, 20 feet tall. But like you're going to get a lot of your trees that just like kind of spruce up in like neighborhoods and fields and stuff like that are going to be even taller. And so if you're looking over a long distance, you got to figure you got to be at least like 40 or 50 feet up. And that way, at that point, it becomes a flat level plane above that. Even though there's a lot of unevenness and everything like that, generally, it's linear because of the treetops. Like you can figure the average, a good safe. What's the word I'm thinking of? Statistical variance of trees. 66.6% of all trees are probably 37 to 40 feet tall. Over a long distance, such as 25 miles or something like that. So, but man, dude, when I saw DFW Airport, I saw the plane landing. I'm like, wait, is that Love Field or is that DFW Airport? And I mean, based off of the angle and everything like that, it had to have been DFW Airport. I know where Love Field is at, and it was from my location. It would have been further to the left than to the right. DFW Airport's more out to the right. And so you'll see the camera pan to the right when I'm taking a look at the horizon, seeing what I can see.
You're inspiring me to go and take a better video or find someone with a better camera than I have to take a little video shot of the area I was talking about. I can literally see all of the island of Montreal. I can see the Olympic Stadium. I can see the airport. I can watch planes land. I can see the St. Lawrence Seaway. I can see the South Shore. Okay, again, it's 60 kilometers plus, and that's maybe an observer height of a couple hundred feet. Might be 200 or 300 feet above sea level.
Go rent a hotel room and tell them you want one on the 4th floor or the 5th floor.
Well, again, you wouldn't have to in Montreal. You just go to Mount Royal and you could do that. You wouldn't have to worry about that. You got a hill, you got all kinds of elevations you could work with here and observer heights. Like you said, it's not often you get a chance to look over a broad area, like somebody that can see over the whole area of LA, for example, right? From whatever observer location is that everyone takes those fancy shots from. You shouldn't see all of that, of course, like you said.
And like I was cut for time, obviously, when I took that 6th floor video and picture. Well, I screenshotted from the video. That's what the picture is. But the sun was setting, and I didn't even bother to go down to the 5th floor, just because, like you know, like I don't want to get in trouble for like going all over the place and taking pictures and stuff like that. It looks kind of weird. But the one yesterday, the next day, I'm at work, and like I'm wondering if I can see Cowboy Stadium from the 5th floor, and I could see it with my naked eye, dude. Like I can see the sun reflecting off the top of the dome. And so, like, I take a picture with my iPhone, right? I got it zoomed in as far in as it was zoomed in, and then there you go. There, I just posted the picture, and the quality of the picture is pretty good. Like, so you can zoom in and you can make out the pixels.
Oh. Of course, for anyone for perspective's sake.
How far away is the airplane? How far away is that airplane?
The airplane, 14 miles.
14 miles. Do you have the
14 miles minimum.
Do you have your location? Can you put it on a map and pull a line and stuff?
Yeah, here you go.
All right, that way we can.
did.
All right, cool.
It's posting right now, so as soon as it loads, there.
Okay, download that. Did you already do all the math and everything? What's your results?
Well, CB did the math for my Cowboy Stadium one, which it says it's 9 miles to the horizon.
Yeah.
And so 9 miles to the horizon, regardless. And there might be some land elevation changes or whatever along the way, but
What's the average elevation off of sea level there?
so the elevation sea level for Cowboy Stadium is 561 feet, and then the sea level of my hospital location is 666 feet. So there's 105 feet difference in elevation.
Okay, so you're 105 foot higher than the stadium.
Correct.
Okay.
And so my question is if it's 9 miles or even 10 miles or 11 miles to the horizon, is now that everything else is below the horizon, does that mean that my object is now 105 feet even lower? And I know that math gets confusing, but it's extremely important to the images that I took. Or is it 105 feet higher? Because I'm 105 feet higher, but the horizon should be where it is.
If you were on a sphere, it would have to be. How much occlusion did you come up with after your math?
Well, if you look, I posted the image of what CB posted earlier. It says that, like from my location, I was 65 feet, 66 feet above the ground that I'm standing on, above that location. So I'm 66 feet in the air above the plane, right?
Okay.
And then so if
You're
I'm
just
looking
above the
across
tree.
the even flat plane, if I'm looking at 666 feet all the way out to 25 miles, the horizon should be at 9 miles.
Shouldn't the plane
after
be
9,
partially cut off?
shouldn't the what?
Should the plane be partially cut off?
Oh, I agree 100%. Like you can see the light underneath the plane. The light that's under the plane.
Yeah, you can see the running light.
When you look in the sky, yeah, you can see the radar light, the tracking light,
Running light.
the running light. Thank you. So, and that's assuming that it's probably like a 737 or something like that.
That's an interesting video. They're going to tear that one apart because.
Oh, they have to.
Yeah, if you're 66 foot and the elevation of the land you're on is already 105 foot higher, is that what you said?
Right.
Okay, so that's 171 feet.
Sure, that's what they're gonna say.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Right.
I'd say you're 171 foot. So Where's the? Let me get to the.
But if you look at that picture though, and you got the height of the observer HO, and then you got the H1, the target. Shouldn't that be 105 feet lower? Since I'm at my location.
Hold on a second.
It's weird.
I don't know. I've been refinishing all morning, so don't throw any math at me right now. So let's see. We're going to put you at 171 foot. I'm just doing worst case scenario at 25 what? How many miles? 25 point what?
0.2.
25.2. Calculate. Horizon distance is still 16 miles, and the target hidden height is 56 feet. So there should be 56 foot height missing from.
So go ahead.
But your horizon is at 16 miles, which would put the plane in range of it.
Right.
Well,
So I don't know what the height of DFW Airport is. I'd have to look into that.
I would put it in between. Let's say you're on a slope, right? It's probably a grade. You're 105 foot. Yeah,
I
if you're
put
at
an elevation profile in the text along that path, that view path.
Did I check the screenshot of the DFW? Check it. Okay.
So VFW dips lower, and then the stadium. So VFW is in a valley, or is that a river?
I think there's a river right there.
Okay, that's the river. And
But something to also remember, like you're looking above treetops too, so you're bringing the plane higher, even though you're above an elevation. Like you got treetops that you got to look over.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this from the point of view of someone who's
an idiot.
Not necessarily an idiot, but who's gonna default on the opposing map.
Scrutinize every
right. Presuming it's a globe, I would say it mostly works. It would work enough for me to stay on the globe, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So this is a good proof for a flat earther, someone who's already in the temple and not on the porch. But for someone who's in the globe temple, this'll just prove the globe to them.
Right.
So, is there now? You took the video, right?
I took the video.
Is there a straight line of sight from somewhere else in the area?
Oh, I'm sure. I could probably go further back to like another 8 miles to Frisco and do another video.
Yeah, close to the ground as possible.
Yeah. Like the hospital that I was at, I have a little bit of an issue because the 3rd and 4th floors are dedicated to, as weird as it sounds, are dedicated to mothers and their babies.
Now, I noticed 56 foot should be occluded, right?
Right.
Are there any landmarks below the stadium that shouldn't be visible that are visible?
No, you have the trees in the way. So if you look at this, if you look at this, let me show you this. That's why I have a side-by-side image. I mean, it's a pretty good side-by-side image of Cowboy Stadium. Now, if you look at that Cowboy Stadium, those trees don't have any leaves on them. But right now, as it stands, like there's a lot of trees out here with a lot of leaves on them. So when you look at that picture, now I even took a picture, cleared it up. Here's a clear vision of it, played with a little bit of Photoshop to show. Like there's trees in front of a lot of trees in front of Cowboy Stadium.
What is this? What is this long light and weird area of construction?
There's a high school football field that is in the direct line of sight.
But why is the light? Why does the light look like it's 56 foot long and tall on the left side?
The light.
Yeah. See that long dash of light? That's got to be 20 miles away, right?
It might be a reflection, but it so there's, like I said, there's some parts that did think it's a like if you watch the video, it's like a highway. Well, that's President George Bush Turnpike, and that's only like 7 or 8 miles away.
Okay. Because there's something optical going on in here. Like it's squeezing and doing some weird stuff. Because, it looks like Play-Doh. It's doing that Play-Doh thing.
I think it has to do with the sunset. Now, I am behind a glass window also, which is why you can see some kind of a reflection.
Yeah.
Bottom right, the bottom left a little bit, like behind those lights that you're seeing. But I think those lights that you're seeing are like lights that come on when it starts to get dark outside.
Yeah, because the stadium itself is in that it's the zoom on it when it zooms up and it starts warping the image because it's like optically it's not really able to resolve fully, and it starts warping and stretching and stuff. It's doing that.
Right. You're talking about like the waviness to it and everything like that?
Yeah, and these tall floodlights, where are they located at?
They're at different locations along the way. It's just like parking lots and businesses, and I'm sure some of them are at Cowboy Stadium parking lot.
I'd like to.
I just can't make out the pole all the way down to the.
Is that a parking? Is that a parking garage in front of it? It looks like a parking garage.
But that parking garage is much closer than Cowboy Stadium.
I mean, how tall are these floodlights supposed to be?
They can't be very tall.
I've done the ballast on floodlights like that, and I mean, I guess they could be the height of the stadium. Oh, what's the name of the stadium?
Cowboy Stadium. So Cowboy Stadium is 300 feet tall.
300 feet. Okay. I don't think there's floodlights that are 300 feet on a pole. You think there are? 300 feet is. That's pretty high.
Yeah, they're probably 90 feet, 100 feet at best.
I think your limit is about 120 feet on a floodlight. So I guess you can figure out using the distance and angular size of those floodlights where they're located at. Like how far in front of the building they are.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to Google Maps. Is it the AT&T Stadium?
Yeah.
Arlington, Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys Way, Arlington, Texas. Okay. And you are?
That was at Texas Health Plano Hospital.
There's so many parking lots around there. It's just.
Like I said, at best, if that is a parking garage, it's like 10 miles away.
There are parking. They're labeled as blue, I guess, and they're the parking for the stadium, I assume. Some of them are a quarter mile away from it. Because once you get going off towards out where you are, it looks like it just turns into like smaller business and residential, and there's no massive parking lots.
It is. It's mostly business, and for the residential stuff, like there's a few like wealthy communities in the area, but then like a lot of it's like expensive apartments, high rises, not high rises. You know, people who want like a nice apartment, so they'll pay like $25 a month for.
And that's the VFW airport.
DFW, Dallas Fort Worth Airport, International Airport.
International Airport. Okay. And you're looking across that to, let's see. Okay, and you're in Frisco, or out towards Frisco?
Plano.
Where you at?
Plano.
Plano. Okay.
The actual address is 6200 West Park.
Yeah, it's so densely populated there. I don't think you'd ever really figure out which those are, unless you had somebody over there.
But that, I mean, I thought it was crazy. Like I saw the plane landing, I'm like, oh, I wonder if I can see it land on the runway. Sure enough.
Hey, there's another airport.
Love Field, I know. Well, there's a lot of little airports.
Well, there's Lockheed Martin. Could you get see a flight out to Lockheed? Because it looks like that's in the line of sight from where you were looking at in Plano. But well, that's double the distance from Plano to Dallas is 14 miles, and then another probably 14 miles to Lockheed. Do you think you could get that shot?
I don't know. I'll have to look. But yeah, I keep in the consideration that Lockheed Martin probably might be a little more secluded. You know what I mean? Like they might be aware of their surroundings. But that'd be cool if I can. I'll take a look into it and see what I can do.
Yeah, because Lockheed looks like it's let's see, where's the what's that? Vintage.
It's on the other side of Fort Worth.
Man, all of these, you know what? All of these airports are in a row, you know that? They're almost in a row where from where you are, you could see the because I'm just looking at the straight line. You've got obviously Lockheed Martin, but you've also got the Fort Worth Meacham International Airport, and there's also a another one I saw that was like an airport museum that flies, that it's got its own airport too. And there's a couple. So yeah, you've got several airports you could see.
I need to get it when it's like when the sun's like rising or whatever too. That'd be a good way.
Yeah.
Because then the sun will be behind me, and I'll get better light onto the objects.
Let me ask it. Do you have a barometer?
A barometer now.
Yeah, because I would think that I think what we've noticed is that you get the real nice long distance shots. Really not depending on pressure, depending on the pressure.
Well, I know when the pressure changes when it's about to, because like when it's about to storm, because I start getting headaches. Everything feels heavy.
Yeah. Oh God, I get the same thing.
So I know when the pressure changes.
So like
and I always feel better after a storm.
Yeah, a lot of times right after a storm, they get these nice long visibility shots here at the beach. It's like everything clears up and all the pressure comes off of it.
Yes.
So
For
I
like
don't know,
for
maybe
like
in
24 hours, you get like gorgeous view.
Yeah. Like
And then
today, it is absolutely beautiful, just high energy weather. And it's cold. But yesterday it stormed all day. Yeah, just try it on a low pressure day, I guess, when the air won't be so dense, and maybe you can, and the light is just right. Maybe you
Right.
could get
So
a
this is the lighting.
lot.
This is the lighting issue though. So it stormed like 2 days before.
Yeah.
Like we had tornadoes and everything. Matter of fact, yeah, I'm in Dallas, so there was like 5 tornadoes in the area. It was all over the news. So I took this picture the day of the storm, after the storm cleared up. But I'm also new to photography too, so this was like a learning experience for me.
Yeah.
I know I'm all
What kind of camera are you using?
Nikon P1000.
Oh, nice.
So this one was taken with my iPhone. This picture I just posted.
That is a beautiful picture. You've got an eye. You've got an eye. That's like a picture. Like I would frame that.
Yeah, I was disappointed that the street light was in the way. But I was like, man, if I don't take this picture, by the time I get to a parking lot to take this picture, I'm not going to get this picture again. Like it's going to be gone.
Honestly, I like it with the street light.
So
I think it adds something to it. I like it though.
Like here's the image I took once I finally got to a parking lot to take a picture. Whenever it posts. No, I have an artistic eye. I just don't have an artistic hand.
No, that's
I wish
me.
I could draw what my mind sees.
That's what I can do, but I'm kind of a mediocre photographer. I take practical images, but it's almost always because I'm trying to measure or scale or something. That's how I take photographs. If I need to ever measure or scale this, that's what I want to capture. I don't take artistic photographs really. Yeah, these are good. These are good. Yeah. I like that one.
I mean, like I got some cool ones. I took this one in Arkansas. I was driving by a farm and pulled up the freeway and just took a picture. You're probably gonna lose me, by the way. I'm getting into the area.
Yeah, you're breaking up now. Oh yeah, he's gone, isn't he? All right. Well, guess that's that. Y'all tag me if you want. I'm gonna get back to work, so I'll be back in a little while, about 5 hours.
No one like a goddamn son of a bitch here. All over the internet, the governments have deployed teams of online agents to persuade others from learning the flat earth truth. These agents will spend more time in groups than its members will, persuading others to look no further or by any other means necessary. The anti-flat earth tactics are as follows. Number 1, deny any evidence presented. Number 2, claim you didn't supply evidence. Number 3, ask for evidence. Number 4, then deny, deflect further evidence, even with references that clearly state the facts. Number 5, use ridicule, ad hominem, and gaslighting. And number 6, repeat 1 through 5. They know they're losing, folks. It's just a matter of time now.
That's funny.
You know, I've always liked the word locomotive. Loco means crazy in Spanish. And motive means to move. So what's somebody's motive? What's their motivation? So you've got crazy motivation for a locomotive. That's what we get here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, unless you have curvature measurements, horizon drop over distance, a captured arc segment of the Earth and its curvature. Why, we'd love to hear about it. Come on in. We don't bite hard.
We sure would love to hear about it, wouldn't we, Glad? We could return to normalcy.
Well, the thing is, Flat Earth has brought me some of the best things that have ever happened to me. That said, you know, it's kind of gosh, it's weird. It's a double-edged sword if ever there were one. You know, I'd love for people to wake up. You know, to a lot of things, to the chains that are on them they don't even realize. But at the same time, I wouldn't have met any of you fine people. I've gotten smarter. I've gotten more patient. I met my wife here. So just all kinds of like, I can't really at all down talk even the people who come after us because by golly, if it weren't for those folks, if it weren't for you anti-flat earthers, I wouldn't be here and I wouldn't be on the right side of truth. So it's kind of it's that kind of thing.
It's cool, man. You met your wife through FE?
Yeah, through Discord.
That's tremendous, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's this
awesome.
server.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
That's very cool, man.
So did Witsit.
It's it met his wife through Discord as well?
Yep, him and Kai met on this channel right here.
How neat, man.
Yeah, it's pretty
That
cool.
is-
And I'm sure there's been more that we don't even know about. Hey, I'm at work though right now. I'll be back and forth, so I'll be right back.
So if there's any women on here from Ireland, give me a DM. Thank you.
Get him.
Get him.
Flat Earth dating site.
It is 12 o'clock Eastern Time. Time for coffee. Currently snowing deep in the northeast portion of North America. And I'm here if you want to chat.
Call on the hour, 12 o'clock, and all is well.
Well, that's your position. All is well? No, I wouldn't say that.
As well as it can be.
See a whole bunch of crooked around me. Ay, ay, ay. It's like wearing glasses and seeing the curve. I don't wear glasses, so I don't know. But maybe they see curve. Like everybody that says that he seems to wear glasses. I'm kind of taking a poll on this at this point. Making a common denominator here. Bubbles from the Trailer Park Boy telling you, see the curve? Yeah, of course you do. All right, let's get some coffee. Hang on. Getting low on distilled water. Gonna have to stock up. For anyone that doesn't make coffee with distilled water, you better start. Help. Flush the old system. Tastes better too.
Well, I made a new video today.
Sorry, say that again.
I made a new video today.
Ah, is it in the back?
Using the audio AI thing with audio, but I'll post it in the live stream. Not that it can play through there, but at least y'all will all see it in the chat.
I'm gonna get some good shots of Montreal for you guys at some point. Next time I'm over where I said I was, I'm gonna take some good shots. I don't have a wicked camera, but I don't need it. Get an even further distance than this guy showed, and more broad shot than that. Even, I mean, it's just undeniable.
Be warned, this is a little loud, so if the speakers are up really loud, then it's going to be really
Put it
loud.
on the side here. I'll keep that for later. Usually plow
Look, it
through.
was louder.
Yeah, I plow
It
through
was
all
way
that
louder
stuff.
than I expected. Sorry, man, we're overlapping. My bad.
The sound quality is excellent. It is loud though. Yeah, which is cool.
Can I get a mic check? Who's talking? Agave?
Hello, Dave. Agave here.
What's up? How's things in Canada? I just lost him. He's back.
What's up? My computer's acting up, number one. Number two, it's snowing on the flat earth. How's that work on the flat earth? It's snowing over there, but not over here. Yeah, well.
Oh, if it's snow, it must be a globe because snow globe. That makes sense, right?
And it should snow everywhere. It's just at the gift shop.
While my mic's working here, I posted this guy Mind Shock that does logical fallacy assessments. He doesn't take sides on any debates. He just assesses the debate for logical fallacies. And the Glover, according to this guy, had over 280 logical fallacies in a 3-hour debate. And Whitson and Jeranism and David Weiss and Sean Hibbler, among all 4 of them, they only got 1. So take that for what it's worth. But it makes sense to me, you know.
Well, that one just proves it, doesn't it now?
It kind of shows when you're arguing for something that doesn't exist, you're going to commit some logical fallacies, wouldn't you think?
It's not 100%. It's only 99.9999. Well, shit.
There's no new people in here right now. It look like just a bunch of crazy globe deniers sitting around in here. What's wrong with you people? It's obviously a globe, isn't it? Your teacher wouldn't have lied to you in the 2nd grade, would they? No way. Actually, they didn't lie. They believed what they were telling you. I assume most teachers are not in on the big evil cabal or whatever started this shit. You know?
It's some kind of spherical virus.
It's literally a mind virus that is difficult to extract from people's minds, isn't it? I mean, it was difficult to come out of my mind. I spent 52 years thinking it was fact to actually look for the facts, you know what I mean? And if you honestly look for the facts, you're going to find the globe severely wanting in reality facts to understate it.
It's a lie.
Everybody's listening on YouTube right now. We've got a little calm period here. Come on in and discuss. Everybody but Agave will be nice to you. I'm excusing
There's a link below. Link underneath in the description there. You just got to click on the Discord link.
No matter what you think about this subject, if you think you live on a ball right now, come in here and tell us why. We'll have a calm, civil discussion about it. We'd love to hear from you. That's what we're here for. We want new people to come in here and start thinking for themselves, maybe. Is that too much to ask, Agave? I think it might be.
It's been several years now of asking that question, and 1 out of 100 agrees, I think. We'll increase the number. Don't worry. The censorship's ramping up again, so something's up.
Yep, just that fact alone should be a red flag to anybody that can take a step back and assess the situation. Why is it being censored if it's so stupid?
Yeah. The internet's full of crazy, stupid stuff of all kinds and shapes and sorts. There's no reason that any other thing. It's like me saying a zebra doesn't have stripes. Prove me wrong. And then you're saying, okay, well, this guy's obviously insane. You better throw him in a mental hospital and a shot.
Yeah, if we're so wrong, why are they lying to discredit it? You have to ask yourself that question. And all the official mainstream guys like Neil deGrasse and those guys will not have actually sit down and have civil discussions about this.
Not at all.
They,
Not even a bit.
they know that once they do that, they've given up their globe because it's not coming back at that point. If people are actually paying attention to those guys, but who knows who is. Most of the guys on here will throw NDT under the bus as soon as you mention something about him. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, the couple of high caliber guys we did manage to interview did have the same qualifications, though, astrophysicist, lab, whatever, So technically on the same level, and that person left with a neutral answer, so to speak, as opposed to just denying everything.
Yeah. That one what was that one guy in California? I can't remember his name.
Spiro something Greek there. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Last name Souvlaki, something along that line.
As far as things I've seen, he's the closest academic level person to actually try to discuss this honestly. But even he didn't 100%,
And Brian Mullins, physics there. I mean, again, one of those things where he just came in and batted one out of the park and then stepped out of the arena. And then, of course, came under attack of all sorts, whether it be personal, at work, or whatever, and, all kinds of stuff. But bottom line, that video stands strong today. So for anyone who's just a physics teacher or whatever, get your sorry ass over there and have a look.
Exactly. The first 4 or 5 episodes of Balls Out Physics, if anybody hasn't got those saved, you definitely should save them because he basically hits all the key points of this argument and the questions that the Globers can't answer. And it's all in there, as far as natural physics. But, yeah.
This has been attacked from every angle, and it's been covered from every angle. And again, there's people that just have their expertise and forte in whatever they do, and they can usually bury that cat turd in the box real deep. So it's not a problem.
Well, they keep this globe alive by keeping it in a constant state of ambiguity and confusion. They have people thinking that science doesn't prove anything, and it's our best guess. We hear it all the time. And it's like people can't even get to that point where they can distinguish reality from non-reality. And if you can't do that, you're not having much choice. There's not much hope for you. I'm just saying.
But are you a scientist? It's like, yeah, we all are. Every single person is a scientist and can claim to be a scientist if they've done any type of test on anything for that matter. A 5-year-old can be a scientist. What's the problem with that word? What part of the word don't you get?
Exactly.
I can tell a 5-year-old can do a volcano experiment in a science fair, and that's, what do you call that? Performing science, is he not?
Anyone that can make a natural observation, account for the variables, and make a logical deduction from that, there you go, you're a scientist.
If you can hand it over to a third party and a fourth party and they can all duplicate and replicate what you've done, then that's science. What's the problem with that?
You're not accounting for stuff like the curvature of space-time and black holes and other various things we made up, though.
I know, that gravity well.
Yeah.
Gravity well. Okay, when I have a gravity question, I just turn on the James Brown gravity video and listen to that. That's awesome. I just love it. Gravity. Ooh, ah! That's convincing enough.
Oh. Crazy time to be alive, isn't it, Garvin?
Oh, probably not. I used to think that, but now I'm starting to think it must be a purpose. And again, it's like the hockey team, the all-star team or something, and God's got the bench all lined up, and he's about ready to unleash the heavy-duty players onto the ice, and then there's going to be a serious beatdown.
Could be. Nice hockey analogy. I like that.
Watch out. This ain't even going to go to overtime.
Unfortunately, the globe is playing shorthanded, and they've got an empty net.
Yeah, and it's not looking good at this point. Like I said, I prefer the silence. The silence says a lot because this used to be a lot more of a battlefield. Like if this thing was open 6 years ago, we'd be in a soup of Japanese fighters and stuff right now. This would literally be like a war zone of some kind. You know,
Yep,
you
it
remember
definitely
the original Hangouts, the uncensored stuff, whatever. It was literally like there was no holds barred, man. You might as well have called it a mosh pit or a street fight, you know.
It was the wild west of the internet for sure. I mean, you could tune in to hear any random stuff on those debates and people saying all kinds of stupid shit.
Yeah, just anger, screaming, yelling, and all. And we're all guilty and at the same time, but it's one of those subject matters that, again, like, oh yeah, we just got into this to be popular, you know. Yeah. We don't like friends and family. We don't like the average public. I like people mad at me all the time. Yeah, because agree with me.
Yeah, that's the argument I hear from people that gets under my skin the worst is you just want to think you're different or think you got something special. I'm just accepting reality as it is. What is the problem with that? And like you just said, you're losing friends, family, you're being isolated socially. There's all kinds of negatives to this. Only positive I think of, you're aligning yourself with truth as much as you can. What's wrong with that? It's just a shame we're such a minority of people that can actually think for themselves about their own reality. There's so many people just wandering around in various states of confusion, and a lot of them there's no hope for. Let's be honest. But what are you going to do?
Keep on trying.
Yep.
If we're supposed to love our enemies as though they're literally us, then we don't give up and we keep trying to save them from themselves until it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, we can only do what we can do. We just speak our truth. And it's up to them to walk through the door and accept it and or actually take a step back from this whole globe paradigm and actually examine what they were taught and what can you actually prove to yourself in reality about any of it. Nothing that I can think of, but
Yeah.
Look, if you're on fire, I'm gonna keep pouring water on you until the fire's out. I promise.
Exactly. Gotta keep trying.
I'm about to become a robot, so hopefully you guys will get somebody new in here in a minute. Everyone have a great,
Arigato, Mr. Roboto.
everyone have a great day on the stationary plane of existence, please.
I'm doing awesome today. All I'm doing is having coffee and snacks and pretending to shovel some snow. I even got a free piece of pizza out of the deal. It was flat. I will not participate in your Christmas festivities. I will accept your baked goods, however. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Anyone here?
Yeah, I'm around. What's up?
Who said I'm around? Flat Earth Professor?
I said I'm around. I'm kind of working on something but listening in. What's up?
I just woke up.
Agave. Oh yeah, there. He's still
Yeah, I'm
here.
in the background here, sawing on a thing or two. Haven't heard any customers today, so that's what we're waiting for, I guess. Discord link is in the bottom of the YouTube video if you're watching that.
Yeah, no, it's great. I had a zealot come in last night, and then on top of that, there's a anti-globe earther, or flat earther, I should say, not a globe earther, anti-flat earther. And he tried to be his buddy's savior, but then he got wrecked, and didn't want to say my name, so I don't know for what reason. It was very weird. Either way.
What time did that happen? I went to bed maybe earlier than that.
Yeah, it was real weird.
What time was it about? Do you remember?
It must have been about 5-ish my time, 4:50 something my time, because I was looking at my watch because I had to go to bed. So I was trying to wrap it up with the guy, and he started to spiral because he wanted to talk about stars, and this conversation started to be like where his evidence for the globe was stars, and it's stupid. He goes to different parts of the earth and sees different stars, and I'm like, and so what? We can go somewhere and see something different. It doesn't matter, different scenery, different stars, different everything. And how does that turn into a globe just because you see something different? And so he's like, well, this wouldn't work on a flat earth. No, you're making that's a positive claim you just made. This can't work on a flat earth. No. And then we went into perspective, and from there he started to talk about his fantasy globe earth idea of an ever expanding galaxy and stars and parsecs and parallax and all kinds of other garbage. And you don't even know what that means. You're just saying things like, yeah, but it's just the most basic information. You don't even know what you're talking about. You didn't know about parsecs. And I'm like, dude, so what? You've been educated or taught this thing. Who cares? You don't know that it's reality. It doesn't matter. You don't know how far away. Yes, we do. We know how far away the light is from this thing, and it's that's ridiculous, man. All these things that you're talking, there's assumptions. So we're gonna go into assumption land, and just be here forever talking about your idea of what you think space is and how far away you think things are. I don't want to do that. So I started to cut him off, and I was like, let's go back to the ground. You don't want to talk about evidence that disproves a flat earth. I'm like, that's not it. Because you're just going to, and then Clay chimed in. Clay is trying to do his best. With, Star Trek movement, and because Clay's argument was we don't see each star having different speeds or whatever. According to him, each one does.
He won't listen to any of you guys, man. He wasn't listening to nothing. He was only there to be cheeky and keep on with the thing. He was gonna get stuck on that one track mind thing. He got stuck in a loop.
Well, and then
he won't gonna
was
get out of
basically
it.
saying,
You tried. You tried.
The guy who was in here earlier really I shut him up fast, and he didn't like that. Other guy didn't like that. He's like, I don't know why that guy shut up, because it seems like I could if I was more knowledgeable, I would destroy you guys, And so I was like, you know what, dude? All right, screw
So
it.
just to be clear though, Miggy, for just to insert real quick, the thing that sailors relied upon for hundreds of years ago, navigating the waters, is what he claims we see from different places on a ball.
Well, he says that's evidence for the ball. Not that we
Right.
see it, but that's evidence because of the fact that we're seeing different things. That's the evidence that the ball has for the... Oh, and not only that, but using parallax with the stars and like the parasec time frame for the light, how it's emitted from these stars. That's from one position, from like if you see a star at night and it like moves, and then that movement of the star, you can say that the distance between from where you're at to where the star is because of this. So we know how far away stars are, and these were all just like he's basically fanboying over the lore. I don't care to hear why he thinks this education from like parsecs and you didn't know what parsecs were. I don't care about damn parsecs because I don't not fanboying over some lore about guessing what the stars are or how far away they are. I don't care to know that. I just get back down to the ground. And he's like, well, you don't want to talk about evidence that destroys your flat earth. And so when he starts to say that, I'm like, he's not getting it. He thinks that just because somebody's educated him on like these technical terms, that he's somehow an intellect, even at the most basic level. I'm like, even at the most basic level, you're a fool. You're an ignorant fool because your ignorance on the topic, because you think you know what this other talking head said about how far away that star is using this idea called parsecs, that you can be able to tell me how far away you are to that star in distance. You don't know shit, and it's like you're trying to tell me this, and a flat earther would chime in. Well, like let's talk about the stars. No, let's not. Nobody knows anything about cosmology except for the things that we see. For you to start inserting your religion about what you think's going on, that's stupid. I'm not gonna get into this whole spiel about how we are flat earthers saying that this cosmos are X, Y, and Z, and you're gonna be on a Globert stand saying, well, the cosmos are X, Y, and Z. Like, and I don't care. That's not no relevance in this conversation. We're gonna get to the bit where you're gonna tell everybody how you know the Earth is curving at a set rate, a drop over distance. That's what we're gonna get to. And so when I brought him back down and we started talking about it, he didn't like it, and he started to want to what they always do, talk over you, and then want to go back to the cosmos to make it sound like they know what they're talking about, because that's where they live in fantasy land. So they want to talk about their fantasy, and because we're not fanboys of the fantasy, we're not going to be like gushing over like, oh, parsecs, that's wonderful. What else do you know? I don't care. This doesn't matter. Like, shut up. Like, what are you? Okay, you're saying parsecs and elves, and that's like, and I gave him an analogy, right? I was like, well, think about this, man. Orcs have spiky clubs in Middle Earth, and some don't. But guess what? The orcs with spiky clubs can win the ones without the spiky clubs because they're a lot stronger. I was like, you see how stupid that sounds because I'm giving you a story and it has no relation to reality? Well, orcs aren't real. Duh, dude. That's the point. It isn't real, but I'm making it sound like it is because I'm fanboying over the lore, right? Just like you are with your stupid parsecs. Who cares? Because you're talking about something that's far away, have no known distance to where it is. You don't know what they are. And so I'm basically talking about, and this is the trap that usually people try to get into because they want to lock horns in an intellectual stance with some fool like this. I don't care for that. I want to educate him on how he doesn't know. That's the point. When you lock horns with like, let's dive into the word parsecs. I don't care. It was made to describe something that they have no knowledge of, right? So you got a description of something that could probably be related to something here on Earth, even. It could probably be useful on Earth, but when they're applying it to something that's an unknown, you can't tell me that you know the distance or what it is, the composition of that thing. So shut up with your intellectual style, cosmos debate style kind of thinking that you know what you're saying, globe earthers, because you don't. I'm gonna bring you back down to Earth, and you're not gonna even know more here on Earth, because that's the whole point. But when you try to and then Clay, bless his heart, he wants to show him something that even in the Star Trail videos, and I was like, Clay, don't engage with this guy. And Clay's just like, I just have to make my point. I was like, go ahead, Clay, just let him know. And then so after he was done, he was like, well, the stars are all moving at the same speed, And he's like, no, they're not. And I can show you that they're not. Show me the video they show. And I was like, oh my god, we're into the damn weeds, man, with this whole parsecs and freaking stars are moving faster than others. Like, we're not going to get anywhere. That's not useful. And if you guys listen to these conversations and you engage with these fools, you're going to be happily into the weeds thinking you're an intellect telling them what's what. And it's not going to work. It's just like their lore you're speaking about. We don't want to speak about their lore. We want them to demonstrate that the lore exists in the first place. So if that globe Earth measures curvature, then bingo and Yahtzee, we got something, right? We can start moving forward with their lore, but it's not going to work until they provide some damn evidence. So that's the case with these guys. And I'm always saying this, guys, because like when they come in here, they fish. They throw a little bait out. You guys know about parallax and parsecs, and you guys, you might get tantalized by the idea that I know this one. You guys are wrong with parsecs. That was a term used, and like it doesn't matter, guys. Like that's why I'm always helping you guys realize when they take you to the fantasy side of things, you got to get away from that because you're off into the weeds, and it's like I try to give this advice to everyone so that they know that they're not going to wind up in this pit, because that's what these debates are about, man. Every one of these debates, like Mr. Sensible and all these other clowns, they want to get into the debate about the lore because that's where they live, in fantasy land, and they can't come back to reality because they don't know about reality. To them, reality is subjective. It's whatever you make of it, right? Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. So
have you looked up definition of parsecs?
Yes, last night Aether posted it, and it was like, but the thing is, man, like,
okay, sorry, I apologize.
I mean, granted that there's a definition, and it probably dismisses what he says, or it's advocate for what he's saying. The thing is, right, I'm trying to point out, it can be looked up. You can find out, and there's probably lectures and things on it, right? I mean, it's probably pretty basic to get into, and it's you could point it out to him or whatever.
It's just disgusting to read. That's all I meant. Like if anybody really should look it up. It's just really gross to read the amount of like it's yeah.
Well, it's lore, isn't it? It's attached to the lore, probably. I mean, I haven't even looked at it. But I was seeing that Ether posted the definition last night. But and like, here's the thing: being around these guys, you start to get like a pattern. There starts to become some kind of pattern that forms. I know where they're going with this. They want to gush over the lore. They want to be like, "Ooh, like we're talking about space now. That's my forte." No one cares. No one really cares. All that stuff up there is unknown, man. The only thing we know is the effects. We see all that stuff. Great. See the moon, you see the sun, you see the stars. What else can we know? They move from east to west. That's wonderful. We see different stars from different locations. Great. Okay, now what? What does that mean? Does that turn this realm that we live into a globe? How does that happen? Like, and so, well, parsecs so all of this stuff that they're saying, right? It comes to them via some talking head. And that talking head is like, well, this old guy long ago looked up and saw the shadow of the earth covering the moon, and voila, we know now that the earth is a globe. That's a bunch of load of crap. So it doesn't matter who says what about what the sky is. It's like you can want to go there with those guys, but all you're gonna do, and I'm telling you, man, 100%, you're gonna be in the weeds, 100%. That's what I guarantee it, and it's gonna be like it's intellectual masturbation because the guy is not gonna say anything useful. He's not gonna say anything useful. On top of that, you're gonna have a standpoint of a logical side, right? You got all your definitions, you got everything that's against what he's saying. And so you guys are going to be just like they're back at like ping pong. You remember the old Atari game with the little balls going back and forth? That's all you're going to be doing, back and forth, back and forth. And it's never going to draw him closer to to understanding that he doesn't know anything. It's really just his ego and his pride. And then, if you feel like you want to engage, that's your ego and your pride engaging in something that no one knows. And that's...
Miggy, throw it on consideration is that the definition of parsec, a unit of distance used in astronomy equal to about 3.26 light years, kilometers. 1 parasec corresponds to the distance at which, and here's where it gets interesting, at which the mean radius of the Earth's orbit subtends an angle of 1 second of arc. Now, just want to render right on its face, you're suggesting in order for me to buy into this word, I have to accept the idea that the Earth is moving. And
Indeed.
that's where I say, in order to engage with this word, I already have to buy your story that the word Earth is moving, and that's why I say it's disgusting to read.
Well, yeah. I mean, think about this. Like, and a guy came in here one time asking Bob the Science Guy, "Can you please tell me about the? Remember, you already remember the guy. He's not here anymore. I don't think. I haven't seen him, but he was asking him, can I ask you some questions about the globe?" And basically, what Bob prefaced the conversation was, "Well, you have to first accept the Earth is a globe." I'm like, this is crap for him to say that. So this definition, I think, is par for the course. It's the same thing that you would expect from these guys pushing an agenda onto your mind. So wait a minute. Before you accept parsecs, you have to understand that the Earth is in motion. And then you're just like, yeah, this is really stupid because we haven't first started to even realize that if it is. So now we got to go all the way back to figure out, all right, how do we figure out the Earth's in motion? Let's figure that little bit out before we get to saying that we already know that it is, and we're going to use this measurement to dictate how far away that thing in the sky is. Excuse me, we haven't done that yet. So it's just like, fine, they want to use whatever they do, but like I said before, and I stood on it. Let's check this out. I didn't even look at that definition. I don't even know about parsecs, but I tell you what, now that you said that, it's more evidence on my case that I said I didn't even want to have to look at that because I already know it's something that advocates for your globe. Sure enough, it does. So I was right. But on the onset of it, I didn't want to talk about it in the first place because I already knew that something he says, well, it's just common knowledge, man. Everybody knows about parsecs. I'm like, dude, this is stupid. I don't want to talk about. And I'm telling you, this is what happens every time. Some flat earther gets triggered and wants to talk about the freaking outside of that. Like, no, we don't see this in the sky. And like, don't do that, guys. That is the bait they want you to take. So they can go, aha, a person that wants to challenge me on parsecs. I love it. Let's talk about it. And then you guys are just like, I hate to say this, man, but jerking each other off. I despise it. Like, why are you gonna do this? Don't feed the trolls. Don't give them what they want. Take away what they want. No, I'm not gonna give that to you. No. So now what you gotta do is tell me how you think all of this equals what you think it is. So I was trying to get him there in the very beginning. I was like, oh yeah, we're going somewhere. Let's go somewhere. Perspective. I see what you see. He's like, well, you agree with me. I was like, I know, dude. Because I can agree with you. Everything that you see, I can see too. Unless you say you see something different than me. So if you say you see a cat floating in the sky that brings like light to you, then that's not the sun that I'm looking at. It's not a cat. It's a sun. So like unless you say something absurd, no, I agree with you on every point. We see things the same way. Everywhere we go, you can take me on Earth. I'll go with you everywhere. You point to the sky, you point to the ground. I'm going to agree on the definitions of 4 things because that's as people. We've already agreed that this is what stuff is, right? So that's a given. I don't have to argue with you on that stuff. Now, the bit that you're trying to sell me on is what the Earth is outside of that, which is, okay, you look up at the night sky, stars are moving, right? Because we both see that. Now, outside of that, that means the Earth is spinning. No, wait a second. How did you get there? You just made a leap of logic, like Michio Kaku says, right? Leaps of logic. How did you get to that point? Because it was a leap of freaking logic that you just said, well, the stars are moving, now the Earth is too. No. You're not going to get away with that. So where did you go from stars moving to Earth moving? That's just not conducive. You have to go from a baseline, which is the axiom, right? That we see things moving and stop. When you start adding to that, then I need to know how you added it to that. What was the extra perception that you got from the stars moving? So that's interesting. But then these guys, they're leaning on that because, like that definition, Kiwi points out, well, the Earth has to be moving in order for this to happen.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, and again, like even when you look at 7/6R, right? And these guys like fucking cartoon McToon, right? He's like, whoa, watch me step into my closet of mathematics and pull out my my robe of numbers so that I can show you my 7/6R and hide the radius, which is what the R stands for, in it. Right? In order for me to accept your mathematics, I have to accept that the Earth has a radius, and that's not okay, right? You can't presuppose that. No, no, no. We want the measurement, we want it displayed, we want it shown. Therefore, we can then use your mathematics to prop up the existing measurement. Sorry, thank you. I withdraw.
I love that mathemagic. That's funny.
Well, it's a term that we use in here because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it is.
It turns some simple math into something supernatural. Turns it into like, well, now we can describe what our Earth is. You know, with our powers combined, we have the globe. That's like stupid, right? Because you're starting to think like these guys, they want that so badly. Oh, they can taste it. They just know if they hang on to some formulas, they're just going to provide evidence for the thing that they're describing. And then you're just like, okay, what you described to me is a concept, right? It's easy to see on paper. Math can work. I see that 2 + 2 4. That's great. Well, how does that 2 + 2 = 4 means globe, dude? Because that's what you're saying. 2 + 2 = 4. Boom, we got globe. You see how stupid that sounds? Yeah, that's what you sound like when you say formulas are describing globe. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It just describes a concept. I can see that everything with the radius, diameter, circumference, that makes sense. I mean, that's mathematics. It's a language. It's going to describe the concept that we were talking about. However, what you are putting on paper on a computer screen, on a calculator, doesn't equal to reality. That's the difference, right?
And I'll also go in on that and say that if you're going to give me a calculation, you're going to suggest that there's a measurement. That also suggests that there's a structure, right?
Right.
And we're not saying that there's even a structure in place. We're just saying the floor meets the ceiling continuously as far as we can see.
So
Who
what
knows
I got?
what the structure is? Sorry,
I
go
guess
ahead.
there's a few things at last night. I would say advice to my fellow flat earthers, because I've been doing this for a while, right? So I know when I'm speaking to somebody and it sounds irritating to you to hear this third person perspective, just please pay attention to my direction. I know exactly where I'm going with the people that I'm speaking to. If you jump in and take the bait, you're going to derail the conversation and they're going to latch on because they love the lore. So when they throw that little bait out, I wonder who wants to talk about parsecs. And if you come in, let me. Please, I just got one thing to say about that. Just one thing. And then you jump in and his mind's like, man, let's talk to this guy. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're trying to get me to provide evidence for the earth. No. I want to talk about parsecs. I want to know how far. And you say there's no parsecs? Go ahead. Tell me what you think. And off into the freaking weeds. And then now we got to hear about weeds for like however long. And then you're gonna be logically consistent. I always say this because I know flat earthers try to be as much as they can. After you're done, he's gonna be like, nah, I don't think so. You got it wrong. And I said that with all assurance because I knew that was where it's going. So after Clay was going to be done, he was just waiting to say, nuh-uh. And so I'm trying to explain this to you guys. When I'm speaking to somebody, please listen to what I'm saying to them. I'm directing them. I'm actually guiding them to a place where they're not going to know what they're saying. But you have to let the conversation unfold. As annoying as it is, some of these guys need to be taken down a peg because they are coming in here with ego and pride. And they think they know what they're saying, and they don't know jack. So anybody coming in with a big brain or a smooth brain, or however you want to name these guys, right? They're not as intelligent as you think they are. They're only educated. That's all they have is an education. But they're taking that and then superimposing it over the reality in which you and I exist. And they're mixing it with the actual education that's helpful and useful on Earth. Do you see what I'm saying? So things that we can use on Earth, they're mixing it in with the non-reality in which they're trying to describe the cosmos and attribute to all the things that they see outside of the natural realm that we live in. That's what
I
they're doing.
I honestly think that if we did a better job teaching our children how to do math, because, you know, we have kind of a sucky math system. We aren't very good at teaching them math. In fact, we encourage them to think they're bad at math. So if people were better at math, they would be less likely to be mystified by the fake math out there.
Well, yeah, I could see that being a point, but so here's the issue with some, like, let's say we get somebody that's, because we do in here. There's Chad 2000. Yeah, he's really good with math. He used to teach it, as a matter of fact. He's very proper. He understands his formulas. Like, there's a lot that he has to offer into the community. So basically, I mean, he'd be one that you would
I mean,
say.
I'm great at math, and a lot of people are great at math, but most people are not.
Yeah, but what let me just get to the finish of the pumpkin. Let me finish it. Is it pumpkin I'm speaking to? Yeah. So Chad is somebody who's taught math, and he knows a lot of the formulas. So for him, it's easy to listen to somebody, you know, talking about math and such, and he's done it right. As far as the 8 inches per mile squared and all that, he's already proven that that doesn't work on the reality in which you and I exist in. So, I mean, as far as math goes, right? But even so, what they okay, so evidence against evidence, like their kind of evidence, what they call evidence. They're trying to use their concept and insert it into the reality in which you and I live. So they'll say, well, the math checks out, right? So therefore, globe Earth. And Chad's like, wait a minute, like we've done the math. We don't see this drop over distance that you're claiming, because if we did, it would be noticeable everywhere. We don't see that. And so with the math and stuff, what we got to remember is that they're just trying to say to you, like, let's say, Pumpkin, you learned the formulas in that, so, and you were good at math. You could, from that standpoint, disprove them, but you're going point for point, at which point it becomes a debate, right? I got my information, my math, and I know your math is not right, so I'm going to present my math to be logically consistent. Listen, so when people, and I'm saying this, I'm going to get to the point, but what I'm saying is, when you come into this forum, it's an intellectual forum. So what it does is it reveals the fact that people don't know what they're saying, right? Number one, that should be the priority. When you tell them about something of the globe Earth, like, hey, tell me what you think the Earth is and why, right? And so they're going to tell you, yada, 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 globe Earth, we have stars moving or whatever. So you're going to get them to realize, how do you know that information? You're digging into the psyche part of it. Like they're starting to realize, well, wait a minute. I was taught this at school. I was told this at school. And, I'm just repeating it because I believe it's just like that. So when you start to get to the psychology part of it, it starts to reveal why they believe what they do. It's not about something with evidence. It's more because it's like faith. It's religion. It's something they believe from their teachers, what they were told, their parents. They grew up with it as babies in globes and on classroom tables, like all kinds of stuff. So it's a religion. They don't know it's one. So you have to help them understand it is. That is the most important part, because when it becomes, you got your points, they got their points, it's only going to be, you're going to only be blue in the face telling them what's what. They're going to be like, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. And so on and so forth. And this is why it's important when you come into this forum, you realize that point, because I got to say this, right? It doesn't matter how good you are. They don't realize that they're wrong. So you're arguing with somebody who is ignorant. That is and not just one of them, all of them. Every single one. They're all ignorant. They don't know. Okay? You see what I mean? Like, this is the point I'm driving home with everybody listening. They do not know what they're saying. And if you don't point that out, you're just going to be like, okay, I got my 10 points. You got your 10 points. Let's see who wins. Let the audience decide. No, because you guys are just going to have this, like, dueling, intellectual kind of, like, whatever you want to call it. And it's not going to have the appeal to the people to hear that they don't know. What it's going to do is going to give them a platform to speak their mind, and the person's going to be like, well, that sounds really good to me. Flat Earther's saying he doesn't know, so I like what this other guy's saying because he sounds a bit more intellectual. Of course it does, because it's really, it's gassed up, the whole thing. Well, we know what Mars is. It's a red planet. It's got a nickel iron core. It also has, like, dude, nobody knows this garbage. And If it doesn't get pointed out, then their point for point and your point is going to be, no, we don't know that because see, the rocket that they went up and didn't have enough gas to make it there. So you know what I mean? You can't argue for point because everybody's going to think like, well, okay, you said your piece, you're good with math, you're all right, let's hear it out. They're going to hear you. Some people might be like, yeah, that's right, the math checks out, it doesn't work. And some others be like, no, you know what, these flat earthers don't know what they're saying. How many math people are in flat earth anyways? Not a lot, right? We got them all on our side. So that is why I'm trying to help you guys understand this. In these debates and these kind of discussions, you have to really drive the point that they don't know what they're saying. And really, I mean, you can go into the little bit of a debate style if you really want to, but it isn't going to go anywhere. And I'm always saying that in here because I care about you guys. The truth cannot be overwhelmed. It's not an offense defense position. It is a strictly all offense position. The truth is it steamrolls over all the ignorance of the world. That's what's actually 100% true, because I can tell you, any globe Earth proponent comes in here, they don't know what they're saying. They're just repeating what they think they believe in their religion, and you have to. I would say this, right? Remember, really ingrain that into your mind. It sounds okay on the onset. It sounds like they know what they're saying because it sounds like pretty intellectual. Because globe Earth comes with all the trappings. I mean, you got your cosmos ever expanding, Big Bang, evolution. I mean, it's on and on. You got everything you need, right, for explanations, and you can sit there and listen to some guy waffle on, but you really want to stop it because you don't want to tell. I mean, you might as well just get a comfy blankie and some milk because you're going to hear a story, right? We don't want to hear that. We want to know how they know the Earth is a freaking globe. And if they can point that out to you, they got something. They don't, vaya con Dios. That's the thing, right? Like, I don't care if they believe the Earth is a globe. They can believe it all day long. At the end of the day, it's just a belief. It has no relation to reality. The reality in which we reside in doesn't measure curvature. That's the truth that steamrolls over all their ignorance. Anyway.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't really debate people anymore. I mean, I really only talk to people about flat Earth if their mind is already open. You know what I mean?
Well, it's true, but you could be the can opener to their head. So that's the thing I'm pointing out at the moment is that and you can do this in a method where it doesn't sound very abrupt and condescending like the way I'm making it sound, but you can do it your way, your method. Okay, let's go about it in a more tactful way. Family member, whoever, and somebody's like very prideful. Well, you think the Earth is flat? That's cool, but do you know that parsecs are a way for us to know how far away the stars are? And you're just like, tell me more. And then so they'll get into it or whatever. And then at the end of it, you're like, well, the definition for that, you'd have to first assume that the globe Earth is spinning, right? How do you know the Earth is spinning? You can go into a place where they peel back the layers of their indoctrination all the way back to how they understand something is so, making it very apparent to you that they don't know what they're saying. They're just assuming all of these concepts are already in play via like gravity and Coriolis. These are all built on the premise that the Earth is already a globe. They have to accept the Earth being a globe in motion in order for all these things, all the physics, to work on their globe. So very simply put, you can just talk to them in a easy tone, kind of just like chill tone. Speak to whoever. It's like, hey, by the way, how do you know the Earth is moving or it's a globe? It hasn't been demonstrated by anybody. And so if they say, well, Aristotle, or they go off into whatever, then you can say, yeah, but has anyone measured this thing? Because obviously that's what we have right now. If you go to Google, you can find out the numbers are, for the radius and the diameter and the circumference. So somebody's got to have measured it. Who did that? You get to think about the answer because they don't know. There isn't one. There isn't an answer to that. It's all calculations. It's mathematics. It's concept. It has no relation to reality. And this is what I point out to the guys. When you're able to master that, like you're able to know that it's not about a debate, it's about them getting to realize that they don't know what they're saying. So when you get that ego death, then you have an open mind. When you don't have that, however, just shake the dust off your feet, keep on moving. Just say, okay, that's fine. You believe the Earth is a globe. That's great. You can keep the friendship that you have with a person without making it seem like you're super against them, because it's like people love their beliefs, so they just leave them with their belief. If they really want to, the Earth's a globe, man. Okay, fine. The Earth's a globe. Have your globe.
Yeah. Well, and as time goes by, there's more and more flat earthers, and the concept is here to stay. And I think people's minds are opening up a little bit more as time passes. I mean, our numbers are not dwindling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm in the mode of where I want to help the truther realize their position, and it's a very powerful one. You are in a very powerful position to be able to
They'll
execute.
tell me of different people who are flat earthers too. Get to connect with them.
You're a very I don't know. Am I cutting off? Sounds like maybe I might be. Yeah, like I said before, you're in a very
Hello?
powerful and a privileged position because you now know truth. Truth is like it's a sledgehammer.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, Mickey, I can hear both of you. Pumpkin, can you hear Mickey?
Yeah. Sorry. Pause. What did you say?
Can't you hear me, Stevie?
Pumpkin, radio check.
Hello? Ooh. Did she quit?
I think technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Radio
Yeah,
check.
I
Sorry,
can
what?
hear all of you, by the way. I can hear all three of you, so.
Oh, damn. We got
Can anyone
crypto.
hear crypto? Just kidding. I can't hear crypto. Crypto say something? Oh, just kidding.
Yeah, it was like IHOP last night, crypto. Because
IHOP?
yeah, it's an American restaurant where they serve breakfast food all day. Because he wanted to waffle on all this about this parsecs and how we know about like the cosmos, and I wasn't having it. But at the same time, it was irritating for the person listener, which I agree. I mean, it is a bit irritating to hear somebody trying to like, yeah, but I want to get to the back to the bit where we're talking about the stars and parallax. I'm like, no, I don't. And bless their heart, flat earthers will chime in and be like, well, I do want to say something about. I'm like, go ahead, man. Whoever you are, just speak your mind, because like it was not going to satisfy you until you hear him say "nuh-uh" to your logically consistent argument. I think that's what people want to hear, I guess, because that's what and I said. Like, this guy, he wants to debate this because it's like his lore. He loves it. He wants to. Yeah, let's talk about how far away stars are because that's interesting. No, it's not. But as the case, I mean, go ahead. You think that it's going to support evidence to debunk the globe? By all means. Like, I mean, I can't stop you. But the thing is, like, you got to realize you're all playing on his playground. That's exactly what happened to at the conversation with Dave Farina and what's his name from Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Was it David?
David Weiss, yeah.
David Weiss. Because they went to space and David was saying how things don't work, and Dave was like, "You're pretty stupid because you don't understand what you're saying." And I was like, "You see, you guys. I mean, that's what they want. They want you on their playground so they can tell all kinds of stuff to you. You don't know what you're saying. Let me tell you about the lore." And here they go spewing the lore as fanboys would. And it's like, yeah, so like about what the constituent parts of Venus and Jupiter via the education that you got. So you're well done. Let's clap for indoctrination. All right, round of applause for you being thoroughly indoctrinated about what you think Mars is. I'm like blown back by it, man. You know so much about Mars when you don't know jack. Like me. That's what I'm trying to get to. It's like these arguments, man. That's what they want. They want to just gush over the lore, and you're allowing
Yeah,
it.
of course. The thing is, though, Mickey, is that I mean, obviously you watched the debate. I assume, right? You watched the whole thing.
I've seen the bit where, it's quite a bit where he was getting run over by Dave using these, and he's just like this. Yeah. Anyways, I'll let you say what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
He's annoying when I hear him.
Yeah.
So.
No, well, the funny thing about that debate is that later on, David Weiss said that there's something called astrospectrophotometry, right? And then
Dave Farina said, "Oh, now you're just making things up," right? And it turned out that what Dave Weiss said was actually true. So, on the one hand, if Dave Weiss doesn't know about it and Dave Farina does, then he mocks him for not knowing about the law. But if Dave Weiss knows something about it and Dave Farina doesn't, Dave Farina still mocks him, right? But
Yeah,
this time, the show's on the other foot, so he then has to say that he's making stuff up. So the modus operandi was never in good faith. It was always to just mock.
To mock.
So even like one